Oh. Because I don't want to make an adjustment now. Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Hello, friends.
Hello, friends. Hi, Rob W.
Let's do my Nance. Hello, friends.
All right, we got a little crazy Monday morning. What is happening? I'm going to retweet this.
I hope everybody had a great weekend. Shout out to Will Z. What's up, Will? Rob Dub. What's up, dog? Michigan Wolverines still number 2 in the country. Nice work. Did not go lose to Texas.
I haven't seen Will Z in a while. Where you been, Will Z?
He's been in a couple shows.
Huh.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, let's go. Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me, Mr. Kyle Madsen. Kyle, how are you this fine Monday morning?
It's a Victory Monday, man. I'm doing great.
Victory Monday.
Yeah.
Victory
so much better than a loss Monday.
Losing Monday. What would be
just a loser Monday?
A loser Monday.
Yeah.
What's going on, everybody? It was a wild weekend in the NFL. All kinds of things to talk about. We got some Kings news. But Kyle, let's start here, man. San Francisco 49ers. Like they went in there and they did their business.
They dominated.
Yes.
They dominated every facet from the first whistle to the end. And it's so different because it reminded me a little bit at the beginning of the Niners week 1 win against Detroit in 2021. But in that game, they let go of the rope. And Detroit had the ball with a chance to tie it, even though the Niners had dominated most of the game. They didn't do that yesterday. They got up 20-0 and then never looked back. They had that little slip up at the end of the half and then dominated a game that we talked about it. I thought was going to be tough. They were on the road, 10 a.m. kick, really well-coached team, and Mike Tomlin, really talented team. Pittsburgh's offense had been tearing it up in the preseason, so you thought maybe they were ready to take a leap. And then face plant from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I thought of face plant, but I also think when you come out, if you give up a touchdown like the Niners did at the end of the first half, and that shouldn't have happened. Let's be honest. That should not have happened. But when you come out in the early third quarter and you pop someone right in the face, you end the game.
That was it. I agree.
It was it. And I think there's so many nuances to this game we're going to get into that that just really, really stand out about how the Niners were able to get this separation, how they were able to dominate the game in specific ways. And again, it was a complete effort. I thought for a week 1, we saw some other teams around the league have just a face plant, just fall apart, just like, oh no, that's not what week 1 is supposed to look like. The Niners came in and looked like a professional team.
Yeah, they looked like, and there were teams that didn't play well this weekend that played their guys in the preseason, that let those guys have those reps. The Niners starters barely played. I think they got 3 series. Trent Williams didn't play. Christian McCaffrey didn't play in the preseason. Fred Warner might have gotten 1 or 2 series, but they all looked like they'd not missed a beat from the end of last year. And that's really, really impressive because like you said, there were a lot of teams in week 1 that the Bengals, for example, Andy Dalton goes and has his worst game that he's had as a pro. They get thumped by Cleveland in Cleveland. And I'm not writing the Bengals off.
Oh, you said Andy Dalton.
Oh, did I? Whoops. Okay,
You
here we
said
go.
the Red Rocket.
Here we go. 3, 2, and 1. Joe Burrow had the worst game he's ever had as a pro, and Cincinnati goes and gets stumped 24-3 in Cleveland. I'm not writing off the Bengals.
No.
But that's how week ones can look. You would way rather look as good as the Niners did in week one than picking up the pieces and going, okay, now you got to move forward after a kind of disaster first week.
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly what you wanted if you're the San Francisco 49ers.
Yep.
We talked about it a little bit. And like some of the things that stand out, like the first thing, the MVP of the game. Do you have an MVP of the game?
Yeah. It's got to be Brandon Ayuk.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although,
I mean, he had 8 targets, caught all 8 balls, scored 2 touchdowns, including a really, really nice back shoulder pass by Purdy. That was beautiful. But I think the bigger things for me with Ayuk is we had heard that he's just looked incredible all camp. That he's the guy who's taken the huge leap, all this stuff. He shows up in week 1, and not only did he have all the catches, not only did he have all the yards, but man, his downfield blocking, absolutely spectacular. He looked like John Taylor out there, lead blocking, 20 yards downfield on McCaffrey's big 65-yard touchdown run. Shout out to Ray McLeod as well on that. But
yeah, came from the opposite side of the field. That was wild.
That was nice. But the guy who sets up the block, who sets up the play, is really Ayuk and just levels the guy.
Yeah,
and that is when a receiver is working on all facets of the game and starts to take that leap. And I think that that's something that stood out. It wasn't just the yards. It wasn't just the touchdowns. It was all of the other things that he did in that game. I thought it was spectacular.
It was pretty unbelievable. There was somebody else I want to talk about in the MVP conversation, but we can put a pin in that because I think Ayuk's game was really important because we've heard every year in camp, there's a player that just looks like they're going to blow the doors off everybody. And I mean this with the Niners, and it's always like a receiver. It's like Trent Taylor looks really good this year. And then there was in 2021, we heard about how good Brandon Ayuk looked, but then he was in the doghouse to start the year or whatever. That was kind of odd. But there's always a camp star that just doesn't quite have it translate. So for Ayuk to have it translate in week 1 is enormous. But you mentioned the 8 for 8, 8 targets, 8 catches.
Yeah.
That's because outside of that back shoulder throw in the end zone, which is just an unbelievable catch to get his second foot down, he was wide open all the time. He is so hard to cover. And I think that's why when people say this is not a hot take, I don't think Deebo Samuel might be the better playmaker, but Brandon Ayuk's the better wide receiver.
Yes.
And I think he showed that on Sunday. And I think if Brandon Ayuk, maybe he's just the go-to guy in the passing game now. Maybe that's just where that's going to be. But I genuinely think if he was on another team, if he was in Dallas instead of CeeDee Lamb, or if he was in Minnesota instead of Justin Jefferson, or if he was in Buffalo instead of Stephon Diggs, he would be in the conversation for being a top 5-7 wide receiver in the league.
Yeah. I totally agree. And, I think what we'll have to wait and see is how does this develop throughout the year?
Yeah.
Is there a tunnel vision? Like we saw it with Chris Olave in New Orleans. And this week he opens up and it's just nothing but him all game long.
Yeah.
10 catches. Is there a point where that's who Ayuk is, or does Brock Purdy learn to spread it around a little bit? I think we're going to get into that discussion a little bit later, but I do think that the next guy on the list is Brock Purdy. He he steps on the field. He looks like a pro. He looks like the guy that everyone thought he did for stretches last season. Yep. And I think he quieted a lot of, I mean, I don't know if he's still number 32 in the league in the quarterback list, the quarterback ranking system.
Sure.
But at some point, we have to start acknowledging that this might be who he is.
Yeah, I definitely, if they're going to follow that game script and they're going to get out to a little bit of a lead, and if the defense is going to be as dominant as it was on Sunday, then the Niners are going to score a lot of points because Brock Purdy is capable of doing that. We've seen it. They've put up 30 plus in all but one of his starts now in the regular season. So, and they put up 41 in his playoff debut. So I think that what they're doing offensively is sustainable, but I still have that lingering question of, okay, it's the NFC title game and they're down 4 with a minute and a half left and they don't have any timeouts. Can he, but that you'll cross that bridge when you get to it. And right now he looks like he's going to, at the very least, get them to that bridge, which is a pretty big deal considering he was the last pick in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think just like you're starting to watch the confidence build. And even late in the game, we were going back and forth. We had some funny moments texting back and forth this weekend while watching the game.
Yeah.
I had done something ridiculous and chosen Brock Purdy's 5.5 yards as a prize pick.
I love that for you.
And he sat at 3 yards for like until the third quarter, right?
Yeah,
and
then he had that big run. I think it was 18 yards.
Yeah, he has a little bust out, and it's like, hey, there it is. There it is.
Needed it. I think you're gonna get a couple of those a game from him because that's one of the things that I was really watching for. Was okay, he was fine in the preseason, but hey, here's TJ Watt. He's gonna be on an island sometimes against Colton McKivitz.
Yep,
first time starter at right tackle, and TJ Watt dominated the right side of the Niners offensive line. It didn't ultimately matter, but there was an opportunity for Purdy to be a little bit skittish, maybe a little bit hesitant, maybe looking at the pass rush instead of keeping his eyes down the field. But he didn't do that. He did all the things he did last year in terms of navigating the pocket, bailing out on time. The move he made to make Minkah Fitzpatrick miss on when Fitzpatrick was blitzing, he got a free run and Purdy spins out to his left, keeps his eyes down the field, cool, calm, collected, hits Deebo Samuel, threw it up and away from the defender where Deebo Samuel had kind of sat down in the zone. So I was really, really impressed with Brock Purdy, but at the same time, he didn't do anything yesterday that I didn't think he was capable of doing. Everything he did yesterday was, yep, that's about what this offense should look like if he's playing well. And I thought he played really well yesterday.
Yeah. There are some things again that I didn't like. There's some finer nuanced things about the quarterback position that I think he's going to have to address as he gets more and more comfortable as a starter. But I just think like for a opening weekend debut, and this is his first time, right? Coming into a season as a starter.
Yeah.
So that's a big deal. Like it's, starting pitchers, you always have that, the best starter on a team, when they have a great season the next year, they're the opening night starter. I think for Brock Purdy, this is one of those things where he came in and he answered a lot of questions. I think the other guy who answered a lot of questions was Nick Bosa. I don't think he was as effective as he probably could have been.
Yeah.
But the fact that he led the defense in snaps, that's pretty big.
Well, he led defensive ends and
defensive ends.
Yeah. That shocked me. And it helped that the Steelers had 15 plays in their first 5 drives. Like that definitely helps keep that
break
number,
it up a little bit.
Yeah, keeps that number down and keeps him from having to play, he was out there for an 11-play drive. Niners offense goes 3 and out. Now they're going to throw him back out there. In that case, I think you would have seen him play a little less, but they wanted him to play 30 to 40 snaps and he played 35. That's ideal. And it never felt like, oh, they missed Nick Bosa on they didn't. It looked pretty normal. Like you said, he wasn't dominant, but I think he had 3 pressures, didn't have a sack. He was fine.
Yeah, I think he held up.
And he stayed healthy, which was priority 1.
That is priority 1. And overall, the Niners stayed relatively healthy throughout the game. That's big. I mean, you don't want to lose your season in week 1.
Yeah.
And that does happen where you're like, how do we reset?
Yeah. 2020, the Niners, by the end of week 3, it was like, all right, this season's done.
This season's
that's
over. It's done.
Yeah. Shanahan said after the game, Ambry Thomas got evaluated for a concussion, but cleared, and that was it. He talks today on a conference call at 3:30, so he might have additional updates that cropped up overnight. But the fact that there was nothing major right away is a pretty significant deal.
That's tremendous. Yeah. All right, we're going to step away for a minute. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to talk Raiders, Broncos. What?
Big time W for the Raiders.
Yeah, that is a big time W. We're going to talk a little Jimmy G. We have all kinds of things covered today. You are listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We'll see you after the break. What's going on? Yeah, Wheezy. I was across the street waiting for Ed Sheeran, the Ed Sheeran show when they canceled the show. But and it was really done poorly. I blame Mark Davis. Um, you know, like Greg Lukenbill, he would have got out there and fixed that stage. Mark Davis didn't want to get fake grass stains on his white jeans and fix the stage. So Ed Sheeran did get canceled, but we did go see, the wife and I went and saw Lady Gaga last night. So if the voice is a little trash, if we start to bog at some point and James looks like he's fallen asleep in the chair, yeah, we I was still at Lady Gaga 12 hours ago in Vegas.
How was it?
I thought it was really unique and cool. If I were a bigger Lady Gaga fan, I probably would have had been more engaged. But she's got a tremendous voice. It was a lot of like Tony Bennett stuff. That's why it
Oh,
was
nice.
yeah, so it's like jazz
That's
and
cool.
piano stuff. So it had more of that vibe.
I love that. She's got, dude, Lady Gaga, underrated voice.
Oh, she's tremendous. Yeah,
Yeah.
she has just a stunning voice.
And also American Horror Story Hotel. She is in that.
Oh, is she?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Very, very good.
All right.
30 seconds. I'm always wary when a singer's like, yeah, I'm going to act. She did a really, really nice job.
Yeah, she's found success.
Yeah, she does okay. She does okay.
Yeah.
Is there a city in America where Poker Face plays better than Vegas?
I'll play you the version.
Here we go.
We are back. Kyle, we got a lot to talk about today. This kind of smooth jazz. I like this. Like I feel it's like easy listening.
It's Post Malone.
We'll just ease in here to the Raiders. The Las Vegas Raiders come away with a 17-16 win over the Let's Ride Broncos. Jimmy Garoppolo, what were your first thoughts? Because I thought he was the same Jimmy Garoppolo that we've seen in San Francisco.
The exact same player. It was uncanny.
He was exactly the same player. But that's okay, right?
I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo is fine. I don't want this to, I don't dislike Jimmy Garoppolo. I just think he's a little bit limited. And I think you saw that yesterday. But then when it comes down to, hey, you need a first down to ice this game and you're up 1 and there's a lane to run, he's going to take it because he understands, like, I hate, like, this is winning time. It's time to go. But dude, he just makes winning plays in spots like that. Now, again, do you love him to put the team on his right arm in a playoff game? No. But in week 1 in Denver, leading by a point, need a first down, Jimmy's going to run for it. I love it for him.
I did too.
I'm kind of rooting for him.
I thought it was brilliant too, because he does take, there are a lot of shots here in San Francisco with him. And the way that not only did he bust down the sideline, he gets the first down, but then he slides down to let the clock run.
Yeah.
It was just like high level, like smart football.
Yeah.
And that's something that, like, I don't think he's like on a daily basis. He struggles to win the game for you quarters 1 through 3. Mm-hmm. But in that final moment, I think there is some trust. I don't think he's a guy who's going to go out. Like, he's not going to Patrick Mahomes. Like, he's not
No,
going
of
to,
course not.
like, it doesn't matter what you get. If you give Patrick Mahomes 45 seconds on the clock and you're up 4, you're in trouble.
Big time.
Yeah, you're in trouble. I mean, he can march down the field. It doesn't matter how long the field
The
is.
Bills left him 13 seconds.
Yeah.
And it wasn't enough.
No.
Or it was too much, I mean.
Yeah, it's always too much. It's always too much time. But with Garoppolo, I think if you need him to hold on, like,
yeah, he's got you. He's
hold.
Peak Jimmy line last night. 20 of 26, super efficient, 200 yards, couple of touchdowns, a pick in the end zone, but in the red zone interception was he's rolling left, and the big problem with Jimmy Garoppolo in his career has been, all right, when he gets 2, 3, 4 seconds, okay, nobody's open. He gets the happy feet in the pocket. Okay, now he starts to roll out. That's when he starts to get in trouble. And that throw that got intercepted in the red zone, he just tried to force it in when there was nothing there. And that's the maddening Jimmy Garoppolo mistake. He's going to make 2 or 3 of those a game, and you just got to hope they're not backbreakers. And not throw 2 or 3 interceptions a game. He's going to make, he's going to misfire or make a bad read or whatever it is. But on the other hand, the Raiders went for it on 4th down early in the game. They put the ball in Jimmy Garoppolo's hands, and it was a designed rollout right. And he had to make a throw down the field, kind of up over the top, put a lot of touch on it, and just made sure, just put it in a spot where his receiver was going to get it. And that's just a really, really, really nice play. You can tell there's a high-level quarterback there, but then he does something like throws it into a crowd of 4 defenders in the red zone, and you're going, what are we...
Like, the why? Like, why did that just happen?
Like, there's 50 plays in a game. 30 of them are fine. 10 of them are, I'm going to say, 10 of them are like, wow, that's a really, really good play. I'll even give them 12. And then there's 8 that are like, what? What is it? And watching that yesterday I wanted to crawl inside my own chest because he's just the exact same player. And I thought that he was out of my life, but here he is.
They keep dragging you back in.
I'm right back here.
You're right here in the same
and he's
situation.
1-0.
It's funny. We were going back and forth
Good for the Raiders
on Sunday, and you were like, maybe you wanted me to compare him to a Sacramento Kings player.
Yes.
Okay. Man, this is tough.
So let's just run through it. So good player, not great. Probably not an all-star caliber player, but definitely a little bit of talent. Will make some plays that wow you, but then make some plays that make you go, maybe that guy shouldn't be playing anymore.
Well, the first one, like when you put it all together like that.
Is it Harrison Barnes?
Well, okay. So my first thought when you, yes. So I'll give you 2, but and actually the first one I'll start with, when you just gave that description, you just said Buddy Hield. But he's not Buddy Hield. He's not Buddy Hield.
You might be Buddy Hield.
No, he's not Buddy
Hield.
I'm a
big Buddy Hield guy, though. So.
Okay, who you just described is 2 different small forwards for the Kings. It's Harrison Barnes, and it's Rudy Gay.
So Rudy Gay is a very good one.
Yeah. So I mean, these are guys that like you trust to like do the basics and to keep you in a game, and you trust them from 30+ minutes a game. But at the end of the day, there's always that conversation, like, is there someone else out there? How long is he going to be here? That kind of stuff. And that kind of makes me think those 2 players. Like, my first thought was, like, Aaron Aflalo. But he wasn't. Like, Jimmy.
I think he's better than Aaron Aflalo.
That's being disrespectful to Jimmy.
I agree.
It is.
That's actually super funny that you said Aaron Aflalo, because that was the first, when I texted you that was the first name that popped into my head.
That's wild.
Yeah.
And we're having another Donut Friday moment. Another Donut Friday moment.
So in the chatty house, somebody brings up Kevin Martin.
Oh.
I feel
okay. Like,
I don't hate it.
You know what?
I think Jimmy is better than Kevin Martin.
But if we go to like the point guard position, I would say Darren Collison. Like, again, he was a backup, and then he becomes a starter, and he's solid as a starter, but he's not over the moon. He's just really solid. And, are there moments where he does things that you like? Yeah. But at the end of the day, you probably aren't going to stick with him. He's not the
He was never
answer.
an all-star?
Who?
Darren Collison?
No.
Oh.
No.
I thought Darren Collison made an all-star game at one point.
No.
Okay.
No. But you're looking at a player who's like, okay, like you're okay with him on your team, but at the end of the day, there's always going to be the murmur of like, is there someone else out there that might be able to do what he's doing, but just that might be better?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think that's right. But also, if he's in your starting lineup, you're not hating it,
freaking out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the other thing is, he's a good looking dude. He's got that swagger. Like that always sticks out to me. Like the swagger dudes, like Rudy, swagger dude. Harrison, swagger dude.
Every single one of Jimmy Garoppolo's teammates loves him.
Yeah.
And you've never
see again. That's Rudy Gay. Rudy Gay. I always call him Switzerland. Like in the locker room, Rudy Gay was in the middle. So you had your DeMarcus Cousins, your Rondo, and then as you move towards the middle, like Omri Caspi would be in the middle. Francisco Garcia's in the middle. Jason Thompson's on the start of the other side, and then all your young players.
Sure.
The guys in the middle are the bridge that everyone can talk to. They're Switzerland. So if you got something, you got a beef, you go to the guy in the middle of the room, and hopefully he can help you work it out.
Yeah.
And so that's Jimmy Garoppolo, like that makes sense to me, because there are moments where he does something that's incredible, and that's what I've always said about Rudy Gay. Like there are moments where he looks like George Gervin,
right?
And you're just like, oh, that was gorgeous.
Yeah.
Like where's that every single day?
Yep.
And then other times where you're like, okay, where'd you go?
Yeah, it's like maybe you shouldn't play the rest of the night.
Maybe you should. Yeah. So interesting. I did not know that we were going to go there and sort of figure that one out. But I think at the end of the day, that's what we did. Raiders defense was very good on Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm
still not totally sold on the Broncos offense.
No.
So I'm not ready to week one overreact. And we have Monday overreactions coming up later on, but I'm not ready to super overreact yet. But I thought there were opportunities for the Raiders defense to kind of let that game slip away, and they never really did.
Yeah.
So, that's just a really solid group of playmakers.
Yeah, Russell Wilson, I think his stat line, he threw 7 more completions for like 13 less yards or 23 less yards than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, man.
Like it was just some real tight game management stuff that wasn't great. Like where is Russell dropping the bombs?
He averaged 5.2 yards per attempt.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
on
like
34 attempts. He completed passes to 10 different receivers. It was like all running backs and tight ends, just little checkdowns.
Yeah, like so conservative. Everything is too conservative. I also I wanted to point to Jacoby Myers. I thought Jacoby Myers was spectacular for the Raiders and looked like a really solid pickup in game one. Maybe even a guy that Jimmy Garoppolo might like build some chemistry with.
Yeah.
And then, man, I hate seeing the knockout blow that he took.
That was brutal.
It was horrible. Like, what is going on? You got everyone on the field, like, waving for the...
I didn't, like, it's tough because there's definitely, like, bang plays where you go, you know what? It's football. That happens. I didn't love the safety flying in there shoulder to head.
Yeah.
He was on his way down, but also, if he doesn't start to go down, safety has to go in and make a play. I don't know. I didn't love the hit, but I also am not gonna.
Yeah,
call for the guy to be out.
And if you've watched football as long as I have, you're so used to the big hit.
Yeah.
And now you just hate seeing it every single time.
Yeah.
I just hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Hopefully he's all right.
All right. You are listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We're going to step away for a minute. When we come back, we're going to look at some of the things that maybe we weren't so happy with the San Francisco 49er game. They win big, but that doesn't mean we can't pick them apart a little bit. So we'll be back here in just a minute. All right. Chatty House, what is going on? Thanks for joining us this morning. it's been a wild, I don't know, like, I don't even think 48. I hadn't even left for Vegas 48 hours ago. And now I'm back. I'm back. Tua for MVP. Thank you, Aldrin J, for stroking Jesse's ego over there. He's gonna love that. He looked good. I thought Tua looked good. And having Tyreek Hill is one of the best things a quarterback with a big arm can have. Oh, look at that. Somebody did notice. I shaved. Yes. Zabo, I did. David, you asked who do I think Fox can make Team USA? I don't know. You know, if he has the same season he did last year, he has to be under consideration.
Yeah.
But they did not like the way he left last time.
I'll get over it.
Well, it's a different coach, but they were putting him in a really, really awkward situation. And I thought it was unfair.
1 minute.
1 minute. Oh, we're going long? Yeah. 43. Oh, okay. That's good. Just move and break stuff around. Oh, okay. Cool. Kyle, 49ers pull away early from the Steelers, 30-7. I was right. You were wrong. I chose the 49ers. You chose the Steelers. I was right.
Hey, sure were. Yeah, so there was a bunch of stuff that went the Niners' way that I wasn't totally sure would. First of all, I did not expect Kenny Pickett to look as bad as he did.
Oh yeah, that was rough.
He really, really struggled, and not just because of things the Niners were necessarily doing defensively, but there were a couple opportunities for him. There was a 4th down in the red zone where he misfired on a touchdown. There was another third or fourth down where he just missed. He had an open receiver and he threw it low and behind him. I thought for sure Pittsburgh's offense was going to be more explosive than it was. And like, man, you talk prize picks. We talk prize picks.
Yeah.
His daily fantasy site. I picked George Pickens to have more than 26.5 yards in his first 2 catches because I thought they were going to try and push the Niners vertically because that's something that they really struggled with last year was those downfield throws. And in particular, the Raiders in week 17 really took advantage of that. Darren Waller had a huge game. Devontae Adams had a huge game. And that was with, what was my man's? Jarrett Stidham at quarterback. And then the very next week, the Cardinals on their first drive, they take advantage and they get A.J. Brown matched up on Deommodore Lenoir, and Brown goes up and mosses him and runs in for a touchdown. I thought for sure the Steelers were going to try some of that, and it was just not there for them. Maybe they wanted to try it, and the Niners pass rush was really, really good. But that was one thing that I did not anticipate out of the gate was the Niners defense to be that suffocating and to kind of take away anything the Steelers were going to try and do beyond like 10 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I thought Pickett looked bad, but I also thought the Niners looked good.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
It was not Kenny Pickett had all these opportunities. He didn't. And quarterbacks play poorly against the 49ers because of the pressure they generate.
I thought it was intense. Like watching, we had talked about it before, with Bosa out, who's going to step up. So if he didn't show up, and I think there were some major concerns with, again, Kerry Hyder is a guy who's aging.
Yeah.
You just brought him back just to bring him back. Drake Jackson hadn't really stepped into his shoes yet. And there were some major, major concerns about who and what he can be.
Yep.
Like if he was just ready. I mean, it's a guy who had 3 sacks last season. Then he pops off in week 1 with 3 sacks.
Yeah.
And Kerry Hyder has a sack.
Yeah.
And you're starting to see like how pressure from different angles starts to really impact the defensive line. And it started to bring me a little bit back to like the Justin Smith era, right? Where he was able to create so much problems on the offensive for the offensive line that it allowed his outside guy to just go nuts.
Yeah.
And the stunts, everything was so incredibly like complex what he was doing. And all of a sudden I could see Drake Jackson being one of those guys that you start seeing like especially on third down opportunities, but he could be a sack man. He could be 3 in the first game, but he could be a big time sack man.
And especially that to me was the Javon Hargrave effect.
Yeah.
And an extension of that is the Eric Armstead effect. And we talked about it. I was on with D'Lo and KC on Friday, and that's something that we talked about was, can Eric Armstead really benefit from playing alongside Javon Hargrave? And he did. As often as Hargrave was in the backfield, Eric Armstead was also back there. And when you're creating pressure up the middle, you need just a good athlete like Drake Jackson. Okay, maybe he's not a super refined edge rusher. Maybe if he's just lining up over a tackle and trying to turn the corner, he's not going to do it as often as you'd like. But if it's havoc inside and you just need an athlete like Drake Jackson to chase down the quarterback or to clean up a sack, that's going to be there all year for him. That's going to be there all year for Cleveland Ferrell or Austin Bryant or Kerry Hyder. I think that's sustainable what their defensive line did yesterday. Now, Nick Wagner, a friend of the show, who covers Niners for ESPN, tweeted out that via ESPN's Next Gen Stats that the Niners pressured Kenny Pickett on 30 of his 51 dropbacks.
Oof.
That is a wild number. So to do that in the first game, I don't know that they're not going to go 30 pressures a game or anything, but that's where their bread and butter is on defense, is the interior of that defensive line. And then it's Nick Bosa, and then it's Drake Jackson, and it's Cleveland Ferrell, and all those guys benefiting from the havoc that Hargrave and Armstead are creating.
Yeah, you're talking 60% pressure on dropbacks.
Yeah.
That's wild.
That's a lot. That's a really, really big number.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. Like I think an unrefined pass rusher in this type of situation can really, really like find his groove. Again, like Aldon Smith, like that's, with alongside Justin Smith, he wasn't refined, but man, he was a super athlete.
Yep.
And just pressure. Maybe they do have something. And I think you're right. It does stem from the guys in the middle causing problems, and then it goes out from there. And then of course you have Bosa. And once Bosa starts rolling, how are you going to stop them? Because
he was better than I thought he would be yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, he was fine. There were a couple of plays where, like I thought he was putting pressure, and like
he also got knocked on his rear end a couple times, but
yeah. Well, that's what happens when you haven't been hit.
Months.
Yeah, when you haven't been hit, that's what happens.
Yeah.
We have some, all the good things that the Niners did, but there are a few things that I think left us both wanting. And what do you got, Kyle Shanahan? Like, what were the things that you liked or didn't like from this game?
With Shanahan specifically, or just anything?
Well, you can go anything. How about that?
Okay, so there were 2 things I didn't like. One, Colton McKivitz at right tackle. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be their right tackle anymore, because TJ Watt is a defensive player of the year, former defensive player of the year, one of the 3 or 4 best edge rushers in the league. He's dominant. And when you're on an island against him, it's really hard to win your rep. But there were too many instances where McKivitz was just a non-factor on an island against Watt. So we'll see that moving forward, but that was one thing that definitely stuck out. The other thing is they got away with it yesterday because they were up by 20 so quickly, but the Niners had 11 penalties for 85 yards.
Oof.
And 2 of those came on the Steelers' touchdown drive. They were both Diameter Lenore. There's a personal foul, and then there's the illegal contact in the red zone or in the end zone. So those are things they got to clean up. 11 penalties for 85 yards is not good, but they survived yesterday. If they continue to do that moving forward, it could be the difference between some wins and some losses.
Okay.
But that's nitpicking. I don't have a ton on it.
And I think for me too, maybe I am being a little too harsh on this, but I didn't like that Brock Purdy only hit 4 different targets. For me,
interesting.
That's a problem. Because like, look, if you want to take your game where you're a good starting quarterback, but you want to reach great starting quarterback, you got to find a way to feed everybody. And it's not easy. And it doesn't always feel good. And you got a player like Ayuk who is always open. And I get it. But I think the easiest way to lose a bunch of dudes on your roster is to leave them out there and not give them anything for an entire game. And to me, like four different receivers caught a ball. That's a problem. And then the other thing, you brought it up earlier that McCaffrey didn't play in the preseason. Man, week 1, I don't need to see him with a combined 25 touches.
The 25 touches I don't hate. Like if that's, but to your point, why is he running between the tackles with 10 minutes left and you're up 20 points?
I don't get it. Yeah.
I don't either. I thought for sure it was Elijah Mitchell time or Jordan Mason time, but Jordan Mason didn't play on offense. Elijah Mitchell played 10 snaps. I don't know. Maybe they were just getting McCaffrey's legs under him, but I can't imagine that's the plan moving forward.
I
if
guess
they're up big late and letting McCaffrey try and grind the clock, that's poor usage.
Yeah, this is one of the most elite specialty players in the league. And I can't imagine running him out there game after game. There are going to be games where you need him to touch the ball 25 times.
Yeah.
This wasn't one of them. Like, and I don't like, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. He doesn't get hurt. Well, yes, it does, because running backs, an accumulation of touches of getting hit, and he was grinding until he had the 65-yard run. I mean, he was grinding a lot of this game and taking big shots. Like, I don't see the reason. And, you know, Shanahan has a long history of having injured running backs.
I know, which is, and he knows that, like, he's aware of it, which is why it was baffling to me that Christian McCaffrey was in the game late. That's a nitpick though. That to me is such a, what's the word I'm looking for? Non-issue is not the word I'm looking for, but of all the problems they could have had yesterday, that one is one that you'll take, because that's something, okay, you just give him a few less carries moving forward. And that's how it wasn't like something disastrous happened where we're talking about how do they handle this going into week 2. I mean, they went out and they throttled Pittsburgh in a game that I thought was going to be really, really tough for them. They looked like that was going to be the easiest game on their schedule.
I fully agree.
And I said it going in. I thought they would lose, but I wasn't going to freak out about it if they did. I still had them as Super Bowl contenders. If they went out and looked really, really good, I was going to feel great about them. Because
you're feeling great.
I do. I don't know what more you could have asked for.
I agree. I even text you the way that they were able to take the pressure off Moody and allow Moody to start hitting field goals and get extra points, but start building his confidence. That's exactly what you needed for a young guy like that. No pressure.
My hot take, I think that's a great point. My take on it with Moody specifically is that the injury, his quad strain, was actually good for him because it allowed him to not play the preseason finale. It allowed him to get away from whatever was going on inside his head, that he was missing extra points and missing field goals. And he just rehab, get back out there nice and easy from 30 yards in practice. Just get that motion back. Just get your muscle memory back.
Yeah.
And he was perfect yesterday. He was really good.
Yeah, he was really good. All right, we're going to step away and take a break. You're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Kyle and I will be back in just 1 minute. Hello. What's going on, Chatty House? Thanks for everybody. There's a big group of you guys in here this morning. Thanks for everybody showing up on a Monday morning. Like, I'm surprised I'm here on a Monday morning.
It's Victory Monday, dog.
Victory Monday. And hey, I also, if you guys are missing our fantasy Friday segment with Faraz Siddiqui, like, man, that has been really, really insightful and really cool to dig into some of this stuff. He said something that I used with my prize picks, and I didn't expect to, but he, like, shined a light on Elijah Moore. And then Elijah Moore had, like, his stat line was nothing. Like, he needed, like, 28 yards or something. And I'm like, "Oh, I'm gonna take a flyer." Yeah, that worked out. That worked out. Oh. Katrina is checked in. Hello. Oh, David asked if you're watching Ahsoka yet. I think Kyle's working. I have not started it yet. I will, though. Yeah, Willsy, I'm glad you point this out. Sorry, I've got
30 seconds.
Pointed out that you started listening to his fantasy podcast. You guys should be listening to his fantasy podcast. Very interesting, dude.
Upper Hand Fantasy.
For anybody
looking for that.
That's right.
And every Friday, 10:30 right here. Okay, 10 seconds.
I'm way down with this music. I will tell you, I forgot my IFB before I went to Vegas, so I'm using big headphones today. One of these things is totally blown. So, like, when that bass hits, it's like like like, oh my gosh, what's happening? Hello everybody. Welcome into the Insiders, ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Mr. Kyle Madsen. Kyle, we have Kings news, which
we do.
It is. Like, we're at that moment in the show where we're going to start talking about some Kings news. And we'll start with this. Over the weekend, we had a situation where Scala Sierra was signed by the Sacramento Kings and then waived. So for those of you out there who were confused by that, don't understand what was going on, I can break down for you really quick. The Kings acquired Scal from the Mexico City Capitanes for the express purpose of putting him at the G League level this season. They want him to play for the Stockton Kings. He was not going to compete for a roster spot. They've done things like this in the past with other players, but when they sign a player, this is what they did last year at DJ Stewart. When they sign him, because they own his rights for the G League, they're able to give him a bonus. And so when they gave him a bonus, he gets to keep that money and take it with him. And that's kind of the way, like, of keeping him financially stable going to the G League. So
they more or less did him a solid.
Yeah, they did do him a solid. And now he'll have, I don't know what the G League salaries are anymore. They were at 70,000, but I think they can give him a bonus. They can give him a $150,000 bonus and put some money in his pocket so he can live comfortably here in the States as opposed to looking for a job elsewhere, be it in, he's played in Puerto Rico, he's played in other places. So that's the deal with Scal. I think it's a bummer that he's not going to get an opportunity to compete, but he will be like a showcase player for the Stockton Kings. He should be a player who sees a ton of action. Now, go ahead.
You might answer my question, so you keep going. I'll put a pin in my question.
Okay.
I was just going to ask about Scal's future. Like,
Yeah.
do you think that there's a chance he actually gets an opportunity with Sacramento this year, or is this purely let him stay the whole year down there and then reevaluate next offseason and kind of see what they got?
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult for him to find a spot with the Kings this season because the Kings have high hopes,
right?
And they have a glut of big men, which is going to that's going to be the other part of where we're going with this.
Okay.
But it's just going to be tough now because he's not a two-way. They own his G League rights. That doesn't mean that he can't be signed by another team. So while he plays for the Stockton Kings, anyone can come up to Scal and say, "Hey, we want to sign you to the main roster." And if he goes to the main roster and Phoenix or name that city, they can just sign him right out of the G League and promote him up to their main roster. And so that's a big deal for him because what this should allow him to do is showcase what he can do, highlight some of the pluses to what he brings to the game. He's a very good shooter for a 6'11" guy.
Yeah.
He's mobile. He's a great human being. He really does have, a lot of good attributes as a player. He just hasn't put it together. Now, whether he gets to put it together and makes to the big leagues, we don't know. I mean, at 27, I think he's 27 at this point. It's going to be tough. He's got an uphill battle. But it kind of brings us to the other situation. So, the Kings signed JaVale McGee last week.
Right.
And then there was a lot of confusion with this. People are like, why are they signing JaVale McGee? All of a sudden, if you add in Scal, you got JaVale, you got Alex Len, you got Neemias Queta, you got Nerlens Noel. And by the way, you also have Domantas Sabonis and Trey Lyles that can play the position. And so you're like 6-7 guys.
What if you make the whole team out of big men?
What if you did something new, something different, and just had 7 footers? All centers all the time.
You've heard small ball? This is big ball.
Yeah. I don't know if that sounded the way that you thought it was going to sound when it came out, but
nope.
That's all right.
Sure didn't. Moving on. JaVale McGee, please keep going.
Moving forward. So here's the skinny. I have it on, like, sources have confirmed to me that the plan is for JaVale McGee and Alex Len to make the team.
Okay.
And JaVale McGee became available late. And the Kings have aspirations of being great this season. And he makes more sense to them right now than any of the other players for that. I mean, so he will compete with Alex Len for backup center minutes. Now, whether that's with Trey Lyles as well, we'll just be honest here. There's only like 13, 14 minutes behind Sabonis. And so who knows who's actually going to get to play the bulk of those minutes. But I believe by the other way that they made moves this offseason that Trey Lyles is going to get an opportunity to play a lot of small ball center. Then you have big guys behind him and you have veteran big guys. Now, what does that mean for Nerlens Noel? What does that mean for Neemias Queta? It's probably not great. I mean, at the end of the day, now they're not going to waive either one of these guys today, from everything I know. But there's one roster spot left. If you add everybody up, I'm at 14, and then you get to this point where it's Neemias Queta and it's Nerlens Noel, and Nerlens has 300,000 guaranteed for showing up to camp, 600,000 if he makes opening night roster. Neemias Queta has 250,000 for showing up to camp, 500,000 if he makes the opening day roster.
Okay,
one of those guys could make the team, but it's also possible that neither one of them do, and that's just a reality.
So that's where we talked when JaVale signed. We talked about the battle that's going to take place for these reserve center jobs, but realistically, it sounds like there's a battle, and it's between Noel and Kata, and it may or may not be for a roster spot.
Yes.
Okay.
I would say that that's the honest truth.
Hmm.
And that's like, look, you thought Nerlens Noel brought a specific type of skill set to the table. JaVale McGee's a better player.
Right.
And he does that same
That
exact
makes
thing.
sense. Yep.
He's just a better player. And not only is he better, but he's also stayed healthy throughout his career for the most part. And he has a whole bunch of experience with Mike Brown, with Luke Laux. It's an uncomfortable situation because you're going into camp. Camp doesn't even start for another month or I don't know, a few weeks. But you already have two players that are like fighting for their jobs, and it's no different than most camps. You know, the Kings have brought in players in the past that are fighting for positions like Eric Mika or Sam Merrill last year. But at the end of the day, I think these two players, number one, Nerlens he's a known player. He's somebody who's been out there, and then Kata has been in your system. So they're in an uphill battle, but that doesn't mean that you show up and you put your foot down and you say like, no, I'm winning this battle.
Yeah.
It's on you.
Yeah. If you play well enough and the team thinks you can contribute at some point, then they'll put you on the roster.
Yeah.
The other thing with JaVale is elite vibes guy.
Yes.
And I think that matters for this team. JaVale is very, very good for the vibes.
You know, it's funny that
like I know that sounds like I'm joking, but
no,
I'm not.
No, good vibes is something that every team needs. And I know that Malik Monk brings like elite vibes.
Yes, big time.
But he's one of the few vibe guys that the Kings have. And that's a big deal. I mean, when you're creating a roster, you don't necessarily always value vibes over talent.
Yeah.
But if you can get similar talent and get this something different.
Yeah.
Especially a defensive minded guy.
Yeah.
That, again, Malik Monk is the offensive vibe guy. It's very possible that JaVale McGee can be your defensive vibe
for
guy.
Him. I love it for him. And vibes is just a different word for team chemistry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's chemistry, it's character. It's, like there's nothing worse than covering a team that is in the past, like what I've covered, is bad, but also boring. The last thing you want. So, like again, Iman Shumpert is a vibe guy.
Very good vibes guy.
Yeah, he's the guy who brought the vibes. And then when he left mid-season, the entire thing fell apart for the Kings.
Yeah.
And
I remember
so
that.
people who are remembering that's kind of what you're looking for. And, a player like that, they bring their vibes when they play. It's all the time, but it's also when they play. They bring something different to the court that just adds. And so JaVale McGee, from what I know, Alex Len, from what I know, the team plans on them making the roster at this point, and everything else will sort itself out. All right, we're gonna step away. We'll be back, and we're gonna talk who had a better week, Raiders, 49ers. Ooh. Yeah, we got a little banter to go back and forth. You are listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. See you in just a minute. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're probably gonna have to lead me here on times. Okay. So we got this break and this break. But 42-46 is gone. Got it. Rob W. Campaign is a solid player, but I just don't know how he would fit, and there might be better opportunity out there. Welcome back in. I am James Ham. Joining me, Kyle Madsen. We are the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. Kyle, we got two winners. San Francisco 49ers, Oakland Raiders. Not Oakland Raiders.
Yeah,
Las Vegas. Las Vegas Raiders. You know, that's something being in Vegas all weekend. Every cabbie was like, "Oh, this is where they think that they're going to put the baseball stadium." And I was like, "Yeah.
Ugh,
Yeah.
go to hell.
I'm going to jump out of the car now."
Yeah, while it's moving, don't stop.
And give you a 0-star review. You're like, why did that guy give me 1 star? It's like, yeah, you talked about the Las Vegas Athletics.
Yeah, don't talk to me about that. Don't acknowledge it. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah,
I know, I'm familiar with the Tropicana. Thanks.
The Tropicana.
Like I got it. Yeah.
Yeah. The Tropicana's gonna get blown up. How about that?
Yeah. Yeah. Here's roughly what's not going to exist anymore.
5 years from now.
Yeah.
5 years from now,
5
this
years,
is all gonna happen.
Yeah.
5 years.
Yeah.
Mark it in your calendar, because stability and ownership there in Oakland has definitely always come through with what they say is going to happen. Let's get back to the point.
Please.
The Las Vegas Raiders, San Francisco 49ers, both come away with wins.
Mm-hmm.
The divisional win is nice for the Raiders. The Niners, a road win in Pittsburgh is nice against a big, a solid team. Who had a better weekend?
So I think my knee-jerk reaction is to say the 49ers because of the way they dominated.
Okay.
But the Raiders went into Denver in Jimmy Garoppolo's first start against a Sean Payton-led Broncos team that was supposed to be taking over, and he's going to fix Russell Wilson, and he told him to stop kissing babies, and he's playing quarterback, not running for office, and he's calling out Nathaniel Hackett, and here come the Broncos. They're going to compete in the NFC or AFC West. And then the Raiders go in and just kind of put a damper on all of that. It wasn't an elite game for them offensively or anything, but Jimmy Garoppolo played fine. Their defense shut down that Broncos offense. And you get a division win week 1 on the road. That's a really, really good weekend.
I'm going to agree 100%.
Come on.
I'm going to agree 100%. Like I think the 49ers were going 4-0 to start the season, whether Nick Bosa was there or not. I do. I think that their schedule to start the season soft. And I think Pittsburgh's tough, especially playing on the road at 10 a.m. On the Eastern time zone.
Yeah.
I mean, that's brutal.
It's tough start.
Yeah, that's tough. So I think that's a quality opponent, but beating a divisional foe, going into on the road, and no one is looking at you as a possible contender. Like we've heard that Denver could be a team that will compete. You just like thumped them.
Yeah.
Like you didn't beat them bad. You beat them though.
Yeah.
Like they didn't cover the spread at home against you, and they came away as a loser. And to me, that's big. It's big because that's going to be something that lingers over this team and that division going forward. It's not the Raiders don't look like they're an easy win. And I think a lot of us coming into this season, just like, okay,
a little skeptical.
Yeah. What are they? They're like a sub 500 team.
Yeah.
That's how I would look at them.
I'm still a little skeptical. Yeah. But very encouraging what you saw in week 1. And not to mention, so here's another reason I kind of lean toward the Raiders. And again, this is not to say that the 49ers didn't also have a great weekend. Yeah. But not only did they beat a non-division opponent, they beat an AFC opponent. And when you start talking tiebreakers, that plays such a more minimal role than winning in your division. The Raiders, the only team in the AFC West with a win right now. Chiefs lost to Detroit, and the Chargers lost to Miami, and the Broncos lost to the Raiders. So
I'm still not putting the Raiders in the top of that division anywhere near it. I don't.
No. But when you start talking about who had a better weekend, meanwhile the Niners had to watch whatever product the Rams are putting out go hang up 30 points in Seattle.
Shock Seattle.
Yeah, and hold what was supposed to be a really good Seattle offense to, was it 13 points?
Yeah, it's not good.
Super impressive performance by the Rams.
Yeah, that's a big time performance. Big time performance. Okay, so we talked about this a little bit earlier in the show, but your MVP for the 49ers on Sunday?
Yeah, I'm still gonna lean Ayuk, but man, McCaffrey was awesome. Javon Hargrave was awesome. Fred Warner. I wish I had put the chat up earlier. Somebody in the chat was like, you got to shout out Fred Warner. Fred Warner looked like a defensive player of the year candidate yesterday.
Yeah. If he would have held on to that one ball and had
a pick six.
Yeah, that would have added to the mystique of his weekend.
Had another tip that led to an interception. He was just all over the place against the run. He was a huge reason the Steelers couldn't get anything going.
Okay.
So I'm still going to lean Ayuk though, and mostly because he goes 129 yards, career high, 5th career 100-yard game. It's the first time he's had 100 yards and multiple touchdowns in the same game. And he just kind of looked dominant. He carried over what you brought up earlier. He carried over that camp dominance and did it against a team and against a cornerback in Patrick Peterson who guaranteed an interception against Brock Purdy. And then Ayuk gets him for 2 touchdowns.
Yeah. Tough. Why are we out there guaranteeing stuff coming into week 1? I'm not sure what you're doing.
He didn't necessarily say I guarantee, but he said that the Niners have tells, and he goes, after I get my pick, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
Which is a guarantee to me.
Yeah, scoreboard.
Yeah, tough.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that, your tell.
Yeah.
I think, I'm going to say Drake Jackson needs to be mentioned as well.
Yeah.
I thought that was huge, but I'm going to come back to the Ayuk thing because it wasn't just the 2 touchdowns. It wasn't just the yards and the 8 catches and providing that, like, he was always open. Like, I thought he did a phenomenal job. It was the big block that sprung McCaffrey. It was that you're showing that you're engaged in the game 100% and that you're there for your teammate.
Yeah.
And to me, that stood out as like a wow moment. So offensively, I'm going to give him the call. Defensively, I know Hargrave was great. I know, they had some big moments, Warner, but to have a guy who had 3 sacks last year come up with 3 sacks in week 1, I think that's pretty big.
Yeah.
It's pretty big.
Yeah, you take that for sure.
Yeah.
What about the Raiders?
Can you get away from Jimmy Garoppolo? I don't know.
I think you can give it to Jimmy.
Yeah.
I was going to give it to Jacoby Myers.
Yeah, I think,
10 targets, 9 catches, 81 yards, 2 tutties. Just kind of looked like another dominant receiver across from Devontae Adams.
Didn't he just look like a legit number 1, number 2?
If you had never watched football before, and someone explained the rules to you, and then you watch that game, you would go, oh, Jacoby Myers is the best receiver on the Raiders. And that's on a team with Devontae Adams, who is excellent.
Yeah, I think there's probably a lot of fantasy teams that were already putting in claims on Jacoby Myers.
Yeah, probably.
And then I think that probably ended when he got spiked. But he's probably gonna. I don't know if he'll sit next week, but I would guess 2 to 3 weeks. That looked like a big shot.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe he's got to clear concussion protocol and make sure that there's no
residual
other
stuff.
Injuries. Nate Hobbs as well on defense. 12 tackles. He had, 2 tackles for loss. He had a quarterback hit. A really, really good player that the Raiders found late in the draft.
They're still
was he undrafted? He might have been undrafted.
They're still going to need a whole bunch of work on getting pressure on the quarterback. Like, it's something that I think is going to be an issue. They just don't have, it wasn't enough.
5th round pick, Nate Hobbs. Sorry, keep going.
Okay. Yeah, I just, they're going to have to figure that out. I think they need to continue to build the pass rush, and they need to get to with the Niners, you got I think 9 quarterback hits. I think the Raiders had something like 4. Niners had 5, 6 sacks.
Yeah, Raiders had 2.
Yeah.
When you have a Max Crosby though on one side, it makes it so much easier to build a pass rush because he's just so dominant. And he had 2 of those 4 quarterback hits. He had 1 of those 2 sacks. He also had a tackle for loss. He was, as good as advertised. He belongs in the conversation. Maybe not. I'm maybe not with Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons and Nick Bosa and those guys, but he is. If he's not in that tier, he is at the top of the one below it.
Yeah, he's the guy that you need to pay a bunch of money to and keep him around long term.
1,000%. He is a building block.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the thing. Like, can they build around him? Can they build out the team? Can you, on offense, you got, this team isn't built to be horrible. I mean, you still had, like, last season, like, a running back that led the NFL in
Josh
rushing
Jacobs,
yards, and Josh Jacobs. You had a wide receiver in Devontae Adams that was, like, in the top
Still a
3,
baller.
right?
Yeah.
And yardage. So it's not like Jimmy Garoppolo is walking into a team with no talent. I still think, you're going to miss a tight end. You're going to miss some of the other things that that team is not complete. And it'll be interesting to see what happens.
This note that Ramsey put in our chat that Hunter Renfrow didn't have a target, I thought for sure when Jimmy Garoppolo signed there, I went, dude, Hunter Renfrow is getting 26 targets a game. It's just gonna lean heavy on him, and then he goes with no targets in game 1.
I love the Hunter Renfrow 27 target games. I do. Like,
he's so fun.
He is fun to watch. Like, yeah.
Give me a slot receiver who just gets open in a phone booth. I'm in there
all day long.
It's like a lefty that throws 87 with a nice curveball.
Okay.
Like, I just, you know what? Not super special, but man, super effective.
A loogie.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm with you. Outside of that, Raiders, I mean, who else? No one else stood out to you?
Not
like over the top.
No.
Yeah. It's funny. Like, is there anyone on the Niners that stood out in a negative way for you?
Outside of McKivitz?
Yeah, McKivitz had a tough time. But I also think that was a little scheme. Like, I would have liked to have seen them if they were going to keep swapping Watt and putting him on the left side. At some point, you probably needed to do something to help him out.
I mean, they did, and they threw. I mean, George Kittle spent a lot of time over there. Kyle Juszczyk spent a lot of time over there. It's just you can't do that every snap.
Okay. Is there concern that Kittle wasn't a huge part of anything, and that Debo wasn't a huge part of anything? Juwan Jennings doesn't even get a target, or maybe he got a target.
Yeah, he had a target. So no. And I think this is going to happen a lot. And I think that I have some friends who are big into fantasy football. I do a podcast with them. And they hate the 49ers because it's like trying to throw a dart at a moving target every week. Only you're also blindfolded. Because, okay, this week it was Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk. But if you told me, hey, next week George Kittle has 86 yards and 2 touchdowns, and Deebo Samuel has 100 all-purpose yards and a touchdown, while Ayuk was maybe a little more quiet, I wouldn't be shocked at all. I just think that's how it's going to kind of go. But it also wouldn't surprise me if Brandon Ayuk kind of elevates his game to a different level where he's just so open that Purdy's finding him more often. But no, I'm not sitting here freaking out about George Kittle, who, remember, was banged up going into the game. So the fact that he played at all is good. He was targeted 6 times. That's good.
Okay.
So I'm not super concerned.
Yeah, I mean, what you're talking about reminds me of the Bengals. Like, there's that game where T. Higgins goes crazy, and then Jamar Chase goes crazy, and then you have, like, Mixon will have his 4 touchdown game, and like
a random CJ Uzomah week.
Yeah,
he's in New York now, but
that's kind of what you're talking about, where you're just watching, like, how do I find any success playing that team? Like, if I have players on that team, because it almost feels like it's guys take turns for an entire game.
Yeah, and that's something that has frustrated me a little bit about Kyle Shanahan is, especially go watch the 2018 season. It felt like there were 12 games where George Kittle had a huge first half and then would have 1 or no catches in the second half.
Yeah.
And it was because defenses adjust and Shanahan's trying to take advantage of the hole created by this adjustment. And it's like, no, dude, feed your guy.
Ride the hot hand.
I don't care that he's being covered by a linebacker and bracketed by his head. Just throw it to him.
Yes.
That's what Patrick Mahomes wasn't worried about bracket coverage on Tyreek Hill. He wasn't worried about it, or he's not worried about it on Travis Kelce. Just throw him the damn ball. So that's been a whole thing. Now that's not a thing anymore because it's impossible to not get the ball to a playmaker in this offense. They're not trying to get it to Marquise Goodwin and Trent Taylor now. Now they're trying to get it to Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, the quality improved.
Yeah, it dramatically to the point that they might have the best offensive weapons in the league. And so you saw yesterday why when people go, I don't know how you guard them. That's kind of what it was. Like, okay, maybe they took George Kittle away. Great. Give up 180 yards combined to Samuel and Ayuk.
That is the closest we've come to gone mad right there. Kyle got a little passionate. He got a little. He's gone mad.
Dude, you let me know when you need that, and I will get in my bag.
All right, you're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5, HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We'll be back in just a minute. Yeah, he did just describe Barry Zito in his prime, didn't he? 88-mile-an-hour fastball, nasty curve, changeup. Problem that Barry Zito had is that his differential between his curveball and his changeup and his fastball got bigger and bigger and bigger as his career went on, and that's not a good thing. Boy, Cam, that's a pretty substantial. So the Spurs have waived Cam Payne. He's interesting. I like a big backup point guard that can play multiple positions.
Ramsey gets me.
No.
What else did he say? Ramsey also said this, and I was going to bring it up during the show, but then it was too late when I noticed it. Barry Zito was my dude when he was with the A's. I loved Barry Zito.
When you checked out, I was talking about it. I saw that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I agree. I just as Zito got older in his career, the speed differential in his pitches got too great.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, man, we know the fastball's coming, and it's like a batting practice fastball at 87, 88 miles an hour, and your changeup is down to like 76. Like
right. It's just ineffective.
Yeah, it's too big of a gap, and your curve is nasty, but we all see it coming. Yeah.
So he started a playoff game for the Giants, and my buddy, who's a big Giants fan, goes, Barry Zito's first pitch tonight is going to be high and outside for a ball. And I was like, no chance. And so we bet a taco on it, because that's what we do. We'd bet tacos. And we were like trying to judge, how would we know what was way high and way outside? And we just kind of, and dude, sure enough, his first pitch, shoulder high, like a foot off the outside corner. It was, I couldn't even argue against it.
It's funny. I've never heard of betting tacos. It's like Shawshank smokes a bet. Like the taco's a bet.
Yeah, it was a whole thing. It's because there's this taco shop right down the street we'd always go to. So anyways, all right, 10 seconds. Here we go. Let's party.
Kyle, it's time. It's time for Monday overreactions.
Let's go, baby.
Monday overreactions.
Yeah, I love a Monday overreaction.
Oh, yeah. We're going to start with this one. Kyle.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo. Has he turned the Raiders around?
He might have. Yeah, no, I think that's probably a little bit of an overreaction to say Jimmy Garoppolo has turned the Raiders around. But that game yesterday, here's the best way I can describe it. It feels like Derek Carr loses that exact game yesterday.
Okay.
And I don't know. I don't have I don't have a specific play to point to. I don't have a specific stretch of plays. I got nothing. But when you watch the cadence of that game and the ebbs and the flows and the ups and the downs, it felt like the kind of game that the Raiders wind up losing 19-17 because of some bonehead play Derek Carr made late in the game. Maybe he threw it away on a third down and stopped the clock when he didn't need to, or something like that. And Garoppolo didn't do that. He wasn't perfect, but he was good enough.
You had 9 seasons of tape to go back and find so many different times where that exact same thing happened.
Yeah.
And even if it's not a bonehead play, he just didn't make the play. The one play to get over the top. And it's such a simple thing. The run is such a simple thing. He goes and gets a first down. Like the football intelligence to put a knee down in bounds and keep the clock running.
Yep.
Those are the little things that Derek Carr just didn't do.
Yeah.
And then I'll have to ask this, like we talked about vibes. Does Jimmy G just vibe better?
Elite chemistry guy, Jimmy Garoppolo, while Derek Carr is for what appears to be a huge weirdo. No, it's a pretty stark difference, I think, in personality between those two guys. And that's not to say nobody liked Derek Carr, but man, you saw all the struggles Jimmy Garoppolo had, and he still had all of his teammates caping up for him, which says a lot to me about Jimmy Garoppolo.
It does. I think like you have to learn the good times with him are really good. They can be really good. The bad times are usually with him wearing a walking boot. And that's just the honest assessment.
And he took a shot to the head yesterday. He had to leave the game to get evaluated for a concussion. He got his ankle kind of weirdly rolled up on as he was getting taken down. There were so many moments in that game that, like I said, it's still Jimmy, still very much Jimmy, which also, you take the bad, but that's going to come with probably a couple more wins this year.
There was a moment when Brock Purdy got crushed by TJ Watt. And I was like, oh no, popped right back up.
Yeah, he got his arm hit a couple of times yesterday.
Yeah,
and it didn't appear to bother him.
He caught one. I mean, he got hit hard in the helmet, like the blind side. He got crushed on the blind side. On one of Watt's sacks. It's the one where he actually lost the fumble.
Oh, yeah.
Not the one where he did like the acrobatic yoga move to somehow pin the ball to his back. Let's see, what other Monday overreactions do we have? Clearly the San Francisco 49ers go in, win 30-7. They are the NFC favorite. Fact or fiction?
Based on week 1, yeah. I don't know how you don't. Philly tried 15 different ways to lose that game to New England. It was unbelievable that New England didn't figure out how to win that game. I mean, Jalen Hurts, the Patriots fail to score. Jalen Hurts has the ball. He's going to try and run out the clock and just fumbles, just drops the ball. Pats recover, and they were a toe tap away from getting a first down on a 4th down to extend their drive at the end of the game. Yeah, Philly did not look good yesterday. I thought Bill Belichick had a great plan for them, and maybe that's a blueprint, maybe not. Philly's defense also looked very good, but I'm not ready to put the Niners above Philly based on 1 week, but it's trending that direction after week 1.
Okay.
So yes, it is an overreaction to put the Niners there.
I agree. I do think that they were aided by some of the losses. I think watching the Seahawks lose, that's tremendous, because I think you can already kind of pencil in 4 wins in division. And if you can pencil in 5 or 6 and it's not going to be that difficult, that division, that's pretty big. And to see them come out and lay an egg. And then the other team, like you mentioned, Philly, what Dallas did, I don't like giving the Cowboys their flowers, but that was goodness,
dominant.
My goodness,
that was dominant.
What? Yeah. I mean,
did you see the stat going around on the internet? I'm gonna read it to you, whether you've seen it or not. So no team has ever done this in a season. Lost 40-0 or worse. Lost the sack battle 7-0 or worse. Lost a turnover battle 3-0 or worse. Had a blocked field goal return for a touchdown and threw a pick 6. No team has ever done all those things in a season, and the Giants did it last night.
Wow.
That's via Opta stats.
That's crazy. I mean, that was just
it might have been the worst football game I've ever seen. No, that's false. The Patriots had a game in the snow against the Titans where they beat them like 59-3 one year.
Okay.
That was one of the worst performances I've ever seen. But last night, it was like from the jump, it just looked like New York was a non-factor in that game.
Yeah.
They just don't have enough players, man. They just don't. Daniel Jones is not that good. I'm sorry.
He's not.
And their receivers are, God bless Darren Waller, but I'm sorry, Jalen Hyatt and whoever else they're rolling out there, Darius Slayton. I'm not buying that. their defense, like I don't.
Oh,
You're starting a couple of rookie corners. I don't love that. I'm kind of out on the Giants.
man, 15 of 28 for 104 yards.
And they paid him
3.7 yards per passing attempt.
better than Brock Purdy
for
though.
Daniel Jones. And he is much higher rated out of the NFL's 32 quarterbacks. Yeah. I think it's interesting. Like, we're going to have to wait and see there, but I mean, the dude just kind of moves around like a bobblehead back there, and he takes the worst shots I've ever seen. Like, and he throws picks, and I mean, it's just not great.
He gets hit hard a lot.
Okay, let's get to another Monday overreaction. Brock Purdy is a franchise quarterback.
I'm not there yet. I didn't learn anything. That's the thing, is I didn't learn anything about Brock Purdy yesterday. He did what he did last year. That's great. But we've seen other quarterbacks run this offense at a high level. Can you do it when the games matter? Can not matter, but when it's winning time? Can you do that? Can the Niners put the game on Brock Purdy's right shoulder? They're going to go 4 wide and he's going to sit back and let it rip. I don't know that yet. And that to me is what separates a good QB from a franchise QB.
The tough thing is you can go through a 17-week season and not even have that situation.
Correct. Yeah.
And not even have that situation until an NFC championship game or the first round of the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And then you get put in that situation and you don't know. I know initially he didn't look like he was that guy even in this game initially, but then he made some nice plays. He had the rollout where he fired a ball and got a first down. And so you start to see where it's like, okay, I see it.
He's definitely a dude. Like, he is one of those guys that you can win with, right? At least that's what I think.
I just saw they're calling a Brock star.
Yeah, that's the.
I don't know.
I'm out on all the Brock puns. They were all done last year. We're done with it. No, seriously, we're done with the Brock puns, man. We've heard them all. I heard the nickname.
Yeah,
we get it. Yeah, it rhymes.
It rhymes. I think what's my biggest concern, I think he can make the throws. My biggest concern is a true point guard, a true quarterback. They make everybody better. They keep everybody involved. They find ways to make sure that people are getting touches,
right,
so they don't give up on the grand scheme. And I think it's really easy for Brandon Ayuk to go downfield and make that block for his teammate. It's not quite as easy for Ray McCloud to go do the same thing.
Sure.
And if you're not going to get any targets, if you're not going to be part of the plan, and your quarterback's not going to put a premium on at least letting you have a pass for 12 yards, then you're going to lose interest at some point. And so he needs to find a way to get everybody going, not just one player. Ride the hot hand for sure, but not just one.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I guess a franchise quarterback to me is one that, because if you're paying that player, that means you're going to have to skimp elsewhere.
Yep.
Can Brock Purdy continue putting up big numbers if it's Brandon Ayuk and then random receiver on the other side? What does he look like when it's not Christian McCaffrey in the backfield? What does he look like if the 49ers defense, it's Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, but then they haven't re-signed Dre Greenlaw and they're starting a rookie at corner, and maybe there's some questions in their secondary, and all of a sudden their defense is number 17 or 18 in the league instead of number 1 or 2. Can he continue winning at a high clip then? And again, like you said, that's not something that you're necessarily going to learn right away, but at some point that's going to be a factor. And at some point that's going to matter. So I'm not going to say franchise QB, but yesterday told me everything I needed to know about Brock Purdy and last year being a real thing and not a flash in the pan. I think what he did last season is something that he can sustain. Now, the next step is that next level, that those 2 drives in the 2021 NFC title game that Jimmy Garoppolo had a chance after the Rams tied it. And then after the Rams took the lead, Jimmy Garoppolo had 2 chances to try and put that game away, and he didn't. And that's okay. It's not like, he stinks, but that's the difference between a very good quarterback and that franchise quarterback to me.
I get it. I want to see him use all the weapons.
Yeah.
I want to see him I don't ever want to see Christian McCaffrey having 25 touches. Like the only time is in a game that, like, if you're playing Philadelphia and it's tight and you got to rely on him for a long stretch just to get you over the hump. That's one thing. But for me, like, that's where it comes down to, like, let's mix things up a little bit. Let's not leave it all on him. And I think the players around him are already responding to Brock Purdy like he is the guy.
Right. That 100%.
Yeah. And so for me, that's big, right? If you can win over the locker room, you can win over your teammates, and you can get them to follow you into battle, then, you got a big time shot. Now, there's a big difference between everybody liking you and, and you being really that guy. So
no doubt.
Yeah, I definitely think that they've got to figure some stuff out there. All right, we're going to step aside. You're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320 and 98.5 HD2 and the free Odyssey app. When we come back, we're going to go around the league a little bit. We're going to check in on some other scores and see who else might be one of these contenders we're talking about. Kyle.
We're going to take this to the end of the show. My bad, dog.
That's all right. It's all right. That was my bad on going over the break. It's on the other page.
Oh, that's okay.
I thought we had till 32, not it just because that's what I was looking down and seeing. So this is our long stretch, right?
Yep.
All right. Oh. What's going on, Chatty House?
I really hope this around the NFL thing works the way I'm hoping it does.
Okay.
We'll see. So basically what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and run the sound off a computer and then play highlights off a different computer. It'll be all right. It's going to be great.
All right.
All right. 20 seconds. Here we go.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me, Kyle Madsen. Kyle, let's go around the NFL.
Yeah. So
Week 1. I love it.
We've spent so much time talking about Niners, Raiders, and things of that ilk. We're going to go around the league and we're going to play some music, play some highlights, and talk about some other non-Niners and Raiders games. How's that sound?
It sounds good to me.
All right, here we go. Let's see if this works. Fingers crossed. And oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's start down in Southern California, where Tua Tagovailoa's 466 passing yards led the Dolphins to a 36-34 win over the Los Angeles Chargers. Thanks to CBS. Kevin Harlan and Trent Green on the call there. Tua had 3 touchdowns, including that game winner to Tyreek Hill. James, I picked the Dolphins to go to the Super Bowl. I feel great about it after yesterday.
You should be feeling great about it.
I feel really good.
Tyreek Hill, to me, is one of the most entertaining players that we've seen in the league ever. His ability to create space out in the open field and then go get any ball that you throw.
He's unbelievable.
It is absolutely the fact that the Chiefs were willing to give him up and not just pay him is mind-boggling. They won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But will they win another? Because that first week, I'd much rather have a guy who has 11 catches, 215 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, not a bad day.
And a game-saving, huge play.
Yeah. It felt like every time I looked up in that game, the Dolphins had a 3rd and 10, 3rd and 15, and it was Tua to Tyreek Hill. Just easy work. That's going to be a really, really tough offense to stop as long as everybody stays healthy. Let's head to the NFC West, where there was a clash in Seattle. The Seahawks, they were a trendy pick to win the division, but it was all Rams on Sunday. Kevin Kugler and Mark Sanchez on the call for Fox there. Yeah, the upstart Rams won that one 30-13. Rookie wide receiver Puka Nacua had a huge debut. 10 catches for 119 receiving yards for Los Angeles. Tutu Atwell also had 119 receiving yards. The Rams did not miss Cooper Kupp. And James, I got to tell you, the Rams might be frisky in the NFC West.
You got to like Matthew Stafford. When he plays, he's really good.
Yeah.
And when you got Puka and Tutu as your wide receivers, why not? Why not?
Yeah. Puka Nacua, by the way.
Oh,
I think it was the most catches ever for a rookie in their debut. He had 10. He had 15 targets, led the league in targets. Good for him, man.
Ooh.
Love to see that. Love to see that for my guy Puka. All right, let's head to the AFC, where in Ohio, the Bengals they're supposed to be the big brother out there, but they got stunned by the Browns 24-3 in Cleveland. That's Ian Eagle on the call for CBS. Yeah, Joe Burrow didn't get any preseason action because of a calf injury, and it looked like it Sunday. He went 14 for 31, 82 yards. His worst game as a pro by a wide margin. James, are you worried at all about the Bengals?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
You pay that guy so much money, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Weird to see such a bad game, especially, T. Higgins. 8 targets. 0 catches. What in the world?
Oh, that's not what I wanted. My bad. There we go. Yeah, I'm not concerned about the Bengals either. They're going to be fine. Almost said Andy Dalton again. Joe Burrow didn't get any preseason action. He's coming off the calf injury. That's a super talented team. That's a well-coached team. I think they're going to bounce back and be very, very good. Cleveland, though, looks scary. That defense, I think, is for real out there in Cleveland. Let's now head to New England. And it wasn't a dominant effort for the reigning NFC champion Eagles, but they did just enough to sneak out of Foxborough with a win.
A lot of empty formation, trying to tire out the D-line.
Pass intercepted, deflected, and picked off. And running with it is Slay, and he breaks the tackle and gallops to the end zone for the pick 6.
Yeah, it's Jim Nantz and Tony Romo on CBS with the call there. Philly tried to give that game away like we talked about earlier, but the Patriots' comeback attempt fell short in the final minute. 25-20 Eagles was the final there. James, was this just week 1 hiccup, or do you think the Eagles are going to struggle a little bit this year?
I don't know. To be honest with you, Jalen Hurts didn't really separate himself at all in this game. And I think that that's a bit of a concern, but they have so much talent. I mean, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, I don't love their running back stable. I do think that DeAndre Swift probably needs to get more touches. He's my guy from last year with the Lions. But Ezekiel Elliott, I did not expect him to lead New England in rushing yards. And Mac Jones really threw the ball around, kept him in the game.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily buying the Patriots, but I think the Eagles are better than they showed yesterday. I think Jalen Hurts, he was my preseason MVP pick. I think he's going to bounce back for sure from a not great game, but it'll be interesting to see. Cause like I said, Bill Belichick had a really, really good plan. And it's going to be fascinating to see if other teams start to pick up on that. All right, last game here, where in Chicago, where Green Bay took on the Bears. It was the first time since 1992 that a player not named Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers was the Packers' Week 1 starter. Green Bay quarterback Jordan Love wasn't phased, though, and he got off to a great start as Green Bay starter.
Love looking to throw a fade far side. It is caught for the touchdown. Romeo Doubs, number 2.
Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson had the call for Fox. 15 of 27, 245 yards, 3 touchdowns for Love, including that one you just heard to Romeo Doubs. And the Packers rolled to a 38-20 win in the Windy City. James, I think the Packers might be legit. I think that win is for real.
I'm not all in. I think this is where, Kyle, we can actually punch John Bull in the face.
Oh, no.
Because he is a Bears fan, and he felt this one. But yeah, like, look, I don't think the Bears are very good. And so I'm not going to anoint Jordan Love as the third in the triumvirate. Maybe he can be better than Don Majkowski and steal the thunder here as a big time quarterback in Green Bay, or at least a better quarterback than Don Majkowski, the Magic Man.
The Magic Man.
But, I definitely, when I look at this, I'm like, all right, they're okay. Like, let's see how they hold up against a real team.
All right. That's our look around the NFL. I think that Jordan Love operated the offense well enough that I'm buying their ability to put up points, because I think Matt LaFleur is a good coach. So
okay,
that's kind of where I land. But I definitely understand the skepticism. The Bears are not great.
I think Love can be a solid quarterback, and the fact that he's been there for a couple of years and he's learned the system, and he's there, he's had time to get comfortable. Playing behind somebody as a backup quarterback, as a young quarterback, is so incredibly valuable. And so for him to get an opportunity like this, where he knows the drill, he's had a couple of starts, but he's also watched greatness. He's seen how someone like Aaron Rodgers, it doesn't matter what you feel about Aaron Rodgers off the field, on the field, he's always been extremely good.
Yeah.
And so I guess you learn from the best, one of the best. You should be pretty solid.
The first touchdown he threw was what really, because I watched a lot of Packers in the preseason, and you saw the glimpses, right? But there was still definitely some first time starter hiccups from Jordan Love. And I was a little bit worried, and you saw some of those yesterday against Chicago, but his first touchdown pass where he's in the pocket and he starts to throw it. It wasn't a true pump fake. He started to throw it and then pulled it back down with the pocket collapsing to readjust his arm angle, and then threw a dart to Doubs in the back of the end zone for his first TD. That was just such a high level play that before this year, I wouldn't have thought him capable of making. It's like, that's the kind of stuff that they're going to run into that Aaron Rodgers would do, not to compare him to Aaron Rodgers, but turning a play that, maybe some quarterbacks bail out of the pocket or take a sack, turning that into a play that turns into a touchdown. I was very, very impressed by Jordan Love yesterday. Like I said, definitely some room to grow. You want to complete more than 55% of your throws for sure.
Yep.
But got off to a great start. And like I said, I think he can orchestrate that offense.
Yeah, I think when you're confident in the system and you know what your job is, you know what the deal is, it allows you to take those risks, to be that player, to be a little bit more of a gunslinger here and there. And hey, look, they might have another one. You don't know.
That would be sick. I would hate that so much. Like, can Green Bay just go away for a minute? Like, seriously, I've been my first memory of football is my first very vivid memory of football is the Terrell Owens catch in the 98 playoffs against Green Bay.
Okay. And
Jerry Rice had fumbled, but there wasn't review yet. And the Niners got a second chance. And then Terrell Owens had dropped everything all game. And then Steve Young finds him and it's a catch and it's a touchdown. It was great. Terrell Owens crying, all that. But that was Green Bay then. And Green Bay has not been out of my life since. They've just been around. And they've just been good. Every time the Niners go to the playoffs, they're there. Every time the Niners are supposed to have a big year, oh, it's Green Bay in the middle of the season. They got to go to Green Bay at some point. Like, can they go? I need them to be bad. I don't even care. It doesn't need to be a long time. I need 3 years. I need 3 years where Green Bay is just Can they go 6-11 once, please?
It's funny because like I never think of them that way. I don't, because they were so bad for so long. Like they had a run where they weren't good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but you're just not like it's before you were fully, like you probably weren't born when they were bad.
No.
When they were, in 1990, putting up 6-10, going 4-12 the next year, 4-12, 5-9, 4-12, like 3 years at 8-8. Like this team, like there was a long time where they were grasping at straws. That's why I bring up like Don Mikowski. They had a year where they started Mike Tomczak at quarterback.
Oof.
They definitely had some really, really bad seasons. So it's just been this incredible run of, basically 30 years of great quarterbacking.
So they had a losing season last year. They went 8-9. That was since that wild card game that I talked about earlier in 98. It was January of 99, but 98 season. Since then, the Packers have had 5 losing seasons total.
Yeah.
And they would go like they went 10-6, then they went 4-12, but then 8-8, 13-3, and then 6-10, and then 11-5. And then they went 7-9, 6-9-1, 13-3, 13-3, 13-4. Like they're never bad for a prolonged stretch.
No,
I need 3 years. I need 3 years where I don't have to worry about the Green Bay Packers.
I get you.
Annoying,
basketball is, I mean, the NFL is, it's, goes in cycles like this. Like, look how bad the Lions have been for how many years.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see a stretch where the Lions just had some glory, because
Yeah,
even in like the Barry Sanders heyday, they were horrible.
They were so bad.
They were bad. And
Yeah.
they're just wasting Barry Sanders each and every weekend.
Mm-hmm.
You're watching greatness because that's the only thing they had. And so, like, I get it. I could see another team stepping in and filling that void and like sort of taking over that division and stuff.
In the NFC North?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just prefer that. And I would take the Bears being good. Just not the Packers.
Now you're just grasping at straws. The
I
Bears good?
just don't want the Packers around anymore.
What was your biggest surprises from the weekend?
I think What was my biggest surprise from the weekend? I'm looking at the scoreboard right now.
It's
the Giants looking as bad as they did was shocking.
Yes.
Genuinely floored. The Steelers, you can write that off as, they got punched in the mouth early and they got that touchdown, but you know what? Kenny Pickett just may or may not be that dude. And that Cam Hayward was hurt. That's a big deal for them.
Yep.
But it's just kind of, the Giants were a playoff team last year that looked to be ascending, and they had nothing. They played that game like it was a preseason game.
Yeah.
I can't believe how unready to play football they looked.
It's not
at home. Sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right, man. I get it. They weren't good. And the worst part is it's divisional foe.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the Cowboys. You let the Cowboys do that to you.
And the Cowboys are way better than the Giants for sure.
Of course.
But they're not 40-0 better.
Yeah. No, it's brutal. It's brutal.
They looked some of the mistakes they made, they just looked disinterested. It was so bad.
Okay, so other quick other surprises. The Bengals being so bad, that was a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea that they would be that bad. They have too many weapons to be that bad. And I was surprised by that. And I mean, is Cleveland any good at all? They've got a few pieces, but I just have a tough time believing that team is that the Bengals should walk into a game like that and play that poorly.
No, I'm with you. And I think if they played that game again in December, I think it would go very differently. That said, I think Cleveland's defense is legit. It's Zadarius Smith on the opposite side of Myles Garrett. Grant Delpit played really well, one of their safeties. And if they get a version of Deshaun Watson that is 70% of what he was at his peak with the Texans, then that's going to be a really good offense too.
Okay.
So I'm buying the Browns a little bit.
You're buying the Browns.
A little bit.
I don't. Okay, a little bit. Are you
The
buying?
Steelers? The Steelers didn't look great. Baltimore. I thought Baltimore was going to throttle Houston, and they beat them 25-9. Houston was never in danger of winning that game, but Baltimore did not look like a well-oiled machine. Now, granted, new offensive coordinator first week, fine. But I was expecting, I had much higher hopes for what Baltimore was going to look like in week 1.
Okay. And then I think we both have the same thing with Seattle.
Yeah,
like,
what was that?
What happened there? Like, they just didn't look good at all. You know what they look like? They look like the team that we thought they were going to be last season.
Yes, 1,000%. That's a great way to put it. They look like a team that they, I don't know if it's buying their own hype or whatever, but I think they looked at last season and went, okay, there's a natural progression that's going to happen. So we'll throw our helmets on the field and get that natural progression against a team in the Rams that's punting. They had like 40 rookies on their 90-man roster, and they got rookies all over their 53-man. Cooper Kupp's out. Aaron Donald wanted to retire a couple years ago. Matthew Stafford's arm's barely on. Like, I think they thought they were just going to go out there at home in their season opener and roll. And it's really clear, talking to anybody that covers the Rams or listening or reading anybody that covers the Rams do not view this year as we're tanking year. And that's the coaching staff, the front office, everybody. And the players certainly aren't. Players don't tank. We all know that.
Yeah.
So Sean McVay is not treating this year as hope we get Caleb Williams. It's no, hope to make the playoffs and try to make a run. That's what they're doing. And more or less than Seattle yesterday was the Rams and how good they were on both sides of the ball, particularly in the second half. That's not going to be. The Niners visit SoFi Stadium next week, and the Niners, they have this run of regular season ownership over the Rams, and I get it, but that's not going to be an easy game. The Niners should win for sure, but that's not going to be a game that they go in there and roll a bad team, because I don't think the Rams plan on being a bad team.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the problem you now have if you're the Niners. It might not be Seattle you were looking at. Now it's the Rams.
Yeah.
And you got to figure out how to pressure Stafford and get him in trouble, especially with young receivers.
Seattle had nothing yesterday.
Wild.
Their defensive line was just so. I was shocked at how bad they looked. And Geno Smith looked so pedestrian. And Jackson Smith and Jigba did nothing. Their rookie wide receiver from Ohio State didn't do anything, partially because Geno struggled. But man, now Seattle lost their 2 starting offensive tackles, which is a really, really huge deal. So I would expect, if they wind up getting healthy, I would expect there to be a little bit of a bounce back in Seattle to still be a factor in the NFC West.
Okay.
But man, I expected that game to go very much the opposite, where it's Seattle kind of putting a beat down on the Rams and snuffing out any preseason hopes LA had.
Okay. Last biggest surprise. Who do you think leads the league in QBR after week 1?
In QBR after week 1. Who? Hang on.
I'll give you a hint.
Uh-huh.
He's the 32nd best quarterback.
So I was going to say,
NFL.
I was going to say Brock, but it felt like that was too easy. That felt way too easy for me.
Brock Purdy leads the NFL in QBR after week 1. 65.5% passing. He got sacked 3 times, but threw 2 touchdowns, 220 yards, averaged 7.6 yards per completion.
Per attempt?
Per attempt. Not bad. No, it
was good. That's what he was doing last year. First quarterback in NFL history to win his first 6 starts and also throw 2 touchdowns in each of those starts. Also the first quarterback in NFL history to have a passer rating of 95 or better in his first 6 starts. That's via Nick Wagner.
Yeah.
Okay. It's tough, because I understand the people that want to see him do Patrick Mahomes stuff, where he just kind of puts the team on his back and makes all these spectacular plays, but that's never going to happen. The 49ers' goal is to win a Super Bowl, not to have the number 1 quarterback in the league in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And based on the offense we saw on Sunday, that's a Super Bowl offense. And that is a Super Bowl defense. And that's why this year it's so hard to say Super Bowl or bust, right? Because it's so hard to win the Super Bowl. It's just, it's there are so many good teams that don't even come close. But on the other hand, when you look at how close this team's been and they've fallen short because, man, you know what? If their quarterback could be a little bit more of a playmaker outside of the pocket, or if their quarterback could be a little more accurate down the field and more willing to push the ball down the field, maybe they'd get over that hump. And Purdy does that. So whether you think he's the top 10 or top 20 or top 30 quarterback, their offense is top 5 when he runs it.
Kyle, the only thing that matters is wins.
That's it.
At the end of the day,
that's it.
If he can lead a team that has Super Bowl aspirations and that looks like a Super Bowl contender and has all pros at every single spot that you can possibly think of, all he has to do is lead them.
I think they need to win the Super Bowl this year. Like this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And not because, fire Kyle Shanahan if they don't or whatever, but how do they bounce back again?
Yeah.
If they looked so locked in yesterday, how do they bounce back one more time from it? If they go to the NFC title game or the Super Bowl and lose, that would be really, really tough to bounce back from. I think they need to do it this year. Not for job security, not for anything like that, but because I think this might be their last real shot with this group.
I think that they might have a little window here. They might be able to open this thing up and keep it going. All right, we do have the Bills and Jets playing tonight. It's a final game of week 1 of the NFL season. Kyle, who do you got?
I think I'm going to take the Bills. No, I'm going to take the Jets. I'm going to take the Jets.
I'm going to take the Bills.
Yeah, I think Robert Saleh is going to have a really good plan for Josh Allen. Buffalo struggled against New York last year. Josh Allen struggled in particular against New York last year. So I'm going to take the Jets. I think they're going to have a good plan, and I think Aaron Rodgers is going to have a good game. I think Aaron Rodgers is one of the most talented quarterbacks to ever play the position, and I think he's going into the season with double birds up, and I think it's going to show tonight.
Okay. I want to see what it looks like. I want to see what he looks like with different people and different offensive line, different wide receivers, different running back stable. I do like their running back. So, and
it's a really good group.
I like their defense and I like their coach. I think they got plenty of potential here to be one of the teams in the Eastern Conference that you really think of. Yeah, they got a shot. They got a shot. Do we have that game here tonight?
Oh, I meant to check and I didn't. Whoops. Let's real quick before we get out of here. You want to reset the Kings news from the weekend?
Yeah, let's just reset the Kings news. Everything I'm hearing right now is very specific. The Kings have a whole lot of centers on their roster. But of course, Domantas Sabonis and Trey Lyles are going to be part of the team. But I also, according to a league source, the Kings intend to keep both Alex Len and JaVale McGee on the final roster. And what that means for Neemias Queta or Nerlens Noel, we don't know at this point. They're in a battle to try to hold on to a final roster spot. But they may not even keep that many centers on the roster. So it's an uphill battle right now. But the Kings are excited about JaVale McGee, and they really respect what Alex Len brought to the table last year as a pro, as a guy that was such a great teammate, despite the personal strife going on off the court with this situation in Ukraine. And so he's a guy that they want to keep around for another year. He's also on a guaranteed contract. So I know it's all confusing. The Kings have a ton of centers, but at the end of the day, I think they're going to stick with the veterans here and see how it plays out.
And I think that's probably the right move. At that spot, you just want somebody that you trust and you know is going to do the right thing when they're in the game for their 3, 4, 5 minute stretch. And I think Len and JaVale are the two guys to do that.
Well, that and the path through the NBA, the Western Conference, it's Jokic, it's Anthony Davis, it's
DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah. It's
Draymond
Steven Adams. Yeah, it's a lot of guys. So you gotta have a stable of bigs to get through it. All right, that's gonna do it for today's show. Thanks for tuning in to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. So for Kyle Madsen, I'm James Ham. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you.
We went long. Well, I mean, he said let's go to 58. I'm like, all right.
Now he probably went long because we didn't have enough commercials.
Yeah, well, we cut a whole breakout. What's going on? Always did remoting.
Good, man. How are you?
Still standing. I don't know how that's possible. It's a long night.
Mrs. Ham picking you up?
I think she is picking me up. Either that or she sent the big boy.
I heard about that.
Oh, it sucks. Well, we did see Gaga.
Was that like you were scheduled to see Gaga as well, or was that like?
Oh no, we doubled up. Yeah. So it's Saturday night with Ed Sheeran, Sunday with Gaga. So like I was at Gaga 10:30 last night. There you go. Yeah, I'm
That's how you do it, man. You got all night rock star, man. Rock star status.
Drag. You guys good?
Yeah, man.
Cool.
We are
We have a bunch of people in there today. Like 200 people. Like scanning off 200. I'll talk about it.
For the football members.
Yeah. We talk a lot of football. Lots. Awesome. See you tomorrow.
Oh,
Get some rest, man.
I didn't even realize shaving him.
Yeah, shit. Happened out of nowhere. Like, hey, should I shave? They're like, okay. Thanks for the idea.
Hey, where are we at? Are we close?
I ain't even gonna lie. Tell Kyle that is a dope hat. I hate that fucking hat. I'll never wear it, but fuck, that Brooklyn hat is pretty nice.
So let's definitely not do the last break late. Let's definitely not do that anymore.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Where y'all at? Come on, man. Where y'all at? Kyle said it's a victory Monday. Come on, man. Where y'all at?
Man,
Niner gang, where y'all
come on,
at?
man. You know I had to hit him. Look, for all the people streaming, I had to hit him with that's the new victory dance. The Dame dash. Little, I just want to love you. Little, gotta get him.
Raider Nation, where y'all at?
Hey, big ups to Raider Nation, man. Big ups. It was a nice win on Sunday. Nice win. Big ups to Raider Nation.
We welcome you in here to the Monday edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We're so happy that you are here with us on Twitch, on YouTube. Well, Twitch, I think, has gone to hell, but
Oh, straight to hell?
straight to it. Those watching on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. Those listening on ESPN 1320 AM, the Odyssey app, the TuneIn app. Those listening on 98.5 FM HD2, wherever you are. Appreciate you to no end, man. Thanks for hanging out. The first week of the NFL season, the first Sunday of the NFL season in the books, of course. Week 1 will conclude tonight with the Bills and the Jets. There is a lot to talk about, including that Raiders victory over the Denver Broncos. We've got Kings news to talk about here. James Ham, who just wrapped up on the Insiders, he's exhausted after his trip to Vegas to not see Ed Sheeran. He'll be back with us in the 3 o'clock hour. USA falls short, but don't worry. LeBron James to the rescue.
LeBron.
But is LeBron the only one to the rescue? Doom, doom, doom. We got all that coming up, man. But let's start with your San Francisco 49ers.
Come on, man.
My goodness. That is an ass whooping.
Yeah, so, look, I'll tell you
dominant.
I'll tell you this first and foremost. And I'm going to say it because it's true. And I can tell you the whole backstory to it. There was a part of me. There was a part of me that said, "Oh, I could see the Niners beating the hell out of the Steelers, like 38-3." That's the score I thought about, 38-3. But I'm gonna be real with you guys. I didn't have the Coco Jones to say it on wax. I didn't. But I was like, everybody thought it was going to be, close game. And I wanted to show respect for my guy, Mike Tomlin. I wanted to show respect for the Steelers because I think the Steelers are a good team. I was like, nah, I don't think it's going to go down like that. Well,
it went down like that.
I was right and I was wrong.
Boy, there is a lot to dissect with this game. And we'll start with where most of the offseason sat, and that's with the quarterback. That's with Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy seemingly just picked up right where he left off last year and continued to look like a franchise quarterback, which the 49ers have now fully bet on him to be. He looked good yesterday against a team thought to have a good defense. Now it's early in the season how this plays out. It's a Mike Tomlin coach team. I believe they're going to be just fine, but man, he went out there and he did that. I thought Kyle Shanahan did a great job. You were able to get 100+ yards from Brandon Ayuk while simultaneously going 22 times to Christian McCaffrey. Come on, man. It was I feel like my Kyle Shanahan praise is getting a little too much, so I don't.
Just keep it up.
Man,
keep it up. He deserves it.
He did a hell of a job. Yeah, I thought he did a hell of a job. I thought he did a hell of a job calling that game yesterday.
He had those boys ready to play. And let's start with Brock because that's where we went first. I know I talk about this often, and at some point it's just going to be just what it is, right? But we all know the tat, that's the tat. He had 2 plays in particular yesterday where I was like, "Oh, he's just got it. He's just got it." We'll start with the touchdown pass, the first touchdown pass of the game. And this could be, look, maybe this is just common stuff that quarterbacks do. It probably is. I don't know. Maybe I'm making too much of it. But his pre-snap read of understanding what the play is and who's going to be open on this play, I believe, somebody could tell me I'm wrong, I believe it's top notch. I think that's one of the things that Kyle loves about him that is like something that Brock Purdy has that we haven't seen in a long time in a 49er uniform at quarterback. That includes Jimmy Garoppolo. He says, this is the play. This is the guy that should be open. He thinks like Kyle, right? So on that first touchdown, I think he recognized I got Brandon Ayuk one-on-one against Patrick Peterson. Patrick Peterson.
Was that against Patrick Peterson?
It was against Patrick Peterson. And
so quote Brock Purdy in the press conference. Was that against Patrick Peterson?
as my girl said.
With a sheepish grin like, was that against him?
He
knew. Hey, I'm all for it. Boy. Hey, Petty Purdy.
That's my boy, Brock Purdy.
Petty Purdy.
He's moving up in my main man standings right now, man.
Petty
That's
Purdy.
My boy.
I'm all for it.
But pre-snap, he looked, he said, yo, I got one-on-one. Peterson, I'm going at Ayuk. Yeah. And this is one of the things you hear people talk about all the time. He takes the snap. Ayuk and Peterson are to his right. He locks over to his left. and he's getting that other safety out of the way, looking over to his left, has his timing, and right when he knows Ayuk is out of that break, boom, I'm coming back to him. But the subtlety of it all, right? Like, I know I'm going to Ayuk. Before the snap, I know I'm going there. Let me get this. Let me look the safety off. How many times you hear that, like in a broadcast? Let me look the safety off so I can have this window open. Does it perfectly.
I hear that as many times as, oh, he'd wish he had that one back.
Right. Well, Jimmy yesterday, but he still got that win. Well, got that win. He's a winner. He's a winner.
Yesterday was the perfect embodiment of what Jimmy Garoppolo as your quarterback will be.
He's a winner.
That game encompassed it all.
I was happy for that. Then, so that was the one of the plays with Purdy. The other one was Minka Fitzpatrick coming off unblocked on the edge. Purdy looks like he's about to get blown up, like he doesn't see him. Nope. Purdy sees him. He feels him. Pause. The entire time. And just a little reverse pivot out of that, gets away to his left, and then throws the D. Like, it's little stuff like that I see with Purdy, which is like, I feel like he's never been, like, he's got good skills, he's got good mechanics, he's got good natural ability, but it's never been the greatest, right? Like, he doesn't have a cannon like Mahomes or, like Trey Lance or whatever. So you see guys like this in basketball and all walks of athletics, where they don't have these physical tools that allows them to get away with things. Guys like Purdy have to be locked into the intricacies of the position at all times from a young age, right? Like, if I'm going to succeed, I have to know all the intricacies. I have to know everything that I need to know as a football player, because I can't rely on my athleticism. And it is perfect. It's perfect. Like, his footwork, his feel, his IQ. At the very least, if you don't want to say it's perfect as a quarterback, it's perfect with what Kyle Shanahan wants. And that's probably the most important thing.
It 100% is, because when you have a quarterback who's an extension of your head coach, you hear that all of the time in basketball with a point guard, right? Those coaches will say, he knows exactly how I want something executed. He knows the perfect way to execute something. It feels like Brock Purdy is that for Kyle Shanahan, and it feels like he's got a nice little vibe going with the guy that you and Jesse decided was the number one receiver in the San Francisco 49ers receiving group.
I'll give that to real quick. I'll give that to Jesse, because I didn't commit to that, and I still haven't committed to that. But that's my boy. Okay, no, that's my boy. Jesse called it early though. Jesse was like, "Yo, that's number one. That's WR1."
That's 8 targets, 8 receptions, 129 yards. Both Brock Purdy touchdowns were, in fact, the Brandon Ayuk. You talked about having a feel for it. You talked about play calling being an extension of the coach. Man, that 4th and 1 call, it felt like it was on the 4th play of the game. I don't know that it actually
literally was, I think.
It was. Yeah. I know it was early. Yeah. If it wasn't the 4th play of the game, it was early. But, man, they a beautiful play call to pick up the one single yard you needed, ran to perfection.
Even I don't want to make too much of it. I really don't, but it just really stands out to me. Even on that play, Brock gets it. He knows he's going to Kittle. And like, when he gets the ball, there's these subtle moves to the left that he does to get a better angle. So he can not only get it to Kittle, but get it where Kittle can go upfield. I'm not saying Brock is the only one who does that, but that's like what the top quarterbacks do. They understand the footwork, the angles, so I can get the ball to my guy and he can move up the field. And that was like perfect play call, perfect execution. It's great stuff.
Yeah, it absolutely was. There's a lot to talk about this game. There's a lot we will talk about with this game. I want to talk more about Christian McCaffrey and him reminding everybody he is going to be an offensive player of the year candidate this year. By the way, shout out to our man Nick Wagner, who had just some incredible tweets last night. Some of them were lifted by Adam Schefter and just like copy and pasted.
Yeah.
But McCaffrey had 152 yards yesterday, 112 after contact.
He's a problem.
And we still haven't even mentioned the player who gave me my favorite performance in that game. We haven't.
Okay.
We'll talk about it. We're going to talk about it. We'll talk about Nick Bosa. We'll talk about the 49ers being 1-0. We'll talk about the Raiders being 1-0, beating the Denver Broncos as well. It's a football Monday. We're just getting started here. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Ooh.
Meghan Markle picks up In-N-Out Burger at the drive-thru. That's a story that Apple News decided I really needed to watch. I really needed to see.
Well, what was the order then?
Okay, well, all right. I guess I'll click on the article and see what it was.
Got him.
Well,
Apple News wins again.
In-N-Out is the best. I ordered 2 double-doubles, animal style, fries, and a Coke.
Wait a minute, 2 double-doubles. That's a lot.
That's not a lot.
2
No.
double-doubles?
No, that's not a lot.
And all the other stuff she said?
Animal fries and a Coke. I don't think that's a lot.
2 double-doubles is a lot.
I've eaten 2 double-doubles before. That's easy work.
I have 2, but that's double-double is a double-double.
If you're leaving In-N-Out without the pink lemonade, you're doing it wrong.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Did we get the Odyssey app straightened out, or is that just fucked off too? Okay. Is that on our end? Got you. So, okay. I'm just going to assume the insiders never made it to the app. No, we'll just leave it up there. Remind everyone that they're there. We seriously need more time between the shows. 2.5 minutes is not going to cut it. Yeah, we've got to. It just doesn't work. Charlie told me he was going to do it. So, like, we're going to go old school and just start doing our shit again. That's what we're going to do. Let's go old school. Let's go PDX style and just do shit on our own.
Oh, man. I hadn't heard that name in a while.
Oh, man. About Domo. $30-7 was the score. Oh, by the way, strong start to the season for Brock Purdy. A strong start to the season for Dr. David's daughter, Krista. She won her first game as the head coach of Colby Trinity Middle School volleyball team.
Hey, there we go.
Got another coach in the family.
Yeah, man.
Got another
Absolutely.
coach. Nice job, Coach Hill. Get it done, baby.
Yeah, go take one of your dad's sweatshirts again.
We want winners over here. That's how we roll. We want winners.
Go steal more of your dad's merch.
That's fine. That's fine, because the more merch you steal, the more merch Dr. David has to order. It's kind of a win-win for everybody except for Dr. David.
Yeah.
That's
daughter, his son.
Kids are happy.
They all just take it.
Wife's happy. Either one, KC, are happy. Dr. David is wallowing in misery, but everybody around him is happy.
It's a small sacrifice.
Congratulations, Chris. Keep it up, man. We're going to be following everything you're doing this season. Get it done. I told you we haven't even addressed my favorite performance from the weekend. I'll do you one better. We haven't even addressed the side of the ball my favorite performance was on. We talked all off season about potential impact players for this team. We talked about it together. I talked about it with Tracy Sandler on her Fangirl pod. We've talked about it across different outlets on television. Drake Jackson starts the season with 3 sacks.
Hello.
Drake Jackson starts the season with 3 sacks when everyone's eyes are on Nick Bosa and how are things going to function with him, stepping onto the field with no camp, virtually no practice. Drake Jackson showed out. That was a big time performance from the second-year player.
Second year.
Man.
Yeah, second-year player.
Impressive.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
No, I mean, all right, let's go there. Let's go there to the defense because these dudes.
Martin Luther Shanahan, the king, did it again.
He did it again.
Steve Wilkes just in there like, hey, I'm going to be a head coach in a year or two.
But look, these dudes, this defense is nasty. That line, oh my goodness. I was texting with Kyle Madsen during the game about this. I was like, yo, Drake Jackson out of nowhere, Cleveland Farrell out of nowhere, out here making plays. If they get just those two alone, if you get Drake Jackson, Cleveland Farrell to go along with Hargrave, the Gravedigger,
who played great yesterday.
Yes, he did. Got a sack himself. To go along with Eric Armstead, to go along with Nick Bosa.
I'm sorry. You gonna mention the anchor of all of that yesterday? I don't think you said. I don't think you said Fred Warner.
No. I was just talking about the defensive line.
Oh, okay.
I was just talking about the defensive line, the front four. You got those. You never have to blitz. It feels like because these guys are getting to the quarterback, and one of those guys, if not two, are gonna have one-on-one, and they feast on that. I think this defensive line is nasty, and then we'll go to the next level because my boy 54. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, can we just skip to the last one? Can we just skip to the last level? Because remember when there was a fear that Travarius Ward wouldn't play?
Oh man. Oh, Travarius Ward's out there blocking up.
Wasn't Ufunga? No, Ufunga wasn't hurt. I think he missed a practice.
He was hurt. He had a cyst on his knee. That was questionable as well.
So and I think he missed a practice. Oh, because maybe that was the personal reason he missed the practice for it. Yeah, 2 guys who you weren't sure were even going to play yesterday. Now we good. Go out there, take
both got picks.
Take the ball back a couple times.
Yeah, both got picks. But let's get to that middle level.
Yeah,
because 54. Oh my goodness. I said during the week, I was like, yo, I'm worried about Najee Harris. Shout out to I think he's from Antioch. Shout out to Antioch. Najee Harris, Alabama. Great rookie year, all this other stuff. I was like, yo, I want to make sure they contain him. Well, I think it was his first or second rush of the game. Fred Warner said, you ain't got to worry about that, KC. Because he came through that line, met Harris on the other side, and oh, man.
And the rumor is that's actually what he said when he got Najee Harris. He said, you ain't got to worry about that,
You got to worry about that, KC.
Just like Geno Smith said, oh, my God.
Yo, that was embarrassing.
It was not.
No, it wasn't embarrassing.
Leave Geno alone. It was
Who says
not.
that?
It was. He might have been like, oh my God, the line collapsed. Oh my God, are you serious? Oh my God, get rid of the ball. Like it could have been anything. Leave Geno alone.
It's not.
Geno ain't bothering nobody.
It's not the perception. The perception is Aaron Donald was coming after him, and he said, "Oh
that's
my God."
the perception.
That's all that matters.
He said, "Oh my God." It wasn't Michael Cole. That was Geno. It was Geno Smith right there.
Oh man, we'll talk about those.
That is an insanely audible play too. Like the fact that you could hear him so clearly is ridiculous. Well, we might have to run that.
What's funny about that is like, Geno's. Maybe he's got more control of the English language than I do. I wouldn't have said that if I was like, I would have said something else, and I can't say it on the air. But the oh my God make it sound like here comes Aaron Donald. Oh my God.
You would have said the exact same thing. There just would have been an F in there, a word that began with an F in there somewhere.
But yeah, Fred Warner, man. And then Dre Greenlaw. I love it yesterday because the Niners won easily. And it was never really that close. But him tiptoeing the line of a personal foul, pretty much every tackle. It's something that warms my heart when the Niners are actually winning. When it can't cost us the game, it warms my heart.
It was week 1 for the officials too.
Oh man,
it was week 1 for the officials, boy.
But this defense, look, man. Oh my goodness, I'm trying to relax a little bit. It's week 1. I'm not going to overreact. one way or another. But this isn't an overreaction because I felt this way.
Yeah, overreactions are tomorrow.
There's that. I felt this way weeks ago. You heard me say it. This team right here, I'm getting 1994 vibes from this team. I remember the second year, in between the first and second year of the Harbaugh era. They were going into the 2012 season. They went out, they got Randy Moss and all this other stuff. And it was like June or July. And I was just sitting there, I was chilling, just on the couch. No lie, I was just on the couch, just chilling. And it hit me like a ton of bricks.
It had to hurt.
I said, damn, the Niners are the best team in football. They're the best team in football. They got to win a Super Bowl this year because they're the best team. I had those feelings for a while about this team. They're the best team in football. And there's almost a level, and maybe my Niner fans can sympathize and empathize with me right here. There's almost a level of stress built into this season because you know this is the best team. You know they got the most talent. You got to cash in that money in the bank this year. I need the Super Bowl. There isn't no I think or things go well. I'm telling you right now, the Niners are the best team in football. I need you to win a Super Bowl. I don't know. How many times you think fans can say that about their teams? Like, nah, this is the best team. Not I think, not, well, the matchups. No, we're the best team. You don't get to say that often. I just talked about that 3 times. This is the 3rd time in like 30 years where I've been they're the best. You got to go win. You got to go win.
The new processing you got on your microphone really picks up the table slaps.
Oh man, they haven't been able to. It's me though. It's me. It's the voice. It's the voice because you can't never really. It's like a perfect blend of the processing and the distance from the mic.
After 3 years, y'all notice you can hear Kenny for the first time. It took us to go to KSFM for someone to realize, hey, I think something's wrong with Kenny's microphone. Nobody paying attention to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. But the second we go to KSFM, it was like, something's wrong with Kenny's mic.
Because I would say, in this audible, let's go. And it would just go to red, like immediately, like, yo, that's not.
Well, no, you used to say, let's go, and no one would hear it.
Yeah, well, there's that too. It was never a perfect situation until now.
Yeah. Them table slaps, boy. Peak table slaps right there. You said you wanted to hear from Niners fans. All right, let's get Daniel in here. 916-909-1320. Daniel, you're leading us off, brother. What's going on, man?
Oh, fellas. Oh, my God. After a while, I got to say, I was legit surprised. I was in shock yesterday at how easy they took care of the Steelers. To the point where I got to take a page out of KC's book, man. He's a glass half full. I'm a glass half empty. I think I gotta rework that because the only complaint I had about yesterday was CMC played a little too long. I wanted him out of the game because I don't think he has to be in there, and I think they got to save him for the whole season. That's it. I can't think of anything else that went wrong with yesterday, man. That team was dominant.
Well, Daniel, I'll play your role right here because I'm feeling what you're saying. I'll play your role a little bit. Colton McKivitz. Look, I'm not gonna go crazy on him. He's going against TJ Watt. Like TJ Watt does that to all pro right tackles. Like, I'm not gonna go crazy on him. But it is something that I think they're going to have to worry about when you go against like Aaron Donald next week, or they got a game against Myles Garrett. When you go against Micah Parsons, when you go up against these top pass rushers, they're going to have to account for that in the game plan. Not saying Kyle didn't on Sunday. Like, once again, it's TJ Watt. You can account for it, and he'll still beat whatever you account for. But the thing that could trip this team up, obviously, and it's not exclusive to the Niners, but I think it's very vital with the Niners, is injury and keeping Brock Purdy upright. You got to protect him. And there was a couple of times with that offensive line and pass pro that I was like, I need them to play a little better. But it's really all I saw. It's really all I saw on Sunday. Everything else was
you're overlooking
an A- and higher.
There's definitely something that you missed.
What I missed?
If you want to get in on the conversation, 916-909-1320. Bro, they committed 11 penalties yesterday.
True.
You can't do that.
True.
I mean, this is like now they were in a far better position because we're going to be talking about penalties again here when we get to the Raiders.
Right.
But 11 penalties for 85 yards, man, that's a lot.
And I feel like I wish I had the breakdown in front of me. I feel like a lot of those were on the offensive line. You know, some holding, some false starts. I think they had a face mask one time. How the offensive line get a face mask? Come on, y'all got to do better. They had a couple in the secondary. I know. I think it was either Thomas or Lenore had a PI on that drive. Well, Lenore had the late hit. That was uncalled for. And then they got another one, I think, down near the goal line, something. But to your point, the penalties, you clean that up. You'll be.
They're not
A's
glaring
across
when
the
it's
board.
30-7.
No.
If it was, and we could, we don't have to go dramatic. We could say the 49ers still win. But if it was 30-27, those penalties would look a lot more different. You'd probably hear a lot of discussion about them. Post game, when you heard from Kyle, you'd probably hear from him on Wednesday. You'd hear those penalties brought up. Probably not going to be a big focal point for the San Francisco 49ers. Probably will be a huge focal point for the Las Vegas Raiders. But we'll get to that here as the day progresses.
Hey, shout out to Jake Moody. Go Blue.
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
I feel fine. I was never that worried about Moody. I thought he would get it. There was. I'm not going to act like I didn't care at all. There was a little concern, like I need you to start making some kicks. But I also thought it was more of a factor of, he felt a little pressure. First NFL kicks, he wasn't in a groove. And I don't think we're out of the woods yet. Like, he hasn't had a real pressure kick, like with the game on the line yet. We're going to see how that goes. But I think he's a good kicker. I think he's got a leg on him. So, he's going to be able to maybe help out in that respect. But good for the rookie to go out there and have a perfect day for him week one.
916-909-1320. Let's see what creative way TC fires Kyle Shanahan today.
TC said he was going to be good, though. He said he was going to be good. I'm expecting him to be good.
TC, you up?
First of all, what's up with my two?
Hey,
what's up with my two brothers?
We here, baby.
What up, big
We
dog?
here, baby.
Man, just vibing, peeping everything. Look, they jumped out on Pittsburgh yesterday, man. I can't really say too much. It was a dominant game. I give my game ball to Ayuk. He's a dog. Pay that man. Purdy looked cool. You know what I'm saying? As long as Purdy gonna be solid, you know what I'm saying? As long as Kyle Shanahan don't turn him into a robot and try to get in his own way. You get me? Let that dude.
Why Kyle catches strays today?
Right there.
Why?
Little shade. How was that game plan? How was that play calling yesterday?
Listen, it was solid. It fit him. I seen him try to dial Purdy back. When Purdy cooking, bro, let him cook. You know what I'm saying, Kyle? I know you want it your way, bro, but let the quarterback play how he needs to play, and the team gonna go far. That defense ain't missing a beat. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was gonna be a problem with Steve Wilkes up top. They ain't missed a beat, bro. That's all it is. Listen, Kenny, D-Lo, listen, I ain't got no crap to talk about it, bro. I just want Shanahan to stay out of Brock's way.
Appreciate you, TC.
TC a wild dude, man.
That's why TC's the GOAT right there. TC.
And I'm gonna need so TC starts the calls with what's up with my two brothers. I'm gonna need TC to end every call with, oh, by the way, Ramsey, go to hell. That's what I need. Get the Kyle Shanahan jokes in. Get out of Brock Purdy's way. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate my two brothers. Ramsey, go to hell. Talk to y'all tomorrow.
You know what I like about TC too? I really believe, because a lot of times we're like fans and they be talking crazy or whatever the case may be.
I love TC. That was so great.
I like, you'll be like, man, you talk crazy about this player. If you see him in person, you ask for autograph or a picture or something like that. You wouldn't say all that. And not in a disrespectful way. I think TC would do it like just trying to spit facts, like not be disrespectful to him. I think he'd have the same energy for Kyle Shanahan if he saw him. I believe that. I think TC would be like, yo, Kyle.
Why you get rid of my boy Trey?
Kyle, you did him dirty. Hey, just stay out of Brock's way, Kyle.
Hey, bro, stay out of Brock Purdy.
You imagine the Niners win the Super Bowl and TC the next day is like, yeah, you see what happens when Kyle Shanahan gets out the way?
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan. I think I think TC might low-key be Sean Payton. He's setting the groundwork. He's setting the groundwork for what's going to happen later. So that way, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Jesse. He's laying the groundwork so the 49ers can win this. He could say, see what happens when Kyle Shanahan gets the hell out of the way.
In this situation, TC's going to be right all the time, no matter what happens. He's going to be right. If they lose, I told you Kyle was no good. If they win, like you just said, Kyle got out the way.
Yep. That was the worst home loss for the Steelers in the Mike Tomlin era.
Wow.
Goodness gracious.
Wow. I mean, that was a beatdown. They didn't have a first down till 2 minutes to go. Or no, a little later than that, but the last possession of the first half.
How do you feel? Because I was thinking back to your keys to a victory for the 49ers. How do you feel about Kittle's involvement?
I mean, it could have been greater, for sure, but
6 targets, 3 receptions, 19 yards.
Yeah, could have been a little bit more, but I mean, I really think this team is going to have certain different days where different guys are dominating. Like yesterday was Ayuk's day, and I don't think it's necessarily planned out. Like Kyle goes in saying, all right, Rams play, Kittle, this is your day. Like you're going to have 120 yards receiving. It's just going to be whatever they're giving them. If they're giving Kittle one-on-one and they're not, doing anything with him, all right, you know where to go, Brock. Cook with him. If they're put the third best corner on Debo, all right, Debo, he's going to win that matchup every time. Go to him. There's so many options. I think Juwan Jennings is going to have a day at some point. There's so many options on that offense. They're going to figure out who has the advantage and just cook with them. Yesterday, Ayuk,
and they got
Ayuk
everyone
had the advantage.
He did, but they got everyone involved to get that type of game from Brandon Ayuk while still getting that type of game for Christian McCaffrey. I mean, Debo was involved. Kittle was involved. I mean, we've seen Kittle go games with no targets for 3 quarters.
Right.
That wasn't the case yesterday. I think it was 6 targets total. But they had, one of their big, I hate that we just glossed over the defense. We highlighted the defense for 7 minutes and then went right back to the offense. But the offense, it has so many weapons. They have so many weapons, and they found a way to get all of those guys involved, which I thought was phenomenal. We'll go back to the defense here because another guy everyone was watching was Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa was on the field, according to Kyle Madsen, 35 snaps on defense, 1 on special teams, total of 36 snaps total.
And they
for Bosa yesterday.
And it felt like they kind of dialed it back a little bit as the game went along. It felt like he was ready to play the whole game. I don't know if they would have allowed it to happen, but he didn't take his first snap off until mid to late second quarter. I think.
For context, and it's pretty important in this case, again, thanks to Kyle Madsen for these numbers, the Steelers offense only ran 63 plays overall. 63 plays overall, 27 of which were in the first half. So Nick Bosa playing 35 of those. Nick Bosa led snaps for defensive ends. So they really didn't do that much different. I think there was a story coming out before the game that they being the 49ers, wanted to keep Bosa in the range of 30 to 40 snaps. And they got their wish.
Yeah.
He played 35. He fell right into the middle of that. And that still wound up being more than half of the plays that the Steelers ran.
Yeah. I mean, and you can say he didn't do anything or didn't have a good game or something like that, no sacks or whatever. But, just his presence out there.
The amazing thing about defense is when your defense performs the way that they did, it's usually the group gets credit. You can highlight somebody. I did. Drake Jackson. You can highlight, somebody. Fred Warner. We did. But normally it's a group assignment and everyone got an A, including Nick Bosa. Everybody got an A.
And I want to give a shout out because they talked about this on the broadcast. I want to give a shout out to Steve Wilkes and doing what he did, because there was something that was said that was, I thought, profound and something that's going to be needed, I think, this year. I think Moose Johnson was talking about how Wilkes, they were talking to him before the game and everything, and he said, getting this job, something to the effect of it's a humbling experience, or you have to check your ego at the door or something like that. Because he's like, this is number one defense in football this last year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to come in here and, I have to put my fingerprints on everything and change. He's like, let these guys rock. Let them do what they do. Let them do what got them to that point last year and see if they could recreate it again. And it seemed like he did that in week one. He said, unless we need to, we're not going to go blitz happy. I think the scouting report on Steve Wilkes was he likes the blitz and, bring corners and things of that nature. And he said, right now we're getting the pressure with our front four. Let them cook. Let the other 7 drop back in coverage or man-to-man or whatever zone we're in and make it hard on a guy like Kenny Pickett to get anything done. And that's exactly how they played the game. And if that's what's going to happen week in and week out, where they're just getting pressure with that 4, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem.
It reminded me, I think it was Moose, and I'm trying to figure out another scenario where this would have worked. Because I'm 98% positive it was Moose and it was the 49ers broadcast. That was the one I was locked into the most. It doesn't make sense with Jimmy Garoppolo or Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
So Moose was talking about Brock Purdy, obviously, and the Nick Bosa deal, and said how imperative it is for a team to win a Super Bowl with a quarterback on a rookie contract. And I thought of that.
It was most.
I thought it. I was like, okay. And like, you think you could get a Nick Bosa deal done? You think you could get all this stuff done? No, this is how you become a Super Bowl coach. This is how you are a Super Bowl contender with a rookie on a quarterback on a rookie scale contract. Yeah. Almost took that as fact until Patrick Mahomes, Matt Stafford, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, who that first one might work. Tom Brady, Nick Foles, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Russell Wilson, that might work. Those are the quarterbacks who win Super Bowls.
But to his point a little bit though is Brady never took the Joe Burrow deal.
He didn't, but
he was making money.
By that point, he was like, it's not like he wasn't.
And to your point, Moose specifically said rookie deal. So
I think it's Russell Wilson and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Flacco, I don't remember what type of deal Flacco was on. That might have been
not
a rookie
a great
deal.
one.
He signed it after winning.
That's what I'm saying. Like it wasn't a super one because he didn't. He got the next deal because of that. Yeah, he said rookie deal. So that's a little exaggeration, but
we've really changed the quarterback position because of Patrick Mahomes. Like you have to do everything the way the Kansas City Chiefs did with Patrick Mahomes for a chance to win.
And you know what? It's funny that stuck out to you as well, because I heard that same thing. And I think the NFL, and they won't do this, I don't think. Well, maybe they can, because I don't know if it's part of the CBA or not. But they need to fix that. Like, that shouldn't be the case. I think quarterbacks shouldn't count against the cap.
Oh, that is a hell of a take.
But think about what there's.
So what do you have? Open bidding?
No, maybe they got their own cap, or maybe they count a certain percentage against the cap. But like, if the Niners, like, how are they going to? You draft these players, you do all this because they have a hard cap. It's not like the NBA where you could pay a luxury tax if you want to keep these guys. Like, how are you going to keep these guys that you brought in? I'm not even saying sign free agents.
So here's my question. You could call this whatever you want to. Call it overreaction. You could call it whatever. Why did you have to pay Joe Burrow $250 million?
Because
this goes back to what we were talking about Friday, at the day after the Burrow contract came out. Why is every quarterback the next highest paid quarterback? Why? Like Joe Burrow, just because Joe Burrow doesn't suck, and he doesn't, just because Joe Burrow is good, he falls into the category of good. He gets the highest paid contract. Same thing with Justin Herbert. Just because Justin Herbert doesn't suck, and you can see him being a franchise quarterback, he gets to be the highest paid quarterback in the league for a month or 6 months, whatever it is. Like, why you're making it out to be a CBA problem? This to me sounds like a thirsty owner's problem.
Well, at the same time, though, it's the same argument as the reason why Nick Bosa had to make more money than Aaron Donald and why Micah Parsons is going to make more than Nick Bosa. Like, it's the same thing. Like, at least with Joe Burrow, I could be like, yo, Joe Burrow has turned around this franchise, got him to a Super Bowl as the quarterback. Like, yep, he should get that money if that's what we're doing it. But he's only been playing 4 years.
May have had the worst new contract debut in history last night.
That was nasty.
Yesterday.
It was either him or Daniel Jones.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what Daniel Jones did, but that man threw for like 80 yards yesterday. Joe Burrow threw for 80 yards yesterday.
That was nasty. You're right. That was nasty. But it's it's the same thing as the Nick Bosa situation.
That's the thing they need to get in line.
If like, whoa. And if I'm I'm the Players Association, we know they got no teeth in the NFL. Like, it doesn't hurt me.
No, not at all. And no players union gonna fight for that. This is an owner issue.
Because what you have is, but the flip side to that, RIP, is wouldn't
been today.
Wouldn't the flip side
Your friend flip side is dead.
Is collusion?
What, to not just say you're not going to pay? Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we want that
again. You don't know if we want that again.
Okay, right.
We'll come back.
Right.
I believe Sara Hodges is going to come hang out with us in studio. We'll talk about that, and that'll be a perfect time to shift our attention to the Las Vegas Raiders, who beat the Broncos yesterday and sit in sole possession of first place in the AFC West, ?
Shout out to the Raiders. Big ups to them.
We've got that coming up. Plus, the best story in all of sports continued again this weekend. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320.
I got some. Yeah, she used these. She is cool with the bigger headphones.
I don't know why, but this push notification that says would to play considerable role is funny to me.
Excuse me?
No. Sometimes you do what you got to do.
Roddy, don't do that. This is what happens every year. And I'm trying to start it. It has nothing to do. I did it before. Damien, didn't I do this last year? I was like, yo, shout out to the Raider Nation. I ain't got no problem with you guys. It's good. It'd be good. I start off on a good foot. I root for them to win games. And then the Raider fans start talking crazy. And then, all right, if we talking crazy, then we talking crazy. Nothing will change. But my original outlook is always, hey, I don't have no problem with the Raiders. I don't look at you guys like the Seahawks. I don't look at you guys like the Cowboys or the Packers or the Rams. I got no problem with the Raiders. And they got my boy Jimmy Garoppolo. So that's the other thing.
Yeah, and Roddy, we definitely don't do shit just because it airs on the station. Like, we could just ignore it. It's not that big of a deal. Y'all on Twitter are funny. Like, funny. Roddy, Rockin' New Era, Kyle, Rob Dub. Y'all are Tyler. I think Tyler started it all. Tyler did start it all. This is a hilarious thread. I'm going to retweet Tyler's initial tweet just so y'all could see it. I'll put it on both accounts. Sorry, the normal Twitch users. We don't know what's going on there, but it ain't happening. It is not happening over there. Yeah, right. Sorry to Warren and Mark and Bryce. I don't like this new cologne I got. It's too fucking citrusy. It's bothering me. I really want to go home and shower.
Oh, man.
I don't know why I tried to buy something different instead of just give me the exact bottle of what I have.
That's usually what I do.
Yeah, that's what I do. And then if I like one of the samples, then you get a bottle of that.
Roddy, that's hilarious. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think it's in LA too. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe Deion Sanders made Colorado cool.
The coolest. They are very cool. I ain't even get to officially say what's up to my guy Kyle Masson, man. What's up, big dog? Hey, didn't I tell you, didn't I tell you, I think it was on Thursday. I said, everybody gonna know I'm the real Kenny on Monday. Kenny Pickett. I'm the real Kenny around here.
Did you say that?
Yeah.
On the air?
Yeah. Told him I'm the real Kenny.
Okay.
Y'all gonna find out. Y'all found out. Niners, my boys had my back. Fred Warner had my back. Moody Ward had my back. My man Armstead had my back. They was like, we got you, KC. We're going to show them who the real Kenny is.
So the real Kenny was down to you and Kenny Pickett?
Well,
like those were the finals of the Kenny bracket?
Yeah, I already got Kenny Smith.
No, okay.
I told Kenny Smith, I said, they're going to call you Kenneth.
Where did you tell him that?
Well, Pros versus Joes. Go to Amazon Prime. Go check out Pros versus Joes. Last season, second to last episode. Go check that out if you want to. I don't even know why I promote that because I don't get any royalties.
No, you don't. You don't get anything.
Yeah.
If you did, we would be begging everybody to go to Amazon Prime.
Day.
And
That'd be a daily segment. Yeah. The Kenny was on Pros versus Joes segment of the day.
Yeah. Kung Fu Kenny?
I mean, I guess they call him Kenny, but he's usually Kendricks aren't Kenny.
Yeah, I don't think he qualifies. He's more Kendrick than he is Kenny.
Kenny Omega?
Oh yeah, I'm better than Kenny Omega.
Talking about overrated.
Wow. Okay. I guess Kenny Caraway beat Kenny Pickett in the real Kenny finals.
My boys have my back. I'm like the Paul Heyman to the 49ers defense.
Wise man.
Yeah, I talk. They get to work.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
perfect.
So
I'm gonna talk crazy about the Rams this week, and the Tribal Chiefs will handle business.
We should probably talk a little bit more about the Rams. Not right now.
Mm-hmm.
We get to it later. But man, Matt Stafford looked good. We'll get to it.
Yeah, that was a handy defeat of the Seahawks.
Yeah, it wasn't even the worst ass whooping of the weekend.
Oof.
I can't even pretend like I wasn't happy to see it either. It was just vengeful for no reason. New York Giants ain't ever done nothing to me.
I'm glad you're on the same thing I'm on with these New York Giants.
I don't know what it is. I think it's because the way people were talking about them. I thought people were talking stupid about the New York Giants. And I laughed every time the Dallas Cowboys scored.
Man.
Every time. And I laughed a lot last night.
Giants are sorry.
They are sorry. I almost tweeted, Coach of the Year, my ass. It didn't work the last time someone did that, but
be careful. You be careful sending that tweet out.
I absolutely thought about tweeting Coach of the Year, my ass. Speaking of Coach of the Year, we'll get to the Raiders here in a heartbeat.
Ooh.
The best story in sports continued this weekend when Coach Prime made his haters even angrier.
Oh, that's my boy.
Not only did he beat the crap out of Nebraska, it was his son, right?
Shador.
He was talking in the post game about they've been talking crazy about my dad.
Yeah.
They've been talking crazy about the program. Yeah, it was personal. I'm all for it.
Did you see the pregame speech though?
Of course, that's 90% of what I wait for every week.
Where Coach Prime said, "I respect the coach. I respect him, but he has some things to say." He tried to walk it back. But you know what? It's too late. I said, let's go, Prime. He said he tried to walk it back, but it's too late because and then everybody is personal now. Oh my gosh, yo, Colorado is lit. I love Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes. They, you see who was in the building in Boulder, Colorado?
I did.
I
did.
Goodness.
You want to fill everyone in? When that hit Twitter, I was like, oh, wow.
They had first, just the build up. They had Stephen A. Smith, Shannon Sharp.
Yeah.
We're both in Boulder, Colorado. Yeah. Wu-Tang.
The Wu-Tang.
The Wu-Tang Clan, and like 8 of them.
Like I think all of them but Method Man were there. Like the whole Wu-Tang Clan was there.
Was in Boulder, Colorado. Cameron was in Boulder, Colorado. Did you see that?
I didn't see Cameron.
Cam was in Boulder. Yo, Roddy in the chat said it best. They play USC in 1, 2, 3 weeks. I think it's in LA. Oh my goodness. That's going to be the game of the year for a number.
But that's
of
not
reasons.
what Roddy said.
He says, what Roddy said, it's going to look like the BET Awards on the sidelines. Yeah. And he is 100% correct. That is going to be that's going to be the biggest game in biggest football game in LA this year. That one right there. That Colorado SC.
Oh, that's facts.
It's going to be the biggest football game in LA this year.
There's going to be more Colorado fans than Chargers and Rams fans at any point at any game in this season combined at that one Colorado USC.
Man, and then so like the game, I tweeted out early on, like on the first drive, I said, Shador is like legit one of the best quarterback prospects in the game. And I said his accuracy is like something I haven't seen in college football in a while. Like he pinpoint accuracy with his throws. The next pass, he decided to throw 10 feet over the receiver out of bounds. So I was looking crazy. But as the game went on, I mean, he's sick. And I told people took that as they were like, yo, Casey, you're crazy. Caleb Williams, this and that. I was like, this ain't even a shot at Caleb because Caleb is sick. Caleb is so good. He hasn't played a second half yet. Okay. That's how good Caleb Williams is. But Shador is nasty.
For accuracy purposes, it's USC at Colorado. And this is the best part.
They don't go there. It don't even matter.
This is the best part. They haven't set a time for it yet.
Oh, it's 5 p.m.
Because you already know what's going to happen.
It's 5 p.m. We already know what that is. They got Colorado State next week.
Yep.
And then the 2 back-to-back tough games, Oregon and SC. Shout out to Oregon.
Shout
out to Oregon, boy. Shout out to Oregon. I got love for Oregon. I'll tell you guys during the break. But yeah, man, that's gonna be if they can get past Oregon, and that's undefeated versus undefeated.
Yeah.
Heisman. When was off the top of your head? I don't expect you to know. When was the last time we had like a Heisman 1 versus 2 type matchup? It feels like
it's not 1 versus 2.
No, Heisman.
Heisman candidate. Yeah. God. I don't know.
Was it
I'm sure
the first one that comes to my mind is, and this is a throwback, Eric Couch and Sam Bradford?
Jesus, dude. I don't remember that. I don't know.
I remember that one because Nebraska won, and they won on Couch. You'll remember this.
Who?
They threw the ball back to him.
No, I remember. No, I remember that. I don't remember their Heisman position. Like Trevor Lawrence never played whoever was like the second best player in the country.
I don't know. Polo says Watson versus Lamar. That's a good one. Lamar was reigning Heisman Trophy winner, much like Caleb Williams, and I think Watson was trying to take the throne. So, and that was a classic. That was a great game.
Yeah,
that was a great game.
Yeah,
but it doesn't happen often. And
No.
And I'm not saying that I knew it was going to happen this year, but that's what it's looking like right now. I'm big on Shador. I think he's a really good quarterback. I think he is legit. That play that he made, that guy I think got called back because they said he didn't catch the 2-point conversion. But when he scrambles, throws across his body, and the guy that at the time they thought caught the 2-point conversion, and he just took his helmet off on the field. You're not supposed to do that. That's 15. He said, I don't care. I'm taking the helmet off and I'm strutting. Oh, Yeah, I need a Shador jersey. I'm getting one. I'm
Oh,
getting
for
one.
God's
No, I'm
sake.
getting.
What are
No,
you
I'm
doing?
getting a
Why
Shador.
do you keep doing this?
Well, because this one's actually gonna happen.
Why do you keep doing
I'm
this?
getting a Shador jersey.
Okay.
I'm getting what that.
Where are you gonna get it at? You gonna
You
go
can
to
find
You gonna go
those.
to Boulder to get it?
Nah, you can find.
No, I'm just asking because so you're getting that before the Tatum jersey.
Yeah, I think I might get that.
When are you getting the Fox jersey or the Malik jersey?
Well, if they have Malik, which one should I get?
Well, I don't know. You're not getting any of them, is what it boils down to.
I'm getting Fox.
Who was the other player that he lied about getting a jersey for? Was it Fox and Malik? Is that what we're thinking of? Because it was Tatum. You obviously lied about Tatum.
I didn't say. I said first of all, I never committed to getting the Tatum jersey. I said I thought about it. There's that. I am going to get a Fox or Monk jersey. That's
okay,
for sure.
Bro.
We switching up on the radio, I guess.
Bro.
I said I was getting a Tatum jersey.
I could have swore you said you were getting a Tatum jersey. I
said he's so nice. I said he's so nice. I'm thinking I might have to do that. That's what I said. I said I'm thinking I might have to do that. Oh, it wasn't a jersey. You guys asked me about Steph.
Oh, that's right. You were going to get a Steph Curry jersey. Big Warrior fan, Kenny Caraway.
The media, I swear.
Big Warrior fan, Kenny Caraway.
I swear, man. Sara Hodges is here. Sarah, one rule of thumb: the media will always try to get. Just be careful, the media, because
we're gonna make one.
But see how it's, you know how it is. Because
so
the
question
was, yes, the question was, would you get a Steph Curry jersey? And I hesitated and said no. And you were like, oh, the hesitation. That's how all this came about.
Yeah,
but the media, I tell you, the media.
It's almost like there isn't tape of any of this.
That's exactly what happened. Play the tape.
There's not.
I said yes. I said no. I hate the Warriors. I'm not getting those.
You hesitated for you made it sound like you were. Would you get a Steph jersey?
Yeah, you had to
nah.
Because
you
Steph
were
is
like
my boy.
you did like the arms and you were.
No, because Steph is my boy.
Steph is the ops. Okay.
No, that's why I can't get it. That's why I can't get it. Because as much as he's my boy, he is the ops. I can't get it. But Steph is my boy. But all that, the next two are going, well, because I got to get a Niners jersey, so I think I might get Debo.
If you played for a different team, then you would definitely be getting the jersey. Maybe.
No, he wouldn't. He just says stuff out loud.
If Steph played for somebody else, I definitely would. But it's gonna be Debo, Fox, and Shador.
Shador's that's gonna be the banger.
That's my boy right
I almost want a 21 Colorado jersey. I don't even care who 21 is. That's the jersey I want.
Yo, the funny thing is, there's if you look in the stands at a Colorado game, there's a gang of 21 Sanders.
I believe
jerseys,
it.
Falcons jerseys in there.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. As we welcome in CBS 13 Sara Hodges, who likes to spend Mondays with us. We're so happy you come in and you hang out. We appreciate it, and this is a perfect transition.
Y'all make it fun.
Yeah, man. Well, it's a great Monday for you, right?
Oh my gosh,
it's a phenomenal Monday.
First place Monday.
Hey,
victory Monday.
Talk
however you want to call it.
17-16. This game was awful.
It was awful. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, because if you watch my show, it wasn't like I was thrilled about the win. I mean, a win is a win, right? I'm gonna take it.
Yeah.
But it just, it wasn't like a win like y'all got over the Steelers. It wasn't in dominant fashion.
But look here, they all count the same.
They do, and there's a lot, because we spent a lot of time last week. Me and Kenny spent a lot of time last week talking about how this game is important for these two teams, because there's the aftertaste of last year, right? And the last thing you want is to have a game that resembles what you did last year after putting all of this work in all offseason. And boy, Sean Payton ran his mouth for 6 months because he knew he had the same exact team.
You see how happy he was ending the first half, going into halftime, just so happy. I was like,
he knew this ain't it. And that team put up 16 points. So the 18-point stat still lives for Denver Broncos fans. And a couple of things happens for the Raiders yesterday. They won the fourth quarter.
Huge.
It was like 7-3, but still, it's still a victory. They won the fourth quarter, and their defense was not great, but it was better than last year.
Yeah.
And they made plays when they had to make sure they won that game. I wasn't impressed with the overall 60 minutes, but I was impressed that Jimmy led them to a victory.
Shout out to Jimmy G.
In the most Jimmy G game imaginable.
Literally.
Now they got love for my boy.
You know what
now they got love for my boy.
You know what it takes? It takes winning. Just win, baby. You know how it goes. But what was like, the years past, it was always like they couldn't put together a complete game. And trust me, this was no complete game by any stretch of the imagination. But at least in the fourth quarter, the defense and the offense played decent at the same time, because it would be like the defense plays really well, offense gets the ball back, and then the offense messes it up. Derek Carr, finds a way to throw a pick or something.
With Derek Carr getting more shots here.
No, it's okay.
Jimmy did it too.
And
like
Jimmy, in the red zone, like, we're not going to forgive him for that. We're not holding him accountable.
Took points off the board, throwing an intercept like that. Again, we said this earlier. This game encompassed who and what Jimmy Garoppolo is as a quarterback flawlessly. He's going to break a possession. He's going to have one of those costly turnovers that used to drive you nuts over the last few years. But if you're in a position,
he's a gamer.
Very late in the game, he's gonna give you a chance to win.
That was my biggest, knock on DC. Like, DC had numbers, and DC was good. Like, the numbers showed it, but he just wasn't a gamer. And I feel like Jimmy G is a gamer. I don't feel like he's a great quarterback. I don't think we all know he's not a mistake-free quarterback, but he's a gamer, and he's going to put everything on the line to win, which is like something that you love about him, but it's also something that's extremely scary at the same time, because other quarterbacks wouldn't do what he does because they're afraid of getting injured, and he just does it. And I'm sitting here like, please.
And well, look, I can say this because Jimmy's my boy, right? when Jimmy roll out, and no matter which side, right or left, when he roll out and he start pointing, bad things are about to happen. That's all his picks. Oh, no, I got you. Hey, go deep. Bang, interception.
Like,
the same thing happened yesterday.
Point.
But Jimmy's a winner.
Yes.
He's a winner, man. And there's going to be games that are very frustrating as far as his turnovers and just like poor decisions. Like, you didn't see that? Like, why are you trying to, fit that in or whatever? But there's going to be games where you're going to hang around and he's going to give you an opportunity to win. And yesterday, he was able to make the game-winning play, essentially.
Yeah.
That run on 3rd and 7. A lot of Raider fans tell me all the time, Derek Carr wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have ran that. And he's got to get it out of his head. It's been a while now, but
Derek Carr will be on 4th and 7 and just throw it away.
Derek Carr's never been the same since he broke his leg.
Derek Carr
for DC
had one of the crazier stat lines of week 1. Like, that dude threw for 300 plus yards.
Yeah.
In a game that his team scored 16 points.
That's
how you throw for 300 yards? We're not trashing Derek Carr here. I just think that is a phenomenal stat where you throw for 300 yards, but your team only puts up 16 points. Like, they kept kicking field goals. I think he threw 1 touchdown, 1 interception, but just to throw that for that many yards and it not lead. Like, were you starting every drive on the 5? And then just getting in field goal range?
Right. That's just very DC. Those numbers are very DC numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, we're used to seeing that. That's no surprise, but I was happy that he got the win.
And the numbers that Jimmy had those are Jimmy Garoppolo numbers. Like, we've speculated for years. It's the same quarterback. Yeah. Like, those two guys are one and the same.
Change.
And Jimmy was super accurate yesterday. I think he was 20 of 26. I think there was a stretch where he'd only missed 1 pass, probably for close to a half. And you have that turnover, and then you have that go-ahead touchdown.
Yeah.
That, Raider fans, if you weren't familiar before, that's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy G.
That's your quarterback. That's what he's going to do for you. You hope the mistakes are far below the heroics.
Yeah.
But, Jimmy, he's going to have games where he throws for 300 yards. He's going to have games where he could throw 2-3 touchdowns without that interception.
He's going to piss you off with the pick, and then he's going to get the first down on 3rd and 7 to take the game. So Denver essentially doesn't get the ball back and doesn't have a chance. So that was, to me, that was the play of the game.
Yeah. Josh Jacobs, he threw me off with that number change.
Yeah, me too.
Right?
I do not like that. I did not like that at all.
Get out of here.
I was like, what are we doing this for, sir? This is a bad, I don't like it. And I think it threw him off too. And I don't say a lot of things about Josh McDaniels that I like, but I'll give him credit here. He tried to get Josh Jacobs involved. Like, it's not like Josh Jacobs had 8 carries, 9 carries. Like, he touched the ball damn near 20 times.
Yes.
He just didn't have anything. He just couldn't he couldn't find room anywhere.
Yeah, that was a
good runs.
That was a big win for the Raiders. That was a big win for the Raiders. Division win, a tone setter for your season. I thought that was a big win. I didn't think
It
they
was
were
a
going to
must win.
I didn't think it was a must
A
win.
week
I
one
do.
must win. I'm
I
here
think
for
it
it.
is.
But
Because
I'm here
against
for
the
it.
Broncos and just, looking at the schedule ahead, and no game is a gimme, obviously. But if any game were going to be a gimme that you got to get, I think Denver's. You just got
Y'all
to
be
beat Denver.
too worried about the schedule.
I thought
Bengals got their ass kicked yesterday. No one thought that was going to happen.
No,
Y'all think
I
too much
didn't.
about
Well,
the
the
schedule.
Bengals are a good team. I don't think, at least we think they're a good
But
team.
what I'm
regardless
saying
of
is
what
they
happens week one.
No, I understand that. What I'm saying is they got their ass kicked. Like that. We look at the schedule and go, oh, the
Right.
Bengals aren't going to lose. It's too difficult. The schedule's too difficult.
So you're saying the Raiders are going to beat the Chiefs, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying we go. Oh, there's only 4 wins here on the season. It's not how this.
Well,
league
that's
works.
not what anybody else here did.
Well, no, that's
we
not
talk-
what we did.
Yeah.
No, it's not what we did. But that's what people do is they look at schedules and go, oh, they can't get a win here. No, they can. Didn't the Raiders beat
Sometimes
the Chiefs last
the
year?
Raiders get they lose to teams they should beat. They win against teams that technically on paper they should lose to. It's just kind of what they do.
They're the old version of the Kings.
Let's just not talk about the penalties though. Nothing's changed there.
Oh, that's bad.
Nothing changed.
They've got to fix that.
I thought the Broncos were going to win yesterday, and
course
that's a
Russell looked good.
well, you know who didn't look good was Sean Payton, and Sean Payton, all that nonsense you was talking, about Nathaniel Hackett. Not only were they didn't get the job done. I'm watching that game. I thought the play calling was terrible on offense. Like the Broncos, the alarm has been sounded in Denver. I told you it was going to happen if they lost.
Fraud alert is up.
Fraud alert,
or as
for
I like
sure.
to call it, John Gruden alert.
The onside
John
kick
Gruden alert is
to start the game was.
I didn't have a problem with that.
I did because it didn't go 10 yards. Like I
Yeah,
did because you couldn't pull it off. So if they would have gotten it, then maybe. But I don't know. It's just.
I didn't have a problem with that. But Jesse laid it out perfectly. Sean Payton is he's laying that groundwork for somebody else to get the blame instead of him in this situation. I mean, that's terrible. Like, no disrespect to the Raiders. You can't lose that game. You're starting the season at home. You didn't talk a lot of mess throughout the offseason. I'm going to come in here
I
and I'm
disagree.
fix.
I'm sorry.
You
Who
can't
the
lose
hell
that
are the
game.
Broncos? Who you talking about from a Sean Payton perspective?
Sean Payton, the Broncos, all this other. You can't
Who
lose
the hell
that
are the
game.
Broncos? Broncos ain't nobody.
What?
They're not the Chiefs. They're not the.
If you think you're going to be somebody, which I'm sure they think they are, you can't lose that game.
Well, every
at home.
team
You
thinks
shouldn't.
that. Every team thinks
They
that.
also
but
lost
they're
6
also
straight
not-
to the Raiders.
Yeah,
So you really kind of don't want
That's
to lose.
so.
that.
That's the other thing. That's
Yeah.
that's a good point.
They're also not the Texans. Like,
No, they're not.
As wild as the thought may be, they had thoughts of if we play well, we can make the playoffs.
It's not outrageous.
They
They can still make the playoffs.
that's a terrible,
now.
but that's a terrible law. That's a terrible way.
I don't. That's
to start the
I
season.
strongly just. You don't want to lose to start the season, but going all in as if they just lost.
You lost
to the
a home
Texans,
game. You lost a home game. Like, especially as tight as the AFC is. It'd be one thing if
to a division rival.
it'd be one thing if it was the NFC. AFC.
You didn't
all
lose to
these
the
games-
Carolina Panthers.
No,
You love your Broncos, boy. You got them
I'm telling you, that
Broncos
was
up there.
terrible. That
You
was
got
a
this-
terrible loss.
I don't think it was.
Who do you?
They got
who do you
beat.
think? Who
They
do you
got
thi-
beat.
Who do you think has fan base, locker room has a more of a belief that this is a playoff team, the Broncos or the Raiders?
Raiders.
Nobody has said the Raiders. Raider fans tell me they're not making the playoffs. Nobody. I bet you Broncos fans were like,
Yeah, but
Yo,
when we thought that
can
we
make
were making the playoffs, we thought we were going to make the playoffs last year, and it was devastating. I don't think I don't know. I think if you're a true fan, you're thinking your team is making the playoffs every year. Like you have hope in that.
Mm.
You don't like what's.
I
the
don't
point
think
if
I
not?
haven't heard no Raider fans say that they're gonna make the playoffs.
Sorry,
I mean,
I'm sorry. Were the Broncos 5-12 last year?
yeah.
So we're talking about them as like what?
I'm talking about them in comparison to like what
Because they got
expectations were.
Sean Payton?
Sean Payton's a good coach. He's a better coach than what they had before.
No doubt.
Well,
But
clearly his message to Russ didn't.
He was-
I mean,
he
it
was
maybe
terrible
seemed like it
yesterday.
affected him a little. He was
Payton's-
terrible yesterday,
Payton's
but just the
terrible
way.
yesterday.
Do you guys agree with the way that he's trying to get Russell Wilson motivated for the season?
No, I think it's shady.
I
I think
think-
Jesse. I keep referring
think
to it. I
Sean
think it's
Payton.
right. Jesse's right. He's setting it up to blame all of this on Russell Wilson. I think it's shady what he's doing.
And it like kind of takes away a little bit from like who Russ is. Like this is just kind of who Russ is. So like encourage it in a way. Like also football is important and winning is important, but don't try to dog like what, makes him amazing off the field too.
Exactly. Sean Payton is doing the opposite of what Josh McDaniels is doing. Josh McDaniels is looking to empower his team. Sean Payton's making it all about him.
The dude's ego is out of control. I'm
Good
actively rooting for the Denver Broncos to lose. And I like Russell Wilson.
That.
I like Russell Wilson a lot.
I don't like the Broncos. I don't care.
I don't like the Broncos either. I'm actively rooting for them to lose.
They could go 0-17. I don't care
works
about
for
them.
me. It absolutely works for me. Should say Jacoby Myers is in concussion protocol.
Oh, that was tough.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even show it. It's just
I don't think anyone's surprised by that.
Yeah. That was rough, but he balled out. So
He did.
That was a good get.
That first touchdown pass and catch with him and Jimmy, that was a perfect pass by Jimmy.
That was a perfect pass.
back shoulder pass.
Yeah. And a great catch.
Yep.
10 targets, 9 receptions for Jacoby, 81 yards. Both of Jimmy G's touchdowns went to Myers. Not a bad outing from Devontae Adams. Tried to get him involved, but that's pretty much where Jimmy lived. He lived with Myers and he lived with Adams. Tried to go to Josh Jacobs. It just didn't work. Either way, though, let's step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more. We'll get your thoughts on the 49ers. I'd love to hear what you thought about 49ers. Oh,
it's easy.
Man, there's a lot of we got to talk about. Jordy, Canada, Captain LeBron coming to say, Dylan Brooks. We got King stuff to talk about. There's much more ahead here. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Obviously,
what's up, Sara Hodges?
Rundown. It is throwing me off bad.
Nothing much. Just been working. We had a really good Friday. Our numbers, like news is on at 11, and then after like 10 minutes, then we come on our 15, and like our like ratings like went sky high when Jake and I came on. So that was a good feeling,
Nice.
So we had a good show, but yeah, everything's good. Saturday we had a.
If there's anybody that I know personally that will be on the side, or like I don't know if they will, but they could. They have the option. They have the connections to be on the sidelines for Colorado, USC. It's Sara Hodges. If Sara Hodges really pushed it enough and wanted to be on the sidelines, she'd be on the sidelines of that game.
Yeah, I'll be chilling with
she
with my fam there.
She got it like that. She got it like that.
That would be fun. I would do Colorado. That whole story is just.
That's crazy.
I love sports so much, you guys. It's like insane. Like I don't care about anything else. Literally. I mean, besides like shopping, eating good, drinking, having fun with my friends, like stuff like that. But like anything else in the world, like reality TV or like anything else, which is kind of bad because like even politics, I just don't even pay attention to. I just like love it.
Sports is the best show
ever
in the world.
It's freaking
like it's the
storylines, just
the best show.
Everything.
It's the best movie.
It's everything. Yeah, it's so fun.
It's the best form of entertainment, in my opinion.
I think Kyle and James were talking about on Friday. Like, what do you think people who aren't sports fans, like, what do they do all year? Like, what do y'all watch?
They probably have a less stressful life.
To me, like a red flag, like if you ask me, like, what's the biggest red flag for a guy, like if you didn't like sports, like literally, you're like red flag. Like I know that there's people who don't, and like no disrespect. It's just I just can't imagine what you do.
Yeah,
maybe you're into like computers and stuff.
I guess
I couldn't do that.
Maybe music. I guess
music.
Maybe I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I like music too. I think that would be a red flag too if somebody didn't like music as well.
That would be weird.
Yeah, that would be weird. I feel like music is just good for the soul.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Somebody in the chatty house made a good point, which I wanted to bring up, but no targets for Hunter Renfrow. How wild is that?
Sorry for chewing, but that's not Jimmy's bag. Jimmy's not a slot receiver.
Well, he was throwing. I felt like there was a few catches from Devontae Adams that looked like slot receiver-ish.
But to your point, Devontae was playing in the slot. He's not a slot receiver, right? So like the little, usually the slot receiver is like a little slot receiver guy. Jimmy don't. He not looking for those dudes for whatever reason. He's looking for the tight end and the wide receiver.
He needs to expand. He needs to expand his mind, Craig.
Oh man.
Ooh, yeah. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. Good. Just enjoying the weekend. Countdown is on
For
to this wedding, man.
Mm,
We're inside 2 weeks.
I know that stress. Probably wifey's going through it more than you are, but
Oh,
I know
yeah,
that stress.
She's doing the best she can right now. She's doing a great job, actually. She just
Is she?
I think we're both just like, well, I can speak for me. I just want the day to be here. I'm ready for that.
CBS 13, Sara Hodges joining us here in studio as we recap week 1 of the NFL season. Of course, it'll close out tonight with the New York Jets and the Buffalo Bills. Damar Hamlin won't play tonight. I feel like they're reserving that for home. I could be wrong. It could be they just might not. There could be other. He
Do
just
they
might
have a
not be
reason?
playing.
That's a good point.
Do they have like him on the injury report?
He's I believe the term I saw, I think it was Ian Rappaport this morning, is he was a healthy inactive.
Healthy inactive.
So they could be.
So like coach's decision.
Basically, essentially, they before the game starts, they've already decided they're not going to play him. But again, it could be to debut him next week at home, or it could be for other reasons. Who knows? But
I think that would be cool though. It's a cool story.
It is a cool story, but they play the game. Like they need you to play.
Yeah.
I mean,
or maybe they don't.
Yeah. Or
like I'm not
so,
like I didn't was trying for you to like not do that, but maybe they don't. Like I mean, I know everyone like has feelings about DeMar, but I don't know where DeMar Hamlin is on the depth chart. So I don't think this is I don't think this is a win or lose decision for Buffalo.
Yeah.
Well, not to change the subject, but it would have been great to have Chandler Jones too.
Yeah.
Just speaking of that.
Hopefully you do soon.
Yeah.
Because that is a weird ass story.
Weird. Hopefully he's okay.
That's another thing the Raiders had to deal with this week. That was just an odd story. And like even aside from football, I mean, I know there are guys in that locker room who are friends with Chandler Jones, who care about him a lot. And they may not know what's going on with their guy right now. And that's something they had to deal with throughout the week, preparing for this game. So.
And I wonder, like, just knowing McDaniels, as not like I know him so well, but like I just feel like too, he's like the type of guy who, like, if his ego is bruised or somebody like says something that he doesn't agree with like that, like I'm sure he felt disrespected by the way that he took to social media and stuff. Like I just don't even think that there's any way to repair that relationship. You would think like two grown adults can say like I messed up in whatever ways, if that's the case, right? Like we don't really know what it is, but let's just say that words were spoken and that I don't know.
But the thing about scenarios like that is if Mark Davis decides you two are going to forgive, or more from the sense of Josh McDaniels.
Right.
If Mark Davis decides, Josh, you need to squash this with Chandler, then you do.
Did you guys see his tweet last night?
Who tweeted?
Chandler
Jones about
I didn't.
He was just like, I felt like I could have got to Russ like 1 or 2 times.
Oh, okay. Well,
I felt
all right,
I
man.
feel you.
Like, wait a minute. Like, okay, buddy. So you're watching the game, so we got that part down. Like,
you wanted to play.
I don't know. Show up.
Josh said no.
Show up.
That was a crazy.
If Mark's tweeting you, hey, Mark, I want to play football.
Yeah.
Show up. What do you think about the 49ers? I know you guys spent a lot of time talking about that yesterday. The 49ers get a much more dominant victory over the Pittsburgh Steelers yesterday with another really, really strong performance from Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy won all 6 regular season starts through 2 touchdowns in each of those games.
Well, I think that we've talked so much about like, oh, was last year a fluke? And like, there's always like questions about that and how he would perform, like, and he just looked so good.
I think you talked about the first game of the season for Denver being disastrous. I do think we talk about, there's a long season ahead and all of these different cliches we use when a season gets underway. But I also, and this is what we talked a lot about with that Raiders Broncos game, is like tone setting, right? In some instances, you do just want to pick up where you left off last year. The Broncos didn't. The Raiders didn't. Brock Purdy did. Because you think about what it was like from the last time Brock Purdy played a regular season game to today. Got to the NFC Championship, got hurt, had a 6 months prognosis, and as was pointed out 467,000 times on the broadcast yesterday, it was 6 months to the day that he opened up the season for the 49ers and had that just look like a franchise quarterback again.
So good. And I love that, he was finding Brandon Ayuk so much, and just the routes that Brandon Ayuk were running they just look so good, and happy for Brandon because, there was a lot of storylines about him and Kyle Shanahan previously, just like Shanahan just like maybe not messing with him like that.
Right?
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk in the doghouse.
Yeah. And like you hear all these stories of training camp and stuff, like how great he looks and all this. And then you weren't really seeing it, in live action because he wasn't getting the targets. So it was cool to see him. Obviously a NorCal kid, you always want to see that. But like the 49ers looked really, really good. Their offense looked great. Their defense looks really, really good. Them and the Cowboys defense I just feel like they just play with teams like, well, I mean, last night, obviously the Giants, that was just, but 49ers looked good.
Yeah.
Fred Warner he was I wish he would have got that interception.
Oh man. I would have
popped right out.
I would have gone crazy if he would have got that interception.
I know that he's sick about that and the tip. The tip was a little bit out of reach a little bit, but no, they look fantastic.
So, like, I'm glad you brought up Brandon Ayuk because two things stood out to me with Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, yeah.
Number one, people talk about Kyle Shanahan and developing and all this other stuff. He had a hard conversation with Brandon Ayuk in his second year. He said, you had a good rookie campaign. You think you're something that you're not right now. You need to be better. Like, I'm holding you to a higher standard. Ayuk didn't like that. And Kyle didn't back off of it. He said, I don't know. Like, you need to be better. And I think that conversation or that interaction that they had that got rocky at one point, I think that has helped Brandon Ayuk become the player that he is today. And that we see that. And that's Kyle Shanahan gives credit for that, not for the work, because Brandon Ayuk actually has to do it. But
learning how to encourage his players, motivating them to want to take that next step and not just, being comfortable with where they're at.
Not letting him rest on his laurels of his rookie season. Like, no, you need to be better. Number one, like telling him, I believe that you can be better. You have to do the things that you need to do to be better. So there's that. The other thing, which is I've been talking about for a while, and this is whatever. I know it's a talking point, but this whole Kyle and John can't draft in the first round. We talk about Solomon Thomas and Trey Lance, but we don't talk about Brandon Ayuk, who was a first round pick. And they actually had to make moves to go get Brandon Ayuk. And Ayuk in that draft, that was that super crazy wide receiver draft. Nobody was really thinking about Ayuk like that. I don't want to say like he would have been in the 6th round. He probably would have gone 2nd round somewhere. But it was CD. It was Ruggs, Henry Ruggs, and Jerry Jeudy. Those were the 3. And everybody's like, this is, and the Niners passed on all 3 of those and went and got Brandon Ayuk. And right now, we won't even talk about Henry Ruggs, and that's it. But right now, who's the best out of that group? I think it's got to be
right?
CD and Ayuk are right there. Some might say Ayuk is better than CD.
Yeah,
that's a first round pick that people don't ever talk about, but they bring up Solomon Thomas every time with these guys.
Yeah,
and I only say that to say it's not a 0% like people talk about. Like it's probably closer to 50%.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I don't know how to follow that up.
Not to say you're right.
Yeah. Okay. You're right.
There we go. That's all.
You're right. He is a hell of a, and you guys called him being the top wide receiver for the 49ers. That's one thing the one thing we might not have seen offensively from them yesterday, perhaps because it was working so well with Brandon Ayuk and the other guys, is we didn't see Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield a ton.
Mhm.
We saw him as a running back
Yeah.
a lot. I feel like last year, and this could completely be revisionist history and me just romanticizing everything we saw with Christian McCaffrey last year. I feel like it was a really healthy mix of both. Like his scrimmage yards were phenomenal.
Mm.
He was a running back yesterday.
Yeah.
And, 1 week into the season, the best in the league. We talked hot takes and predictions and all of this stuff. Christian McCaffrey, he's going to be a finalist for Offensive Player of the Year.
So good. And that run.
He
too,
just can
was-
do so much.
The spin when he gets stopped, then the spin, and then gets free. Like, it was just.
Yeah, that looked like Stanford Christian
was-
McCaffrey
yeah, it
last
was
night. Like
beautiful.
that legit looked like Stanford Christian McCaffrey last night,
I
which
do.
we've only seen, I think, in spurts
Mm.
in the NFL.
That dude's a
Yeah.
playmaker.
Yeah, he's a play.
He is a
Great.
play.
He's super
maker.
unique.
And he's perfect
Yes.
for what I talked about 2 years ago. I didn't know the person I was looking for. I didn't know. But when Debo was going crazy, that year they went to the NFC Championship game, I said, they either got to find a wide receiver
Mm.
to allow Debo to be the wide back that they tried to do to get to that point.
Mm.
Or if you don't want him to do that, go get a running back so he can go back to being a wide receiver. And Christian McCaffrey is like, I think I was like, hey, go get Melvin Gordon. Like Christian
Right.
McCaffrey is that on steroids. He is the
Well, I
ultimate
think part of the
playmaker.
Christian McCaffrey thing was he's not going to be available.
True.
Like you're not going to be able. And then you saw the direction of you started. We would hear rumblings about it, and I think we talk about it a little bit. This ain't gonna happen.
Right.
They ain't gonna do that.
I
They're gonna trade him, and then they're gonna trade him here,
Right.
and then Kenny on his way to Jamaica, and lo and behold,
To midnight in
I-
JFK waiting for
I
my
do.
connecting flight. They did
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
I do 4 hours on Christian McCaffrey becoming a 49er by myself.
So there's not like, I'm not like a fangirl type person. Like, there's very few girls out there that I'm like, I would get like starstruck about. I don't know if I've ever told you all this, but Christian McCaffrey's fiance now, Olivia Culpa. Not sure if you guys know who she is.
No, I think
she,
I've heard
she was like
about her, but I
Miss
don't know.
USA like years ago, but she's fine as hell. She's like a model.
Okay.
But I follow her like before I ever like Christian McCaffrey. Obviously, I followed him, what he does on the field. Never like followed him on Instagram or like cared about his life. But I followed her and cared about her life. And so just watching like those two together, and then she's in LA. So when he got traded, she was so happy, and just like watching all that. Anyway, just on a personal note, it's just cool to see
All
like
worked
good things
out.
happen, you know, for
Yeah.
good people and to good people, and
All worked
like
out.
how that, yeah,
An American model, actress, and internet celebrity.
yeah.
After winning the Miss Rhode Island U.S. competition, she went on to win Miss USA
Wow.
2012, and then
Yeah.
Miss Universe.
She's
Oh man.
yeah, she's
2012.
probably, in my opinion, top 3 most beautiful women in the world.
Wow.
Yeah, she's at least like in my eyes, right? Everybody has their own
Mhm.
different strokes for different folks. Is
Yeah.
that how it goes?
No, this-
You know? I don't know.
Jazz is number 1 in the world.
Yeah.
That's not debatable.
I ain't got no type.
She played in a movie called American Satan.
Well, was
Well-
Doja Cat in there?
Well,
Yeah, she's
tune into Philo and KC on 102.5 for more on that story.
More
and she actually
More on Doja Cat worshiping the devil coming up later.
I know, seriously.
That's a wild video.
Yikes.
That Doja Cat video is something.
That scares me. Stuff like that, like maybe just because of the way that I was raised, but like that stuff, like I just stay far away
Yeah, I
from.
don't play with that stuff. Man.
Who was it? Was who's the R&B singer? Dated the Migos producer. Anyway, she just started doing witchcraft stuff.
Oh my
I had to
gosh.
unfollow her.
Goodness gracious.
Oh.
Is that? It's just I don't know. It's just to me like
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Well,
Anyway,
you know who's
back to
not a
Olivia
witch is,
Culpa. Man, Christian McCaffrey just stay winning.
he really does. You know what?
She went to Boston University too. She didn't graduate, as her Wikipedia page notes, but
Yeah,
she
she already
did.
got her job.
she has actually a reality show with her sisters too that just came
Oh.
out. It was okay.
What channel is it on?
I think it's
The Culpa
True
sisters.
TV. Yeah, the Culpa sisters. True, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know, something like that. Because I don't really watch reality TV. Like I said, like I just don't. But I watched a few episodes with her and her sister. It was okay. You know, just listening to a bunch of girls cry about things when they're so privileged is kind of hard for me to really like put up with. A lot of everybody has problems. Don't get me wrong. You know, we all have issues, but I don't know. That's why I would never just share my issues with people, because I just am so blessed that it's may seem so little compared to what other people.
We're on the air 4 hours a day. We share all our problems with people,
pretty much.
Whether they like it or not. We've got 20 hours to talk. At some
So
point,
sorry, y'all are
some
going
of our
through it.
issues are just gonna get out there into the
Y'all
universe.
gonna get these issues.
Judge me or don't.
Y'all gonna listen to my problems today. Yes, indeed.
Yesterday at the podium after his phenomenal performance, Christian McCaffrey was talking. And tell me, this is what do you give me for? You know, if you guys have ever played this, like if it's look-alike, if it looks just like him, you get a 10 out of 10. If they look nothing like him, 2 out of 10 or something like that, right? Christian McCaffrey has some strong Tommy Egan vibes. Has some strong, you know who Tommy Egan is?
I have to look him up. I'm really bad with names.
Okay.
I'm the worst with names.
You got to step up there. You got to step up. You got to know who Tommy Egan is. We're canceling Christmas out here. But Christian yesterday at the podium, he just had a steely-eyed look to him. It was some Tommy Egan vibes.
Oh, I know Tommy Egan. I know who he is. You think?
Yeah. Now he's got because usually Christian used to have like almost like a bald cut almost.
He's
like
way
a buzz
finer than
cut,
Tommy Egan.
But he let the top grow a little bit. Like, he's got a little Tommy.
I watch what's Tommy Egan's show right now?
Force.
Yeah, I watch that show.
It's a good show.
You know, randomly when I come home and my husband's watching it, I'll tune in. But I think Christian's way finer than him.
Well, I don't know nothing about that.
You know when a guy's cute or not. You don't know? Damien, you can say
I'll be like,
if
oh,
it's-
he
no?
looks better than Tommy Egan.
Oh, that doesn't bother me at all. Fred Warner can dress. God bless him.
And he's gorgeous too.
Oh, yeah,
Fred Warner's. He's gorgeous.
Handsome man. Look, I can say, yeah,
can't
dude's
find-
handsome. I don't know if he's more handsome than this guy.
You know who?
Okay.
You know
my
who?
bad.
You know
Hold
who will
on.
keep it a buck with me
I'm
about that?
calling
Jake.
Cap. I'm calling Cap.
On what?
You're not giving it? Well, okay, what you giving it? A 3 out of 10?
No, a 0.
I'm giving it a 2.
Like that's a bad take. He does not look like.
Should I?
Okay,
put the
wait.
picture up?
Wait a minute. He just turned. Wait a minute. He just turned and looked at me. Wait a minute.
Let's get up to 4.
I'll go 1.
Maybe a side profile will.
No. The side profile is what ruins it. When he turns,
Okay.
he's looking me in my eye right now. Where I'll pause the video. I'm gonna go. If he had a leather jacket on, maybe I'm gonna go 1. Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Come on, man. That ain't like Christian McCaffrey. Come on, man.
No, that does not look like.
that's
No,
Christian
no,
McCaffrey.
you're just comparing a white guy to another white guy.
No,
You're being
man, he look
lazy.
like
A white
like
guy with
Tommy
like a
Egan.
boxy face, kind of like
No.
they both have
No.
boxy.
Yeah, he got
face.
Tommy Egan vibes. You know, on the football tip with my main man, Tommy McCaffrey.
Brock Purdy does not fit in with this group right now, though, because you got Christian McCaffrey. He's got the tight, polo with the, arms popping out, the glasses in. You scroll up a little bit further, you see, Nick Bosa's just wearing his backpack and his workout gear. He's probably going to go lift.
But some haters.
Man, Fred Warner is Warner's 10 out of 10 dresser.
Fred, he's up there in a different way, but him and Trent Williams might be the two best.
They're
Debo can
very,
dress
very
really well,
different.
too.
Yeah, very
Debo
different.
can
But
dress
yeah.
really well too. But with the one thing that worries me about McCaffrey, is he is a physical runner.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
He's he's looking for contact, and I worry about that.
You
That's
just
who-
made me
that is who
remember.
he is, but
You just reminded me of physical. Not only did Brandon Ayuk was he receiving the ball so well, just his game was outstanding. He also assists. And
that block
he was
Oh my
blocking.
God,
like
that
he
block.
was.
block was crazy.
I was like, this is it.
Yeah.
This is literally it. Like, how sexy is that? Like, not only
That's what
is
I
he
thought.
putting up points, he's assisting too.
I knew I got hot when I knew something was off when he hit that block. I was like, oh
I
Lord.
know.
Oh Lord.
The assist. I was like, okay.
No, that was,
Speaking of physical.
that was one of the plays of the week.
Yes.
Him doing that, seeing that unselfishness in his
Yep.
game. And then you want to
love
take it a
that.
step further. Shout out to Ray McLeod.
Yep.
Look
Ray
at
Ray
that
got in
Reagan.
there too.
Ray McLeod had to come across the field,
Yep.
sprinting at 4.32 speed, like to go set his block, man. So
That reminds me.
that was phenomenal.
That
That's
reminds me.
hilarious.
I had to laugh yesterday watching the Raiders because Jimmy G is hell-bent on getting a wide receiver killed over the middle.
I know.
Like, no matter what uniform he wears or who he's throwing it to, if he's throwing across the middle, he's going to throw it high and slightly out of reach. So the receiver has to stretch for it on just the off chance someone comes across the middle and lays them out.
Jimmy said, that's what I do.
That's what I do. My goodness. I cracked up when he
put
did
careers
that.
on the line. That's what I do.
You know, like when somebody scores a touchdown or makes like a 3 and they call a timeout. This is what I do.
Yeah.
This is what I do. Jimmy getting somebody killed across. This is what I do.
Jimmy getting someone killed 5 yards down the field. That's what I do.
But look, Jimmy's gonna put himself on the line too. He's not gonna expect somebody else to take it that he wouldn't.
He's gonna do what?
You've seen him use his legs, get beat up. You saw him almost concussed and out of the game.
Yeah, he did. That was a knee to the head, I thought.
Jeez Louise. I was like,
I
I was literally having the highest anxiety. I was like, okay, Aiden, now's your time. Now's your time.
Aiden coming in like Brock Purdy.
Literally, just waiting on this moment.
Don't give it back, man. But a great win for both teams in different ways.
Oh, yeah.
Like Niners more dominant or whatever, but that doesn't take away from the win that the Raiders had. I know I'm a one-man Wolfpack. I thought that was going to be a tough game yesterday.
Did you?
With all the circumstances involved, and for the Raiders to go in there,
I bugged out a little bit when. Oh, you talking about Raiders Broncos?
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought you meant.
I thought that was going to be a
Steelers.
tough game for the Raiders.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Well,
it was a tough game. What?
You were right.
It
they
was.
went out and got that thing, man, and that's a big time win. So they got them in different ways. I was comparing the two wins.
Got you.
They got them in different ways.
Kyle threw me off a lot when he was talking about the Steelers on Friday. Because I don't want to say I saw them winning. Was it 30-7? I don't think I saw that, but I didn't think the Steelers were there for San Francisco. And
I think they're a solid team too. I don't
Pittsburgh?
think. I don't think yesterday's indicative of who they are. I think Kenny Pickett. There's questions about him now, but I think their defense is legit, and I think their playmakers are cool. They ran into a buzzsaw yesterday.
I don't know. Are you more like, okay, this is an example of just how good the 49ers defense is, or is Kenny just that bad?
No, this is who they are.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is it the defense putting that pressure on him and making him bad, or do you think that he's?
And you can't call him Kenny anymore.
Pickett.
He has to be Pickett.
Sorry.
Yeah. There's only one Kenny around here now for the rest of this season, at least. I'm the real Kenny.
As decided by him.
Yeah, the real Kenny. No, this is what the Niners defense does to quarterbacks.
Not a good opponent to start week 1 against if you're Pickett, just like you're just. But I'm sure you have the Cowboys 49ers game circled in your calendar because that's going to be a.
Yeah, apparently that wasn't a good matchup for Daniel Jones either.
Aye.
The funniest game of the weekend.
Oh man.
How the hell you get beat 40-0 at home?
And then there's like all kinds of crazy scores. Like, I don't know. I was like reading the stats and it was like first time like in 45 years or something, like all these different ways that they scored a touchdown. I was just like, dang, they just made history in all different types of ways.
That was so embarrassing.
Blocked field goal, interception return.
Yeah, it was
like Dak Prescott threw for 143 yards and 0 touchdowns yesterday.
And wasn't he? I could be wrong, but wasn't he like 14-23? It wasn't even like he was like 14-17,
13-24.
Yeah, it wasn't even like he was like 15-17 and didn't have to throw. He was low key awful.
Oh no, that might be the best defense in the league.
It might be. I'm not like
the Cowboys.
I'm going with the Niners, but the Cowboys are right there. They got the pass rush. They got the secondary, which is crazy. I think they both have equal pass rush. Yeah. The Niners have a better linebacking core, but the Cowboys have a better
Nick Bosa
secondary.
is gonna have that the bragging rights of being the highest defensive player for a little bit longer.
Oh yeah, that's not gonna last long.
Yeah,
that's not gonna last long. Jerry's gonna have to pay.
You know Jerry. Jerry wants to pay.
Yeah.
I don't think he does.
No.
I think it's gonna be
he will.
He will.
Yeah,
he
will.
Want to.
I don't think he does. Like I guarantee
he's
he
the
is
type to.
pissed.
Dagnammit.
At John. He was not pleased when that Adam Schefter tweet went out there about Nick Bosa getting a little under $3 million more
than
Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't happy
But
about
we knew
that.
that was gonna happen. I don't think he should have been that surprised by it either.
He was hoping it wouldn't.
We're going to shift gears. There is no wrong answer to the following question. Do you want to stick around and talk basketball with us for a
Sure.
few minutes? Or you headed
Yeah.
for the door?
No, I'll stay until 2:00.
She'll stay until, but
That's
that's
the
it.
middle.
That's
the middle of the segment.
Yeah,
2
she'll-
o'clock kicks. She's like,
yeah,
I'm
I'm
Oh,
out.
whatever.
Yeah,
No, no. I mean,
roll.
no. I don't
Yeah.
have to go
No,
anywhere.
that's how they do us though. Like
No.
Krista gets up, goes and gets her charger. James goes to the bathroom. Like it's just the way we roll. Like it's just how things go. We'll see. I wonder if we could talk. It's a Thursday. I wonder if we could talk Sarah into coming out to Sky River. We got a live broadcast like that. We set a barometer last time.
Really?
Sarah, you got to pull up. Simple as that.
Congratulations to Jordy Fernandez. We'll hit you with that Tyrese. Congratulations. Canada beat US. US failed to matter, but don't worry, reinforcements are on the way.
The Avengers are forming.
Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I'm excited for that game tonight too.
That's a good game.
Because I want to see, because we have Cowboys and Jets come on next week. We come out of that game.
Oh, that'll be a monster.
So I want the Jets to do well just because of that. And obviously, yeah, with how the Cowboys did, I think it should be. I'm in full NFL mode right now. Like, it's so much fun.
Some people who listen to the show are insufferable, even those I'm closest with. Kamara, it's written into our most listened to hour of the day. We got it. 2:45. We didn't forget Coco Gauff won the U.S.
Oh, Coco, yeah, that was fun. Oh, really? That's what
I
they're
know
saying?
it seems like there's no rhyme or reason to this show. I promise you there is.
We got to let the producer do their thing. You know, there's a method to the madness.
I live in these fucking analytics numbers that they give us every week. Like, okay, let's put this here.
Oh, is that what they do?
So it's nothing that, like, I just look at them to help.
Okay.
Like, okay, what can we do here?
Yeah, like
Obviously,
when people start falling off, to talk about that subject towards the end of
stuff that's
I would
less
be.
important.
I'm interested to hear what that is.
Yeah, it's fascinating. They always say, well, 12 o'clock's probably, going to be down. Well, it's the exact opposite. Like, there's a lot of people at lunch. There are people, who are working from home or tapping in. 12 is really big. It starts to dwindle like a bit, like actually around now, like 1:45 to like 12:15. And then it starts to ramp back up. And then when we get to 12:45, 3, up. And it's 3 o'clock has done so well. Our 4 to 6 Run It Back show, which is a clip show, essentially,
right,
has done really, really well in the ratings.
That's great.
Yeah. My ultimate goal is to finish first and second in afternoon drive.
Okay.
Between D-Lo and KC, Run It Back, and then our FM show, I want to finish first and second.
Yeah, the FM show. I haven't had a chance to listen to that too much.
It's a lot of music.
None,
we're
actually.
We're just now starting to like find what we want the show to be.
Yes.
It's almost there.
I feel like y'all are so busy now. Like
we are maybe a smidge bit more than I anticipated, but we are. Well, Kyron, you're actually thinking of a dip like on the stream. I'm talking more about the radio. The stream, y'all be hanging out. Will Z's loving the conversations about numbers.
Well, Z, you speak in my language. Exactly.
Restraining order granted against Pac-12.
Wait, what?
Departing schools wanted conference money for transition costs. College sports is a circus. An absolute circus right now.
It really is.
Action needed. Update your payment for NBA League Pass. Oh, that's right.
It really is. But it's great. College football is fantastic.
The crazy part is it's going to look even different and even more different in like 3 or 4 years. We will get back to the National Football League. We'll get back to Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo. We'll get back to the San Francisco 49ers and the Raiders. We'll even take a quick look around the NFL here as the day rolls along. James Ham is going to join us coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Lots of King stuff to talk with James about, believe it or not, as we're just about 3 weeks away from Media Day. I don't even know if it's about 3 weeks away from Media Day. We're working on our plans for that. Shout out to all the entities trying to keep us out. We see you. We appreciate you. Congratulations. Jordy Fernandez. Boy, Tyrese has been in the news lately. I wish he'd stop being in the news.
Oh,
the Breakfast Club. Yeah, not Tyrese Halliburton.
That's what I thought.
Tyrese.
I was like, did I miss
No,
it?
I was thinking the congratulations.
Yeah, that was a wild interview in the Breakfast Club.
Yeah, on so many different levels. Jordy Fernandez in Canada win the bronze medal as USA just goes home.
That was a great game.
Really was.
That was a great game. Great. Well, finished to regulation.
That was incredible.
Yeah.
That was absolutely incredible. My guy.
That is your guy.
Yeah, Mikal Bridges.
Maybe
cheated a little bit, but didn't get called. So, like,
So
I think it was Jesse the Body Ventura. You say it's only cheating if you get caught.
McMahon.
That's right. Exactly. Stepped over the line a little bit quick, but still a hell of a play to get that rebound, get out to the 3-point line, and send that game to overtime. It felt like all of the momentum was with USA, and it in fact was not.
Jordy and Shea and
your boy,
Dylan Brooks.
Your boy.
Had
All I
other
have to
thoughts.
Kenny, you were
American
right.
Stopper.
I will say that you
What'd
were
I say?
right about this USA team. I was wrong.
You thought they were going to win?
I just
the whole
thought they were
time?
gonna. I mean,
I didn't think that's not even crazy. Like if I had money to put on it,
yeah.
I would have put money that they were winning.
You didn't seem very high on them.
No, I just didn't think this was like I didn't think it was the best team they could have sent over there. But it didn't mean they were bad. Like if they would have won the gold medal, I wouldn't have thought so. I wouldn't have been surprised, nothing. But I'm like, well, they did it again.
Yeah.
They're young. This team is super young. But in comparison to other, gold medal winning teams, I did think they were going to win, though. I thought they were good enough to win with the way Anthony Edwards was playing, kind of his emergence as a star. I thought Tyrese was going to be a little bit better overall in the tournament. I thought this is his bag. Like, this is the perfect environment for him. The dude's going to have like 20 assists a game. But it didn't work out for them. Falling short against Germany, who did win the gold medal. And
shout out to Dennis Schroeder, man.
Dennis
Wow.
Schroeder.
Did that.
Had a nice little tournament. And then Canada wins the gold, and we'll spend all off season. Maybe we've got to bring Jordy gifts every game, because this is clearly it. Jordy Fernandez will not be back with the Sacramento Kings following this season.
Yeah.
Like, this is it, as Michael Jackson once said. This is it.
Somebody else was talking about, they were mentioning Jordy Fernandez too, as far as like it was like national wise, like on a podcast or radio or something. But they were like, Jordy Fernandez. Oh no, it was Bill Simmons and
Of course.
What's his name? Ariel Hawani.
Ariel Hawani.
Yeah, he's Canadian, and they like spent like 20 minutes talking about how great this is for Kennedy basketball.
Okay.
And he's like, and the coach Jordy Fernandez, like he's about to be next in the NBA. Did it? Like everybody knows.
Yeah,
that's the whole point.
He's
of this.
next.
Everybody knows.
Teams
Jordy.
who passed on him, they're regretting it now.
Yeah, he's legit next. It's still I still can't believe he's not Toronto's coach.
Yeah.
The man is still not Toronto's coach, but that's all right, Jordy, because you can Tom Thibodeau this joint. You'll have the opportunity to pick what job you want moving forward, and that's likely going to happen next season.
So, have fun with me real quick. I'm doing this practice. What jobs do you think are going to be open? Obviously, there's some that we just don't see, that we don't know, we can't plan for. But I'm looking at
There
it
were
right
some
now.
unexpected changes this year. So let's see.
Washington is the only one in the East that stands out. Maybe Chicago.
Wouldn't take it.
Wouldn't take
Billy
who?
Donovan. I wouldn't take the Washington job.
I don't think there's going to be a quote unquote good job that's going to be available.
So let's look at the top 6. Brooklyn just retained
They
Jacque
could,
Vaughn.
yeah, but they could move on from Jacque Vaughn if it's not good enough. I think he'd have like maybe a year left on the deal.
What about
No.
What about Minnesota? You don't think they could be without a coach after this season?
They could. When did they sign him? A year ago? Yesterday was last year was his second
I think
year?
last year was his first full year.
First full year.
The year
yeah.
before was the year they did the in-season change.
Yeah. But that's one I looked into. Minnesota could be one.
What if the Knicks fall back?
I don't think they will.
I don't think they will either.
Yeah.
I don't think they will either. But that's like a little bit of a roller coaster for that roster. You're kind of for that team. You're up, you're in, you're out. Pause. You're up. You're all over the place. In terms of standing.
Oh, so maybe, but the one.
Oh, yeah, I think I do.
What you talking about?
The Clippers?
No.
Ty Lue, like that's going to be an open job, isn't it?
Maybe.
Rockets.
But the one is Cleveland.
No, not the Rockets.
Yeah.
What? Wait, Cleveland.
Yeah.
Is JB still the coach there?
Yeah,
oh yeah, that.
Talk.
Yeah,
there's talk.
Yeah.
And that's where Jordy got to start with Mike Brown was in Cleveland.
By the way, shout out TT.
Shout out TT.
TT back in Cleveland.
Yeah, it's coming home one more time.
Well, we don't need him doing that.
But Cleveland is the one. Like, so, I think if Cleveland has another first round exit, I think JB's probably out.
Cleveland, I think the Clippers.
Clippers is a good one.
Of the good teams, Cleveland and the Clippers. I don't know why I'm saying Cleveland and Clippers and not Cavs and Clippers. And
what you seeing?
Portland. It's not a good job, but
I could see that. I could see that.
I think Chauncey is.
Yeah, I can see that. I was about to say Memphis too, potentially.
Oh, I'd be surprised. I don't like that idea. Like not trying to cap from it. I mean, Jenkins is like he's 50+ win. Like one down year, I don't think you fire him.
I mean, they
were 51-31 last year.
They were a mess last year. They won games. They were an absolute mess. And
were they, or was Ja a mess?
Well, no, because a lot of people tried to blame it on Dylan Brooks. And when you combine everything, it was with Ja and Dylan. There was a guy there.
Well, here's the thing,
How do you blame
though.
it on Dylan when Ja's the one out here?
Well,
being
but here's the
reckless?
thing: Dylan Brooks didn't back away from his behavior. Like Dylan Brooks, he's been exactly the same since the season ended. He's still talking about LeBron. He's still doing all of these things. Like he hasn't backed away. Clearly, he is who he is, whether people like it or not. That wasn't a problem in Memphis. The problem was Ja, and they won without Ja. So I don't know how I get the point that you're trying to make. I'm
not saying
he just doesn't have control of his team.
Yeah,
So
I'm not saying
that's tough.
You're like this is how you feel, but just think back to when they got eliminated and how everybody was like, Dylan Brooks, that is a ridiculous locker room. Dylan needs to go. And we were the ones that were like, yo, everybody's trying to blame this on Dylan. I think they got a lot going. You mentioned we mentioned like injuries and things like
Steven Adams, Brendan
things weren't running
Steven
smoothly.
Adams trying to call meetings and y'all aren't listening to
Right.
him.
You had what did they do with Ja that they thought was the issue? They wouldn't let the team
They didn't
go
stay
out.
overnight or something like that. They didn't stay
stuff
overnight
like
in
that.
places
So,
anymore.
There was weird stuff going on. And if he has another season like this past season, he could go.
Like you would have liked to
But
see
again,
him have
51
more
and
control.
31.
I mean,
But
Terry Stotts
but
was there
still
for a
fell
long time, got
short.
Fired.
Yeah, but Terry
Portland.
Stotts had been there for like 8 years.
What Jenkins been going about 4 or 5 years at this point? That's a long time in NBA terms.
It is, but
Isn't
not
Mike Brown?
losing.
No, Mike Brown is the second longest tenured. No, it was the coach of the years get fired all the time. That's what it was.
Yeah, the coach of the years get fired. Yeah, and Mike Brown's going to break that habit.
Bibbs is still there.
Do you know like at
Well,
one
no.
time?
Oh, did he win one with the? Oh, he did. He won Monty Williams Trophy with New York. That's right. He won the
Wasn't
one Monty should have won.
Mike Brown getting paid by like 3 different teams
That's
at
right.
once?
I'm so sorry. That's
you're
what we
good.
learned.
Yeah.
If you win the Coach of the Year trophy with your second team after you've been fired, you don't get fired again. It happened with Thibs, and it's going to happen with Mike Brown. That's the rule. If you win Coach of the Year after already being fired for winning Coach of the Year, and you win your second one,
Yeah,
you're
then
good.
you're good.
You're good. So Thibs, Coach Mike Brown, you're good.
If you're Jordy, would you? Because some people mentioned in the chat, this is a good one as well. Would you entertain Charlotte?
New ownership, sure. I'd entertain Charlotte. Yeah.
And are you super picky about where you're going? Is my question.
Well,
Like,
and so that's why I think he has the ability to be like he's like Tom Thibodeau in 2008 could have had any job he wanted. He waited, and the Chicago one became available, and it worked out perfectly for him. I don't like if we're legitimately talking Washington. I mean, Charlotte has reasons to be compelling, right? It is a bit of an unknown too, given it's the new ownership group. But if the options are like, we'll just take two, Washington and Portland, I probably stay with Mike. That might be wishful thinking on my part, and I understand there's only so many jobs, but I also don't think you have to take a crappy job.
Hard position to be in, also like a really good problem to have at the same time. You know, just because it's
what if
it's life-changing either way, you know?
Yeah.
What if Golden State was available?
Oh, stop.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jordy can't go there. That's where.
What if he went to the ops?
That's where. Who's the GM? It's is it
Mike
Myers'
Dunleavy.
son? Oh, it's Dunleavy.
Well, Myers, Lacob's son too.
Lacob, yeah, not Myers. Lacob is. Hey, we'd like permission to interview Jordy. No, sorry. Hey, Mike, it's Mike Dunleavy. Cool. What's going on, man? Hey, just wanted to talk to Jordy. Click. And how do you like you can't even like do the old hang up thing. You gotta grab your click.
Literally.
End call.
You gotta be like this.
Yeah.
I treat them like Giants ownership treats the A's ownership when they're well, we gave you the territorial rights so you could stay. Like that's your bad. I'm not giving up mine now.
Mike went with the ops.
That's what the Kings, the Warriors be like. Well, we let you talk to Mike Brown.
The Warriors won titles.
It's your
like
bad.
that's different. You've got 4 titles.
They're like, here, we'll throw you a bone.
I'll tell you what. When we win 4 titles, you can talk to Jordy. Until then, you can go to hell.
I say that.
I'd rather he coached the Lakers than the Warriors.
Oh, look who's okay. Lake Show now. You see that? You see that? You know who? You know why I said that though? Did Kerr ever sign a new contract, or is he coming into his last year?
No, I don't think he ever signed it.
I feel like he's coming into his last season.
And he's been exposed with USA basketball.
Oh,
wasn't the greatest coaching performance. I'll tell you that.
He's tired.
Didn't even medal. At least 2004 medaled.
Did they?
Yeah, they won the bronze.
2006. You know what I didn't realize? I need to look this up.
I don't remember this World Cup.
Why wasn't LeBron on the 2016 team?
I don't know. 16.
I assumed LeBron was going for his 4th gold medal if he came back. He's only got not. 2. He's only got 2. Who was? Yeah, he wasn't on that team with DeMarcus and Harrison.
Yeah.
Who wasn't yet a king. He wasn't on that team. I love the article that came out today. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. I love the Shams report. LeBron James is interested in rejoining USA basketball.
He was resting after winning a championship.
Oh, that's fine.
To answer your question.
That's fine. He had been to 4. God, is that 7 straight finals at that time?
At that
6,
point,
6,
no,
7?
not that. Well,
because it's 4.
Yeah, 4. You're right. No, it was 6 because it was 4 in Miami,
and then that
was
2016 was
the
okay.
Yeah. Damn, that's crazy.
I love the article. LeBron James he wants to bring other stars with him. Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Draymond Green. All right, bro. And so let's address the De'Aaron part of this, right?
Yeah.
De'Aaron's name is mixed in there. Now let's weed through this Shams tweet a little bit.
Okay.
LeBron, Anthony Davis, and Draymond freaking Green. What's the one thing they all have in common with De'Aaron Fox?
I already know what it is, man. It's Clutch, man.
Clutch told Shams, here's what we're looking to do.
Yeah.
Shams went with it. Whether De'Aaron's interested in joining USA basketball or not doesn't matter. It's whether USA basketball is interested in having De'Aaron Fox on the team.
Mm.
And I'm telling you, now the one thing that could erase pettiness is losing.
Mm-hmm.
USA basketball is petty, but they're competitive too.
Mm-hmm.
So if they see De'Aaron Fox as the best point guard, maybe they move forward with it.
Well,
I'd still be surprised if they do it. But
Really?
absolutely.
I tell you this.
USA basketball is a different animal.
You talk. Well, look, losing and the one piece that they feel like they need can change things. And if LeBron said, I'll play for you guys. I need these guys here with me.
This is who I want.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if they left your program before or not. These are the guys I want on the squad. I need these 4 or 5 guys. I ain't saying the whole team, but get Walker Kessler out of here and get my guy on here. They might. All right, Bron.
He'd probably have to go a smidge bit further. I'll do it. I've already got Steph and KD to commit to doing it.
Mm.
We want, and they just happen to be all clutch guys, Anthony Davis, Draymond Green, and De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That team that they talked about in that article, they go to work on the world.
Yeah.
I know the world is doing their thing, and basketball is global and everybody quote unquote catching up, whatever.
Yeah.
That team they talked about, Bron, Steph, KD, AD, Booker, Fox is on there. Dame, I think they said Dame. That team is going to work on the world.
Yeah.
I'll be playing with everybody.
That'd be the 3rd gold medal for your boy.
Oh, you can't give
Hall of Fame candidate.
We ain't even talking Hall of Fame at this point.
It was that hard for LeBron to watch. He was like, I can't see this again.
How you think that went in his theater room when he saw him lose? So he's just like sitting there tapping his feet.
I like embarrassing.
Savannah, I got to do this. I got to do this. They need me. He got on the phone. You ready?
Yeah.
Let's go. Is that how it went down?
No. I'll tell you exactly how it went down.
This is embarrassing.
It went down a year ago when he told USA Basketball, I'm not doing FIBA, but I'll go to 2024. I'll go to Paris. I'm not going to Manila, but I'll go to Paris.
That's a good point.
It's cute that he's putting the tweets out now because they lost. And it looks like redeem team.
Right.
He was always going to go to the Olympics, in my opinion.
How old is LeBron? 39.
Is he now?
I think it's got to be 38. I think it's 38.
So now
I'll double check.
I'm thinking again.
I thought he was like 37, but maybe
so does LeBron?
LeBron was born in 84.
Oh, yeah, he's 39. He's right.
Yeah, because he's a year younger than me.
Well, he'll turn 39 December 30th.
Now I'm thinking like way ahead. They're gonna play in Paris. Is LeBron playing America?
What?
It's gonna be 2028. Is LA.
2028.
LA. Yeah. Whoa.
He'll be 44, 43.
He'll be 40 because he'll be 39 during the Olympics because his birthday's in Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll be 39 during the Olympics. So he'd be 43 years old.
Yeah, I see
LA
LeBron making
around.
all kinds of history. I don't see him stopping. So I wouldn't put it
I
past
only ask
him.
because I think he might be gone from the NBA and playing that Olympics.
They'd let him. I think
he might have retired like a year or two before that, and they let him play in the Olympics.
I think Lisa has 4 gold medals. Yeah, Lisa Leslie has 4 gold medals. I'm not sure how many team have 4 gold medals. I don't think there's very many. Diana and Birdie probably do too. Now that I think about it, because they're freaking 40 years old now.
Yeah, but I
don't know that a men's player does.
I hear you. We've talked about it a lot.
Damn, Diana's got 5. Oof. Good God. If Diana's got 5, that means Birdie's got to have 5.
Diana might go again.
Well, okay. I love me some Diana Taurasi, but she gonna be in the Brandon Ingram role.
Is Gino still doing it?
No.
Who's the?
I think it's Dawn.
That's right.
I think Dawn's doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Birdie's got 5 too.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
That is crazy.
That's 5 gold medals for them.
That is crazy. But I think that I think, obviously LeBron's coming. I like the clutch aspect of it. I think, and it may not be his thing. I don't know, but I love to see Fox go over there. I feel like they need a De'Aaron Fox.
Like, look, if he wants to do it, cool. Like, that's all that, like, if De'Aaron, like, I hope De'Aaron does it. Like, if De'Aaron doesn't care about a gold medal, I know, because it's on our just representing the country. It means, so for some people, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, if De'Aaron wants it, like, I hope he gets the opportunity to go get it. If De'Aaron don't care, I don't care.
I just can't imagine why you wouldn't want to at least experience that.
Yeah, I don't. I
just
would
experience it.
if I was
at least once.
Yeah, that's the thing. If I was on that level and I had that opportunity, I'd probably want to do it one time.
You don't. Yeah, I don't know. These guys have traveled all over the place playing AAU ball. He's probably done USA, when he was younger. He's probably experienced all of this stuff. And now he's thinking about wrapping up what will hopefully be a very long season for the Sacramento Kings.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got to go straight back to playing basketball when he's got kids, he's got a wife. He's not that they can't come with them, but
man, LeBron ain't trying to hear all that. If LeBron's, could you imagine like, oh, I got a wife and kids. LeBron's going to be like, bro, please stop.
LeBron took 2 weeks off during the season to go to the national championship.
LeBron will tell him, man, I ain't trying to hear that. Just take 2 weeks off during the regular
Yeah,
season.
exactly. Just follow my lead. Just follow my lead.
This is how you do it.
Let Domas do everything.
If LeBron James calls and says like, yo, I want you to be on my team, you're not saying no to that.
No, you're probably not. But that's also different if LeBron calls. That's different if LeBron calls versus Grant Hill calling. That's not the same phone call.
No. You're right.
Grant,
but I'm saying if LeBron calls him, there's no chance he's saying no.
I also think it's an ultimate. I agree. Yeah. I agree. I also think it's an ultimate power play if it happens for De'Aaron that Grant Hill has to call or someone from USA Basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm in. I'll come win y'all a gold medal.
Yeah. I think he would help that team out a lot. But that team that they talk about potentially could be put together.
Those announcers were
terrible. Oh, yeah. What do y'all think about the
those announcers were
Did they get too excited for
They
you
were
or
so oh my God. The Mikal Bridges call was so bad. The guy's voice did something.
I think we might have to play that.
Yeah. It's not gonna be. Yeah, I got you. I'll pull this up. Did you hear the call? Did you hear my
No.
Oh, it's rough. I got you. Hang on.
Shout out to them brothers, man. I'm not exactly sure who they were.
Y'all
but shout out to them. They were excited.
Do what you gotta do. My life.
They were excited for that moment. A lot of yelling, a lot of
really strange inflections in their voice, and
it wasn't like boom goes the dynamite.
No, but these
it's incredible.
What is happening?
I mean, I'm okay with it, man. I'm okay with it. He got excited. He talked about the moment. I mean, yeah, I'm okay with it.
Your boy Tyrese. What just happened?
That's funny. Screaming like that before he even hit the three. Like he could have at least waited till after he made it and then started screaming like that. But hey,
I loved it, man.
I sneaky love that.
I loved it.
I sneaky love.
I love. And the reason why I love it is it's genuine, real emotion for the situation. If it's manufactured, I feel like we could all read through that. Like, you ain't really that excited. You just you think that's what you're supposed to do. So that's what you're doing.
Yes.
Now, this guy,
no,
like, it's what he's been doing his whole life since he was a kid.
A good mess.
Yeah, he was going crazy. I loved it.
Yeah, that was cool.
Good miss. Did perfect.
I don't know if you guys probably haven't talked about. Have you guys talked basketball this morning? I was on a phone call on the way here, so I wasn't listening.
We was pretty football heavy.
The resting the players. You can't rest two stars. Y'all saw that.
That's true.
You guys don't like it?
I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot there.
I don't know.
I don't know how they're gonna make that work. Well, they laid out how they would.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know how I feel.
What do you think?
I like it.
You can't. For those who missed it, like there's and we'll lay this out a little bit more when we come back.
Sorry,
No, the gist of it is they're going to put in a rule that you can't rest two stars on the same night.
Mm-hmm.
And
love it.
Consequences and repercussions for it. All right.
Kobe would have liked it.
Kobe would have.
Yeah.
Chris Jones signed a 1-year deal
Mm.
to return to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh,
The mob
I need to
bosses have
know.
spoken.
How much, eh? Yeah, right. They're
You
like,
see
nah,
them
we need him back.
You see them mob bosses that were sitting on each side of him.
Dude, that was funny. That was a wild. That was an incredible shot they got of Chris Jones in the box. Pause. Great stuff. Always wonderful to hang out with Sarah. She even stayed 13 minutes.
Yeah.
One of the rising stars out here, man. You see her out here every Monday, man. She's
Rising. She already the biggest star in the city.
True. Hey, make sure you
Rising
send a shout
for
out
sure.
to me when you're on the sideline of the Colorado USC game.
Yes.
Just say, hey, KC, I see
Next
you.
week, I'm going to be at Stanford, Sac State.
Oh.
Send a shout out to us then, since we don't do TV together anymore. Just say, hey, just letting
No,
y'all
we
know.
are going to do TV together.
I miss D'Lo and Casey. Just sending y'all. Just
we're old news.
hey, just touch the side of your nose.
Do you
or
guys,
something.
honestly,
Just-
also, like, I feel like you guys are so busy. I'm like, do they even have time for us anymore? Do you guys? Be honest. Be honest.
Of course, I'll be sitting there, standing there, looking out my window every Sunday. No call, no text.
We definitely want to have you guys on. I just don't want to, overstay my welcome.
Oh, that's
But
impossible.
the opposite way,
impossible.
but yeah.
That's impossible.
We'll come back. We'll take a look around the NFL. We'll talk more 49ers and Raiders as well. Again, big thanks to Sara Hodges, Stilo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Perfect. Appreciate y'all.
Oh, great job.
Yeah, man.
Great job.
The USA stuff, I didn't really watch that much of just because I've been so busy.
Oh, that's all good. It was
We did a little bit of highlights last night, but
a couple days ago.
yeah, Sunday
A couple
night.
days ago, anyways. Yeah, the bigger thing is
The foosball?
the startup conversation today.
Hey, y'all need to talk. Are you guys going to talk about Sac State today?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dude, Caden Bennett.
I beat
Let
the
me
hell
know-
out of
Let
them
me know
boys.
if y'all want him on the show too.
Oh, yeah.
That's Kate.
He
You know
be playing like that.
Folsom. You know,
Is that the
he
dude
won
they got
2
from-
state championships with Folsom? Like,
Is that the kid they got from Nevada?
Boise State?
He was living. Well, no, he was
Yeah.
living in Nevada.
Yeah,
and
but he
moved here
played
to
his
Folsom.
whole high school career with
Yeah.
Folsom.
No, he was like
Yeah,
that
he's
dude.
legit. And he's been waiting his turn.
Mm.
He's been on the roster for like 3
No,
years.
he
I
looks
want to say.
nice. He looks
Dude,
nice.
it was no question game one who the starter was. I was like, Coach, I didn't want to put him on the spot or anything, but we had him on Sunday, and I was like, Coach,
He was killing.
KB's it. I love you so
You
much.
too. Great to see you.
Sarah
Appreciate
Hodges,
you.
the GOAT. No Louis back today?
No, I'm going actually. My mom's flying in today. We're gonna go to crew tonight, have some sushi. So I'm gonna get dressed up a little bit later.
All right.
IG, why I'm muting you. Staying off
It's my
IG.
mom, so we probably won't be going too crazy, but
Your mom's kind of fine too, though. So
she is fine.
mom's kind of fine too.
She's like, what are we doing? And then I want to go to the Sawyer and lay out. I was
Oh,
like, okay.
lit.
I was like, guess we have to get a hotel room.
She get it from her mama.
Exactly. I appreciate y'all so much.
All right, have a good one.
I could stay here all day with you guys. Damn, this door.
It's a monster. Yeah, it's a monster.
Right? Appreciate y'all so much. Thanks for having me.
Because I don't.
Yeah, you might have to do a 13th round. They didn't something happen?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about it. I mean, it could happen tomorrow too.
Are we out to SF on December 9th?
I think so. I gotta make that move, man. That rarely happens on the West. Well, in California.
That's what I'm saying.
Northern California. They go to LA. They don't go there. I think, yeah, might be a field trip. Might get on a bus, guys. Might get on a bus.
Watch boxing at that boring ass arena.
Oh, it's gonna be terrible.
What arena is it at?
Chase.
Oh, it is. It's at Chase.
Someone's gonna get knocked out. No yelling. Just all quiet.
I bet Bonte's gonna be there. Link up with Bonte. Bonte be
Still have never met Bonte.
never met Bonte.
Mm-mm.
That's funny.
No.
The funny thing is, I
Only
don't know
met
when it's gonna
Guru.
happen this year.
Yeah.
Don't know when that's gonna happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw Drew Down was hanging out with all of them.
Shout out to all the homies over in 95.7 game. Big ups to them all, man.
Yeah, we should have Bonte or Butch.
Oh,
on
that's a good point.
sometime.
Kamara's never met me. Bro, I've never met.
Kamara, I'm damn near at the point where I've never met you. Like, bring your ass back home. Y'all need to follow Kamara on IG, man. He posts some funny stuff. You could
Pete, when you hit me on IG.
Good, Pete. Shout out to our man Al Biacani. He coached in 3 Olympics. That man moved to China. I didn't think we were ever going to get him back. He loved being over there so much. He was their strength coach. He changed the whole dynamics of that program over there.
Man, that's because he wanted them. He wanted them ones, as we like to say. Go.
He absolutely is. He will whoop your ass.
I want no problem.
I don't mean you. I mean all of us. Hey, when you coming in for my Friday class, well, first of all, Al, I don't have no time anymore. 2, I'm not going in there. And the sad part is, it's like literally across the parking lot. Like he wants us to go in there so bad just so he can tell everyone he beat the crap out of
Man, he ain't gonna get me in there like not in shape at all. I'm gonna need 2 weeks to like do something.
I'm gonna tell you
this,
this
then go in there
from experience. 2 weeks ain't gonna be enough.
I need something.
He's gonna.
I hurt myself. I'm trying to keep from injury. I need to ramp up to the ramp up.
So you know what he does too is when you haven't gone in for a while, he'll do this on purpose. He'll be like, "Oh, it's okay, Bubba. You don't have to do 60. You could do 30 seconds while everyone else does 60." He does that because he knows it'll piss you off. And like, Susie, who has been here, every week for the last, 6 months, is like crushing it. He'll go, "Oh, it's okay. You could stop now. You look tired. You just take some rest here."
Man, it ain't happening. That's what I'm taking the whole 60 seconds.
That's what
you're
he'll
talking
do.
about, man.
No slow start for the 49ers. Brock Purdy and that crew came out the gate. No easing into things for them. They came out swinging. They came out like the divisional round had just ended, and they were ready to make a statement. I think of all of the Super Bowl contenders, I was ready to say the San Francisco 49ers look the best. I still believe that that's true. But that ass whooping that the Dallas Cowboys put on the New York Giants yesterday got me thinking. Now, I want to be clear in this. I think New York sucks. I think they're terrible, grossly overhyped, and I think what they did last year was an anomaly.
I agree.
That doesn't change the fact that the Dallas Cowboys beat the hell out of them. And I said, shoot, there was a minute, and this is why I don't live tweet. There was when Darius Slay got that interception, I was like, oh, shoot. So this is what Philly doing, huh? Okay. All right. Philly picking up right where they left off. And then things slowed down for them after that. Got the win. That's all that matters. Got the win.
Yeah.
But I thought Philly was headed towards what Dallas did. That's where I thought Philly was going when I saw that Darius Slay interception. I was ready. I was like, hey, I'm cool where I'm at. It's San Francisco and Philly. Now, and I absolutely believe Philly is still in the equation, but Dallas, my goodness.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Philly, and Dallas, that's an elite group at the top of the NFC.
I think so too, man. And Dallas, their defense, we talked about it a little bit when Sarah was here, but that Dallas defense, they're the real deal, man.
Yeah.
They're the real deal when it comes to getting after the quarterback, when it comes to their playmaking ability. We talk about Trayvon Diggs a lot, and the play that was indicative of who he is the most was, I don't know if you were still hanging around the game at this point, but late in the game where he gets completely burnt on like a slant. The guy catches the ball, He's running down the field, but Trayvon catches him and forces the fumble. Cowboys get the fumble. That's a microcosm of Trayvon Diggs. Like, he's going to get beat.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get beat. But at the same time, he's a playmaker, and he'll come back in there and, force a fumble, or he'll get burnt for a touchdown, come back on next possession, get a pick or something like that. So they got playmakers, and then they got the steady hand on the other side when you talk about Stephon Gilmore. So that defense is
he had
the
one
real
last
deal.
night too, I think.
Yeah,
that
defense is the real deal.
The similarities between the two defenses, the San Francisco 49ers defense and the Dallas Cowboys defense, they're there. Like, there's definitely similarities between these two teams, and you can point to, like, you can line up, like, when you talk about, star-studded rosters.
Yeah.
And speaking of, hey, shout out to Jesse's Dolphins.
Oh my goodness,
that was the best game of the weekend.
Wow.
Just a phenomenal finish by them. The Tua Tagovailoa, Tyreek Hill, 200+ yards. Just insane video game numbers from a roster that a lot of football people said, this might be the best one in the NFL. And I didn't veer away from San Francisco. Still haven't. Wasn't really sure about Miami. We'll probably have some sort of overreaction for them tomorrow. But you talk about star-studded rosters, talking about the Cowboys, talking about the 49ers. Got to throw Miami in there too.
Man, Tyreek Hill, my goodness.
They were out there like Shaq and Kobe yesterday. The Chargers had no answer for that whatsoever.
Yeah.
We I think we've talked about this before, but is Tyreek Hill the best wide receiver in the game?
It's him or Jefferson. I think it's arguable for both. So I think they're on their own tier, maybe. I wouldn't put Chase with both.
I was about to
of
say,
them either.
Jamar Chase ain't getting in there.
He's the next tier at the top.
I know what Jamar needs to do. He needs to keep his mouth shut. Jamar talking too much.
Jamar, first of all, if you can't talk at that point, when can you talk?
Jamar talking too much. Sit down, sir.
When can you talk? Especially talking about the Browns. Now, that was a good call by you. Shout out to Dane. Browns started out the season the right way.
Yeah, can I tell you something about that though? I don't love it. I don't love it, man. I still like the Browns. They got the win. That game,
that was an emphatic win.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you find stories, right? Like in it's a stupid practice, but it's what we do. The story of that game is probably Cincinnati, not Cleveland. Like, bro, Deshaun did not play well. Like Nick Chubb did, which that's all hat. Like, you expect Nick Chubb to play well. Like, he's the thing that makes you think this team could go to another level is Deshaun Watson trying to regain his form. I'd feel a lot better about what I said about Cleveland, and I still believe in them, still think they'll make the playoffs, but I'd feel a lot better about beating up Cincinnati the way that they did if Deshaun had. It was a Dak Prescott numbers he put up yesterday. Unnecessary shot at Dak.
It was
but
an unnecessary shot.
Dak didn't need to put up big numbers.
Wrong.
He didn't need to put up big numbers. I didn't love the way Deshaun Watson played yesterday.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a mulligan last year because he was out for so long.
Willing
but
to
he
give
didn't
him
look-
one. Yeah.
he didn't look good last year, and that's not a good way to start. There was also this really weird thing going on, I guess, everywhere except the West Coast with the weather yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, that was interesting to see, like, from the East Coast to the Midwest, like, everybody was dealing with the elements, it felt like. And Cleveland was one of them. So maybe that had a little bit to do with it.
I derailed something because you were talking about Tyreek Hill, best wide receiver. Like, Tyreek Hill might be the most dangerous
I can believe
weapon
that.
in the league just because his speed.
Yeah.
He's probably one of the more unique players in the entire league in that, as we learned getting to watch number 5 each night.
Yeah.
Like, you can't, if you've got speed, there's only so many things the defense can do about that.
Yeah.
With De'Aaron, you're talking about on a 90-foot court. With Tyreek, you're talking about space. That's all you're talking about is space.
The way Mike McDaniel schemes the offense too is that Tyreek, almost every play it seems, he's in motion. So if you're covering him, you're following him. There's one play where he was lined up a little bit behind the tight end. They send him out to the outside, hike the ball. Tyreek takes off downfield. So as a corner, you're already trying to keep up. Then boom, Tyreek cuts to the middle, and it's just like you can't keep up with that.
I think if Jesse's if the 49ers do what we expect they're going to do, I'm not talking about I'm talking about get into the playoffs, being in the playoffs, maybe making a playoff run. You know, you got the Jets and the Bills tonight. If the Jets find themselves at the end of the season where a lot of people have predicted them to be, Dolphins, same thing. There needs to be a long discussion about Kyle Shanahan's coaching tree. Because that man right now hasn't missed. Bill Belichick is a winner and has yet to produce a coach that has accomplished anything in this league. And unless I'm missing one, and I don't think I am, Matt Patricia came crawling back. Josh McDaniels came crawling back. Maybe it'll turn out better for him in his second run now with the Raiders. Don't use Mike Vrabel because he was not a coach for Bill Belichick. He was a player. He hasn't had a successful coach come out of his program yet. We just referenced the Jets and the Dolphins, two predicted to be top teams in the NFL coming from Kyle Shanahan. Yo, that's special.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's special.
Absolutely. They're
even TC got to acknowledge that special.
He won't,
but see how good Mike McDaniels can be when Kyle Shanahan get the hell out of his way.
Get out of his way, Kyle.
Yeah,
get out of his way. The Dolphins are amazing. They're like almost the Kings equivalent of the NFL with what they do on the offensive end, and how unstoppable they seem to be offensively.
They'll be around 30 points per game this season, no doubt. I don't think because they didn't miss a beat off of last season. It's just as long as Tua's healthy, they're going to put up points every game.
With that, I agree.
We'll talk surprises and overreactions and all that stuff tomorrow. Got James Ham coming up at the top of the hour. There is actual King stuff to talk about that James reported on this weekend. How about Jordan Love?
Jordan Love looked good.
Man, that one thing you know for sure, Matt LaFleur gonna win some regular season games, man.
Yeah, he don't miss.
That dude gonna win some regular season games. But yeah, Jordan Love, a solid 3 touchdown, more than solid, a very good 3 touchdown outing against Chicago.
Yeah. If you're a Bears
call
fan,
it his debut.
If you're a Bears fan, you got to feel like we're just never going to beat the Packers again. Like it doesn't matter who's under center. Favre, Rodgers, now Love. They beat us up every time.
As a Bears fan, that game has to be probably some of them, like one of the most demoralizing you probably watch because you're coming from the off season. I know Bears fans. Like they're expecting to take a step up, yeah. And the Packers come and they still kick your ass.
Who wins first? What happens first? The Giants beat the Cowboys or the Bears beat the Packers?
I'll take the Giants over the Cowboys.
I'll take the Bears beating the Packers. I'm not picking the Giants to do anything. Hell, the Raiders have beat the Broncos, 7 or 8 straight times now?
Something like that. It hasn't
7?
Hasn't the because I know with the Cowboys and Giants, it's like 12 out of the last 13.
Why are we leaving out the most obvious?
Rams Niners?
Yeah. Because
that's another one that's
the
like
NFC Championship kind of.
Yeah, that's another one though. That's like it's probably like 8 in a row in the regular season, but like
you got the one
8 of the 9 or whatever.
Yeah.
The other one is I think the Raiders and Chiefs. I think the Chiefs have won like.
No, didn't the Raiders?
No, they lost 2 last year. That was one of their blown leads in KC.
Did they
on Monday night and then ring around the Rosie in Allegiant? I think they've lost like 8 or 9 in a row to the Chiefs. There's some crazy streaks going on.
I might ask this again tomorrow. Could we collectively, because it's both of us,
okay,
have been wrong about the Rams?
I'll just wait to answer it till tomorrow.
Okay.
I mean, I could give you an answer now, but that will ruin the suspense.
Oh no, you can answer now. Like that's why I asked you.
No. They're no good. That was a good win for them.
They're no good?
It was a good win for them. I think people could have been more wrong about Seattle than wrong about the Rams. Seattle might just be
fine with that.
Seattle might just be an average team.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I think the Rams are intriguing. They're intriguing now. That's the word. Like now you kind of look, but I'm not going to say like they're going to be good.
If Matt Stafford's healthy, I feel like we're having this is a whole different discussion for me. Mm-hmm. I'll say for me, from my perspective, I did not think the Rams were going to be good. And I don't even think I thought they were going to be a playoff team. But I always had the caveat, like if Matt Stafford's healthy, like they're a playoff team. I don't think they're a championship caliber team. I'm with the playoff thing, not the championship caliber team. If Stafford's healthy, I think the Rams are winning football games this year.
Another part to the Rams where I will give them some credit and some respect is we talk about it a lot, but Sean McVay's a good coach, man. I think he's a really good coach. So I can see them putting together some games, based off of him, just how good of a coach he is. So there's that, but I don't believe it.
You just said there's weather all over the East Coast.
Yeah.
There's a shelter-in-place warning at MetLife.
Oh, okay. Well,
no players or personnel are being allowed on the field.
Jeez. Man.
Game starts in about 3 hours?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I hope everything's okay.
Well, shelter in place. All right.
Aren't those for like hurricanes or tornadoes?
I think tornado. Well, I'm sure it could be for any seismic event. It just says there's a shelter in place warning now in effect.
Did you see?
It could be lightning too.
There's that too. Yeah. It was all bad for college football on Saturday as far as that goes. I think it was Virginia Tech.
It wasn't bad for Sac State though. Hey,
Stingers up.
Shout out Coach Andy Thompson.
Big ups to Sac State handling business. They got a big one on Saturday against Stanford. I think they might be able to get that.
Yeah. Yep. I think they can.
I think they might be able to get it. Stanford, they did a good job against Hawaii. Got that win.
Mm-hmm.
They look completely
it did not look good
against USC. Now, USC is a top 5 team in the nation. They did what they were supposed to do, but Sac State's looking good. Caden Bennett is looking like a star.
I'm gonna let you rock with college football. I'm gonna move something because I want to make sure we give Coco her just due here in a few minutes.
Oh yeah,
before we talk to James.
Yeah.
But can we shout out your man, Desmond Howard, for arguably the most iconic moment in the history of College Game Day.
I did see that.
When that man, predicting a winner, said, "I got Texas winning," and pulls out a white folding chair with the Texas logo on it. And Pat McAfee's face was incredible.
That was some good stuff.
And for Texas to go on to beat Alabama after Desmond Howard did that, oh, marvelous.
That was some good stuff.
Well done, Desmond Howard.
That was some really good stuff. That was a good game, too.
That was a hell of a game. Yeah.
That was a good game from those two legendary programs. And I watched the McAfee broadcast with that the whole time. It was what it was. Like, it was cool. Like, they were on the field. They were like right there. They had to get out the way a couple of times because somebody scored a touchdown, almost rolled into them. And what's his name? Matthew McConaughey was over there a lot because he was on the sideline.
He's a Texas guy.
Yeah. So it was cool. That was some good stuff by Desmond Howard, though. That was really that was some good stuff.
Yeah, I saw it first on social and cracked up. I wonder how many of them didn't get it, but Pat McAfee got it. He knew what that stood for.
Absolutely.
And Texas followed it up.
Texas with the big win against Alabama. College Game Day, we talked about a lot, going to Boulder, Colorado next week. Oh,
yeah,
that's gonna be some good stuff. I forgot what I was saying about college football at that time. I guess it wasn't that important.
I think was it about the weather because we were segueing out of what was happening.
Well, I was just gonna say Virginia Tech, they had a noon start. I don't think they played till like 7 p.m. or something like that.
Oh my.
Yeah, because the storm and the lightning and all this other stuff.
They showed I saw a baseball field. I think it was in Miami. I think it was Miami. I don't know. It was completely like they're trying to put the tarp. Like that tarp's not going to do anything. Like it's completely flooded at this point. It might not have been Miami. I can't remember where it was, but it was just more like terrible, terrible weather out there. J.K. Dobbins tore his Achilles, man. A tough break for the Baltimore Ravens. Tough break for J.K., who he's going to miss his second season in 3 years. He missed all of 2021. Even acknowledged, I didn't feel myself last year, understandably. Said he was completely 100% healthy headed into this year. Tears his Achilles. I think it was in the first half or start of the second half. I can't remember,
terrible,
but
man.
yeah, tough.
That is terrible.
Tough
Hate
for
to see
JK,
that.
tough for the Ravens.
Yeah.
Your Ravens,
My Ravens,
by the way, who
gotta
got
win.
Well, they
Poor
should have.
Poor DeMarco Murray. You know, couldn't get a win to start his Texans career off.
D'Amico Ryans.
I was like, wait, what?
DeMarco Murray?
Yeah, I was like, wait,
D'Amico
what?
Ryan.
Yeah, it's a good moment, but yeah.
I didn't even realize it until you said his name. I was like, wait a minute. I think I said Murray.
I was like, wait, because you were saying Ravens. Like, wait, is DeMarco Murray like assistant on the Ravens? And I was like, wait, no, they played the Texans.
I was afraid to say anything because I thought it was a joke that I didn't get. I was like, I don't want to acknowledge I don't get this joke. I'm gonna need D'Amico to win though to keep that Shanahan tree propped up.
Well, 2 out of 3 ain't
It's
bad.
not gonna happen this year.
There's nothing wrong with 2 out of 3.
I was gonna say, hey, the Ravens got their season, started off the way they were supposed to. That Houston team's not gonna be good for a while. That Carolina team's not gonna be good for a while. Like it's gonna, it's gonna take some time for those 2 young quarterbacks to get going.
Yeah.
But Houston is especially bad. Hey, Atlanta didn't play, Atlanta. What am I trying to say? I thought Atlanta was going to be terrible. I don't think they were.
No.
But they played Carolina, who I do think is terrible.
Yeah.
So it's week 1. We'll see what happens.
Atlanta's not terrible. I don't know if they're a playoff team, but they're not terrible.
I don't.
They're almost like the Raiders. Like how you view the Raiders. That's how I view we both view the Raiders the same way. That's how I view the Falcons.
I think higher of the Raiders than the Raiders. I think higher of the Raiders than I do the Falcons. Like the Raiders have more. I feel like I feel like the Raiders have more players. Like there's more guys who can get stuff done for you on that team than on Atlanta.
Falcons got Kyle Pitts. They got Olivier, the wide receiver, that the rookie running back. He had the move of the week. Where he said, what's his name? Just off the top of my head.
Bijan Robinson.
Bijan Robinson. He had to move it. Oh my gosh. He's a playmaker. I didn't even realize this. They said they took him like 8th in the draft.
8th?
Yeah. I was like, that can't be true. Somebody said that over the weekend. I was like, there's no way that could be true. But I wasn't in a place where I could look that up. But is he running?
You mean
back?
you didn't have your phone in your pocket?
No. I think I was driving. And I heard it on the radio. I was like,
why didn't you ask
way.
your spaceship if?
Well, my car doesn't have that capability. Maybe yours does. Maybe yours does. I don't know. Mine doesn't.
Why
so they got some ball players.
I looked up the wrong draft. That's why.
I'm not saying they have more than the Raiders or anything like that, but they
got
some
kid
guys.
8th. They took a running back 8th. I didn't even think that was a thing anymore.
I didn't either.
I didn't even think you took him against the fictitious 8th round anymore.
Right.
Yeah, they took
his
now that
move was
crazy. Now that you mention this, I remember this conversation on draft night. I remember because there's a kid from Alabama who was taken, I think I can pull it up right here, 12th. They had a couple of running backs go early, and that was it.
So I think I think
2 running backs went in the top 12, and then no more were drafted in the first round.
Nobody knows who's right or wrong. It's not what this is about. But I think that the Falcons and the Raiders are they have similar builds to me.
I feel like the Falcons, they're up and coming. The Raiders have more guys, I feel like, that are more like more established. Like the Falcons guys, like they have names, but like they still need to hit their potential.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah. It could be on the road then. It could be on the road to getting some things done.
Well, I'm not here to talk about the Atlanta football team.
No, yeah. Well, I don't even know how you pick. Is it the Atlanta football team? Is it the Arizona football team? Is it the other 27 teams?
I think he's a Bears fan too. I think Ramsey's a Bears fan.
The Chicago football team.
Are we out on the Vikings after they lost to the Bucks?
Oh,
They kind of what I've been thinking about them. They kind of showed it on week 1.
That was a terrible performance. That was a horrible performance.
We'll come back. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the hour, and we will talk a lot of Kings with him. He had some interesting reports regarding the Kings center position over the weekend. Scala BCR, we hardly knew you. I don't know. He's in Stockton. James is going to make sense of all of this. And one of the best stories all weekend. All of that coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Steele and KC on ESPN 1320.
Did you see? You probably didn't see it. Do you know what that's $1 on like college football final? It's basically like just these little goofy things, like somebody ran the wrong way or something like that in the college. It's probably like where the guy had the helmet covering his eyes and something like that. So I'm surprised they did this on ESPN. This was on the Big Show, and it was that's $1, and they got this picture. Oh well, Joey Galloway was like, "Yeah, I ain't fooling with that one."
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man.
Joey Galloway was like, "Bro, I'm good." How do I turn that volume up on this? There we go.
He said what? All right, Fat Joe.
So there was a game, and the two teammates were standing next to each other on the sideline. One guy's name was Dixon, and the other guy's name was.
That's crazy.
I can't believe they said that on the. This is on ESPN. Now we have Dixon and come on. I said, come on, man. You can't be doing that.
David, run defense was pretty shaky, but last year they were top 5 in the league. We'll see if they could get it together. But I think the secondary is going to be fine. Yesterday the Chargers did whatever they wanted running the ball, but I think it'll be okay.
Rob W, why you down? Bruh. Here, I'll talk it right now. They had a terrible weekend for my money. But to their fan base, they had a great weekend. They had a great week. They're like, this is the best thing ever. UFC is awesome. It's great.
You guys, but UFC needs to stop with the whole GOAT talk with every fighter, bro.
And they're like, that's what makes it good. Anybody could beat anybody. Nobody worried about all that, bro. I don't care. Oh, yeah, I forgot to do it 13th. I'll do it tomorrow, though, so we can really talk about that thing. So Rob W. Oh, man.
Gonna be there 2 hours looking for it.
Oh. Well, Michigan, it was a hard-fought win. I mean, UNLV, that team, they might be playing for a national championship in a year or two. And, to beat those guys, it just shows the resolve that those guys have because, I mean, it's not an easy game. If anything, it might be might end up being one of the hardest games on anybody's schedule this year. So just go in there and just keep working. 1-0 every day. That's all we can do in Ann Arbor, and we'll continue to try and get better every day. And
Do you ever get
with a
tired
tough
of saying
game.
stupid shit like that out loud?
What? UNLV, they on the come up.
Said that school was going to win a national championship in
Well,
a couple of years.
I mean, look, man. I mean, I they recruited great. The coach, he's a great recruiter, and with the transfer portal, I think they got a lot of good things in store. They're on the come up for sure. And Michigan had to work hard to win that one. There was nothing given to them.
I guess in a couple years we'll be seeing UNLV versus Colorado on the Natty.
I guess so.
It is.
Fine with me. Need to give some of these commercials to the end of the insiders. Yeah, he definitely did. I tried something different. It's turned out good.
What's that?
It's like a little citrus smoothie, like mangoes, pineapple, like some orange juice, my protein powder. Dr. David, which one is Umaga's kid?
Has that storyline run its course?
Or
is it old, or is it stale?
I mean, Jay going to Raw kind of. I don't know. I don't know what direction they're going now. They got the Judgment Day being super dominant. I don't know. Goodness. James Hammer, the insider, set to join us at the top of the hour. Make sure you turn into James and Kyle every weekday, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. here on ESPN 1320. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the alert button. Hit the little bell in the upper right-hand corner. That'll alert you when we go live, and you can catch their 2-hour show. James still with us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, which is super exciting because we're really, really close to basketball season. So we'll talk to him. Was really excited to talk about the best story of the weekend. Certainly one of the best stories of the weekend. Mm-hmm. But Kamara has been so damn impatient with us getting to this story. We'll just let him do it. 916-909-1320. What's up, Kamara?
I'm not saying I've been impatient, but it was really, really exciting for me, like just watching Coco. Like her hitting coach is actually one of my clients.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, and so like, talking with him over the last several weeks, and when she won a Cincinnati Open, and just kind of like her progress, they were really excited throughout this season, like what she was gonna do, and so kind of seeing that and knowing like what was happening and all the internals behind it was really pretty cool. And I don't know if you know, her parents actually ran at Florida State, or her parents are from Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
Her mother was an athlete at Florida State, and pretty cool privilege too, because like her grandmother was watching with her congregation in Palm Beach County, Florida. Her grandmother actually desegregated the schools down there in Palm Beach. So
wow,
to see her granddaughter win the U.S. Open, that was pretty cool. And my daughter watching it with me, I think this is more or less this is actually pretty cool to see someone like her age win it, and watching the U.S. Open, and just someone 19-year-old, I think that was pretty cool. So I'm sorry I was rushing you guys, but
you know it's all good, man. You know that.
It's all love. You know, Kamara got us on he got us on the conference room speakerphone, or it's the conference room in his office,
right?
And he's just wandering around the office getting work done, getting off his Coco Gauff takes.
That's why he's one of the greats out there, man.
He's the one out there.
Multitasking, crazy right now.
Ordered a suit from the website that he sent us to for the wedding.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Nice,
The pressure of this event on the 23rd is just through the roof. You think you're under pressure? What about the people attending? Man, it is stressful. Like, what do I wear? What shoe? Like, stressful time, stressful weekend.
It's gonna be a good time. Ties will be untied by about 7 o'clock anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Went to the website this weekend and was like, oh man, you know what the website doesn't have?
What's that?
Date and location.
Oh, my website.
Yeah, yours.
Oh, I thought you meant
no. I'm talking about
website.
yours. There's no date. I was like, what time am I supposed to be there? Go to the website. It's not on there. Thankfully, I still have my card and right there. So I may need minimal adjustments, but the pressure's a little bit off for my big day.
Feel the pressure
of showing out in front of the Caraway family.
Under more scrutiny. What I do, act more stupidly.
Thank you.
Want more jewelry, more Louis V. My mama couldn't get through to me.
Who's that?
That's Kanye West. That's back when he was somebody that we liked.
No, I only point that out because as I laid out on a different show on a different station, that's your man's in them.
Not my man's, bro. Not my man's. He's a wild boy. He's a wild boy at this point.
He's definitely that.
Yeah, that's not my guy. Coco Gauff, that was amazing though. That was amazing. And then I love the video. Everybody's seen it when she was not a little girl, but a kid at the US Open. I think was Serena just won?
I feel like it was Venus.
Oh,
but it could have been Serena. I can't remember which one.
And
they were all intertwined. All four of them were really intertwined in the final minutes of that broadcast.
Yeah, that was great to see, man. I'm so happy for her.
She's been dubbed the next man for a few years now. I mean, we've been like watching her compete at these. Like, so what Kamara say? She's 19, so
I feel like
God,
like 15. Yeah, I think 15 was when I first. She got on the radar for me at least. So.
Should have Ramsey call and tell us who won the men's U.S. Open.
It was your boy, wasn't it? Yeah. He actually did something pretty cool too.
He put on it was Novak Djokovic. And he put on
I two and two didn't even correlate.
He
come on, man. You can't be doing that, Ramsey.
He paid tribute to Kobe.
Yeah.
When it was over. He said him and Kobe were real close. Thinking had like a picture of them and Mamba, all sorts of different things.
US Open is my favorite tennis tournament. One day I'll go to the US Open.
I've said that to myself for like 15 years. I lived in Connecticut and didn't go. Such a missed opportunity. Such a missed opportunity. But yeah, I'm with you. Maybe that's one we'll do together. D'Lo and Casey live from the U.S. Open.
From Queens, baby.
And I'm sure Ramsey would come with us. Like Ramsey
will be there.
Probably. He'd be driving by, right? I'm driving by the U.S. Open right now. As we speak.
I'm driving by Sal's as we speak here.
But see, Ramsey, like, don't nobody want to go inside and watch the U.S. Open. He gonna watch those guys in the parking lot. Kamara trying to get a guys trip going. He said, let's go. Guys trip. Okay, maybe you misunderstood. Didn't say I needed to do all that. But
Kamara, bring your ass to Sacramento. Stop playing.
Yeah, I don't know why.
You didn't even have a Kings game this year, man. What you doing?
I ain't even see the beam in person, man. I ain't even see the beam in person. Shout out to everybody who showed love to D'Lo and KC at our street market on Saturday night.
Oh man, I'm mad I missed that one too.
It's such an incredible event.
I love that event.
Food, music. Shout out Dan the Record Man. I didn't know Dan the Record Man listened to us. Dan the Record Man listens to us.
Okay.
I went over. He was out there. had a fraction of the records he owns, but a selection big enough for me because we're getting ready for our curator series over at Solomon Vinyl coming up in October.
Yep.
And I walked away with a freshly sealed Dr. Dre The Chronic.
Nice.
Walked away with I think I found an Ike and Tina Live, Jermaine Stewart. Like I walked away a couple of Run DMC records. I walked away from our street market pretty happy that night.
Nice. That's a dope event.
It is
I love that. I went to, I think it was before COVID, because I don't know if they've had one since COVID. Maybe they had one last year.
They had one last year.
Yeah, but I think it was before COVID, man. It was such a cool event, man. It's one of the great events the city has every year.
So much great food out there, and I found myself with all of the great trucks. There's a restaurant out there I hadn't been to I think it's called Plant Power. And my thing, if I can get dessert somewhere, I'm gonna get dessert whether I'm hungry or not.
Yeah.
And on our way out, like, yo, let's see what this looks like. And it's what a lot of these joints, that you find, like, it's burgers and plant-based burgers and chicken and stuff like that. Man, but they had they called it a snow day. It was essentially a blizzard, right? Like it was whether it was Oreos. I got one with brownies mixed in with the ice cream.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Did they thing, huh?
Oh, they did that. It was perfect. That was a great event, a great night. Kenny and I got some really exciting things coming up with some of those guys over there, starting with Solomon Vinyl. I took 2 trips downtown, one to Solomon Vinyl to see my man Abs and pick up the tickets for R Street, drove back out to the R Street Market. Had a blast, though. Had a blast on Saturday night.
That's some good stuff. Where was I? Oh, Saturday I didn't do nothing. I had to watch.
Could have come outside. You went outside.
I had to watch the kids, man. I had to watch the kids while Jazz was running around.
There were kids, dogs, everything there.
I know it is
cars.
a family. It is a family event for sure. But I don't know. Reese had a soccer game, and then I was the house. We're in like full clean up the house mode, get everything ready, because we're having a going away brunch for the wedding.
Where y'all going?
No, like the people who come in from out of town.
Oh, okay.
Leaving.
Oh, okay. Got you.
It's supposed to be like 120 people there.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's supposed to be at the house too. So
y'all think I'd be playing when I talk about the Caraway compound. You go, well, I mean, people will be happy to see the lake and all of that.
That ain't where they're gonna be. That wasn't my house, by the way.
I know it was your house.
No, I'm talking to the people because they really think that was my house. That wasn't my house. That was not my house.
I'm sorry, Jesse. Where were we at for Kenny's bridal shower?
You're using the wrong word. For Kenny, it's called an estate. It was Kenny's estate.
You're right. Not the bridal shower, the baby shower. It was an estate. Yes. Look, there was a pool with a lake. Phenomenal.
That wasn't mine.
I can see it housing 120 people. It'd just be a little snug.
Well, this is gonna be.
Are you cooking?
No, we're getting a taco.
Oh, taco man. All right. Well, let's welcome
or
in
a woman. I don't know. Taco company.
Taco person.
Yeah,
taco person. As we welcome in the host of the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Mattson. It's James Ham here on Dealing with Casey on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Hammer. Week 1 of the NFL season, you're tweeting Kings news that kind of feels like a big deal. Let's start with JaVale. Let's start with you tweeted about JaVale McGee, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we're going to see JaVale and Alex Len opening night. They're going to be on the roster. What's that mean for Neemias Queta and Nerlens Noel?
Okay, so I would start backwards a little bit. I would say that this means something different for the Sacramento Kings. It means that they are willing to change course if a better option opens up. And so I don't think that this is about Nerlens Noel or Neemias Queta as much as it is that the Kings really like JaVale McGee. and they see an opportunity to improve their roster. And despite the fact that they had committed, $300,000 to Nerlens Noel for a training camp invite and $250,000 to Neemias Queta for a training camp invite, that they were willing to put another $3 million down on JaVale McGee to bring him in. And, they think that he can help the team. They believe that Alex Len is a player that also, not only did he help the team when he was given the opportunity last season, but he was also a very good veteran behind the scenes. And he was a player that went through an incredible amount of strife off the court with the Ukraine war going on overseas. And, at one point, not even knowing where his father was and losing communication with friends and family. And, just being a solid teammate and human being behind the scenes. And so when they re-signed Alex Len, it was with the intention of him making the team. When JaVale McGee became available, they went out and got him with the intention of him making the team. And what that means for the other guys is there's one roster spot left. And if they can prove that they're worthy of a team keeping a fifth center, then so be it. But the team has to do what's best for everyone, and that is to add talent when talent becomes available.
See, everything that they said, I'm 100% in agreement with. I'd take it a step further. I think this is just the move. This is the move. JaVale, Alex Len, going along with Trey Lyles. Those are your best three bigs outside of Sabonis. You know what I mean? We're coming off the bench.
Yeah.
Those are your best three. I don't – bring Nerlens and Queta into camp and see if maybe they can turn some heads, but I don't think it's going to change. I think those are your best three bigs right now.
Yeah, I want to see it play out. I don't want to discredit who Neemias Queta is or who Nerlens Noel is. And – look, I think we talked about this before. The idea of Nerlens Noel is the right idea, right? This team needs a traditional rim runner. They need a defensive-minded guy that can catch a lob from Malik Monk. I don't think any of us can argue that that's who Nerlens Noel is as a player. The problem is that you can't mention Nerlens Noel without talking about injuries and talking about availability and all of these other things. And so I would put him on one point. And then the other is that Neemias Queta was excellent last year for the G League squad. And he did everything in his power to turn himself from a solid second round pick to a viable option, whether it be at the G League or at the NBA level last year. I mean, you don't have a lot of players who had a better season than Neemias Queta did last year in the G League. He was second in MVP balloting. He was all G League, first team. He was all defensive first team. This is a guy who did what he was supposed to do. And you need to reward those players that are in your system, that you give them a list of things to get better at, and they go out and they do it and they find success. And so I don't have anything, the Kings did what they should have done and bringing these guys in because you needed different looks. But at the end of the day, even if he's 35 years old, like JaVale McGee is, you have a really strong feeling on who he is. This is a guy who was with Mike Brown for 2 championships in Golden State. He's also been with Luke Laux for multiple stops. So you have an idea of what he is and what he brings to the table. And it's something that you can use pen and write in, as opposed to sort of a paper fit that I would put for either one of these other players. And again, it's nothing that anyone did wrong. And there's always opportunity, but the other two guys are going to step in and make this team, it sounds like.
Hammer, it felt like a week ago we were talking about how this backup center position or these backup center minutes could be one of the most compelling training camp battles coming up in the next few weeks. It doesn't feel like that anymore. It feels like, it's pretty well set, because we're essentially talking about the final spot on the rot. Like we're talking about the last player on the bench, because you've outlined this before. And Kenny has as well. Like it's Domas. And then in a lot of scenarios, it's probably going to be Trey Lyles. Now, there'll be scenarios where that's not true, I'm sure, but more likely we'll probably see Domas a lot. Then we'll see Trey Lyles a lot. And then you've got this mix of JaVale and Alex Lynn, which could be situational, a matchup base, or who knows. If it's Keita, I don't, maybe Keita benefits from the practice. I don't know what really helps him long term. If it's Nerlens Noel, I guess he's just a league minimum guy signing these contracts, trying to get on with the roster year after year, because he's not going to get a ton to put on tape either. It feels like what once felt like a really compelling battle in training camp really isn't that. That's really not the case anymore.
Yeah, I think it has shifted, but I also think, the team, it does help if you clarify things. Like, when I put out information that from sources, like a lot of times it does help just to clarify. There's massive amounts of confusion here about what's happening, why the Kings would possibly have 6 centers on their roster. And then if you throw Scalabrine Sierra in, you're talking about a 7th center, and people are like, what are the Kings doing? And you know what they're doing? They're just doing their due diligence. They're trying to build the best roster that they can. And at certain points, you think you have your best roster, and then things change. Yeah, the NBA it shifts all the time, and players become available that weren't there before, and players who you thought might be available don't end up being available. And you have to have plan A and B and C and D and probably E and F in this situation. And so I think this also, like, you have a lot more faith coming into camp that you know exactly what you have, which means that you can do other things too, like use Trey Lyles more at the power forward than you thought you might need to, or that you might be able to. So I do think that it moves things around and forces you to adjust what your expectations are all the time.
I look at the big man situation, and I really love what the Kings are doing here as far as not only having more big men on the roster than they had last year, but you have different styles, right? I think Alex Lynn could go up against more of a, I don't really know who these guys are around, maybe like a DeAndre Ayton, but I'm thinking more of like a plotting big man. You can use Alex Lynn in that one. If you got an athletic guy that, is really focused on like a Kevon Looney getting on the boards and being active, I think JaVale could go against him. And then if you got guys playing small ball, you got Trey Lyles right there. So it's the versatility with these big men. And even I think Keita and Nerlens Noel, if they get involved, they fit that same bill. It's the versatility of the type of big men that they have that I love what Monty's doing with that. I think that's a great way to build that roster and build that position out.
Well, I'd also point out, Kenny, if you plan on being good, right? If that's your goal, is to be good, which the Kings, that's their goal. It's not just to make the playoffs. It's actually to find success in the playoffs and to eventually play for a championship. If that's the goal, you know that the biggest big man standing in front of you is Nikola Jokic. And you have to have every look in the book to throw at him. And then if somehow Memphis figures things out, they've got Steven Adams, who's just a gigantic man. And if it's somehow the Lakers that you're going up against, now you're looking at Anthony Davis and Christian Wood and Jackson Hayes. Like, they have 3 different guys that are totally distinct in what they do, and you need different looks to throw at them as well. So while I know you don't want to keep like so many specialty players on your roster, players that aren't going to play major minutes in your rotation all the time, you do have to have all these different looks. You need a small ball, you need a shot blocker, and then you need a giant. And I think they have all of those guys. And then, oh, by the way, they also have a top 3 big man in the league. They have an all-NBA MVP caliber, a guy who finished 7th in the MVP balloting, an all-star, and Domantas Sabonis. So it's funny that it's part of the off season that we discuss things ad nauseum, especially like this. But we're literally talking about who's fighting for 13 minutes of play behind Domantas Sabonis, because that dude's playing the bulk of the minutes. And I think, maybe a bigger discussion is what would happen if Domas went down? How do these
that's
guys
not
fit
going to
in?
happen. It's not going to happen, James. We're not
I
having
hope
it.
not either. I
No.
hope not either. But you have to understand, like, I think Trey Lyles still gives you like the best opportunity for continuity if you have a situation with Domas, and I think he would still be considered a starter, to a player who would step in and replace the minutes, and then you have all these other options that you can work with off the bench. Yeah, so it's tough because the NBA isn't kind. Every year 60 players are drafted and 30 of them get guaranteed contracts and a handful of others do too. And that means that a bunch of guys lose their jobs. But that's what competition is. You need to look at your team long term, but you also need to look at it in the macro and the micro, and you need to keep going back and forth and finding the right guys to fit who and what you are in any moment.
I don't know what they're saying on TV, but I don't think this Monday Night Football game is starting on time.
No, did you? I think this is where you read it from. Did you see that Schefter tweet where he showed the video of MetLife?
Yeah,
Looked like it was midnight.
Yeah,
and it was 5 o'clock at the time.
Yeah, they just did a wide shot of the stadium, which is still empty. It's pouring rain, and there is lightning everywhere. Like just watching on TV, like there's lightning everywhere. Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen any. There hasn't been anything put on the screen that the game's being postponed, but we are 2 hours before kickoff. No one's in the stadium yet, so it'll be something to follow. But there is some dramatic weather happening right now in New York that could put a halt to the first Monday night game. It just dawned on me. There's no doubleheader.
No.
Thank God.
They did without the doubleheader.
I didn't even notice that. Like in all of the build, I literally noticed that right now that there's no stupid Monday Night Football doubleheader.
They weren't that bad.
I hated them. I think I hated it because one time I watched like Mike and Mike do commentary on it. Like, this is ass.
They're doing a doubleheader next week, though.
What? Why?
There it is.
Get the Saints and Panthers, which you can catch on ESPN 1320, by the way.
Oh,
And then
of
Browns
course.
and Steelers.
Locked into that, Saints and Panthers.
Bryce Young versus the Saints. It's awesome.
Bryce Young versus the Saints. Yeah.
Young versus Carr.
What'd you say the other one was?
Browns at the Steelers.
All right. Well, I'll watch that.
One's at 4:15 and one's at 5.
I guess probably because there's a Thursday night game. Maybe they didn't, but there's always a Thursday. I don't know. Whatever. I don't care. Let's talk about Scala BCR. You had more news. You had a rather detailed tweet on the Scala BCR transaction, which I think confused virtually everybody from the moment we saw Scala BCR and the Sacramento Kings tied together. You got some clarity on that as well. And while the name on the jersey does say Kings, it may not be the Sacramento Kings that Scala BCR is playing for.
Yeah, this is another tough one. The Kings maneuvered to trade for Scala BCR's rights for the G League. And of course, he played for the Mexico City Capitanes, I think. And this move was always meant as a G League transaction. So if you trade for a player and you have his G League rights, that means that you can do something sneaky like sign him to an off-season contract while you have roster spots, give him a bonus, and then waive him right away. And basically, he's going to stick around in the States to be part of that team, but they needed his G League rights in order to retain him when they did this move. So this is a way for him to not only make his G League salary, but to get a little bit extra to stay here in the States for the season. And I know, my good friend Sean Cunningham talked to Scal, and he was really excited and wanted to compete for a roster spot in camp. But realistically, this move was always about the G League. It doesn't mean that Scal won't have some opportunity, but because they own his G League rights, when they waive him, they can allocate him to the G League. So it's very complicated. They did this last season with DJ Stewart. But the difference between, say, this deal where they trade for his rights, they sign him and then waive him and give him that money as long as he goes to the G League. It's in comparison to like the Sam Merrill deal last year, where they signed Sam Merrill to a contract for training camp with the hopes of him making the team. They gave him 150,000 guaranteed, but they didn't own his G League rights, and Merrill didn't actually have G League rights because he had only played for the Memphis Grizzlies. Not even if he was on the Grizzlies and was sent down to play in the G League, that doesn't give him his G League rights unless he actually signs a G League contract. So when the Kings waived Merrill, he went into the G League draft, was the first overall selection, and they lost him. And the 150,000 they'd given him as a guarantee to come to camp. So Scal is he's going to be part of the program, but he'll also have an opportunity to show what he can do for every NBA team. And even if he's part of the Kings, the Stockton Kings roster, and they can, sort of do this maneuvering to keep him, once he's in the G League, all bets are off. If another NBA team wants to bring him, sign him to a contract, whether it's a 10-day contract or for, part of the season, he's fair game. Unlike a two-way player, where a two-way player has his rights are tied to the parent club, or a player that you have on your roster, like a Colby Jones, and then you send him to the G League, you still have his rights. So Scal will be in the G League, and he'll be King's quote unquote property, but he will have the option if another NBA team wants him to come in and swoop in and sign him and give him an opportunity.
Do they, in your opinion, do they look at this as somebody they can bring in and kind of build up and have be a part of your program? Or is this like, because I'll tell you, it's the latter for me, which I'm about to tell you. It's more like a Trey Burke roster fill type situation. But the thing that confuses me is it did a lot to make it just that. Like, so do you think this is somebody they feel like they can develop still?
Yeah, I think what you want is you want talent in your program, right? You want to have Lindsey Harding have as many weapons as possible at her disposal at the G League level. You want, if you're trying to create a winning quote unquote program that starts at the top but goes all the way through your minor league system as well, then you go out and you get a player that he's good people, he's got a good heart, he's gonna do what the team wants him to do, because he was in your system as a young player. And so for me, this is about making the G League squad as good as possible. And if there becomes an opportunity down the road for Scal to come up and play for the parent club, if the Kings have a roster spot, they're not going to say no if he's playing so well that he deserves a call up. But for right now, I think it really is about putting a program together, giving players like, Keon Ellis and Colby Jones and Jalen Slauson quality players to play with. So then that way, when you send them down, they're actually growing and not just perpetually stuck in this cycle of playing with other quote unquote G League players. And so I like the move, again, because you're getting a really good human being, and you hope that he can play well and that he's part of the success. But I think you're also bracing for the potential that you don't have a player like Neemias Queta down there who just dominated last year. There's that very distinct possibility he won't be there. And so you've got to do whatever you have to do to build out that roster. And, we have a new G League general manager as well, Anjali Ranadive. She was here with her dad, like when Scal was when he was drafted in 2016. So it's very possible that this is just a guy that they want around to be part of what they're doing.
I also think you said they went through so much to sign Scal. It probably just sounds like a lot, but wasn't really. Like for those guys, like for us, it's like, the hell? What are they doing? Why does James keep tweeting about Scal Labissiere? Yeah. For us, it might sound like a lot. For them, it's just like, oh, we're going to bring in Scal. Here's the best way for us to do it, and they do it, and it's nothing to them. But as that information gets relayed to us, it's like, wow, they sure went through a lot to sign Skal Labissiere,
Right.
when in fact they probably didn't.
Well, you have to remember too that the G League is structured so differently than the NBA, and you have your own players, you have your two-way players, then you have players that have already played in the G League and have their rights with some G League squad. Then you have this other group of players that are coming in that have no affiliate, and they don't get sorted out until the G League draft. What happens after all cuts are made at the end of the of training camp. And so again, you have all these like different like buckets of players that you have to sort through, and some have a bunch of experience and some have very little experience, and you need to figure out how to build a roster. It's very complicated, and we're knock on wood, it looks like we're out of the COVID times where you have all this movement where players are going back and forth between the parent club and the G League squad. But you need to be flexible and versatile with the roster that you build, because you never know when a player is going to get, a $500,000 guarantee to go play in France and just says, all right, I'm out. Thanks for a good time. And it's time for me to go make some more money over there. So again, you have to be flexible, and you gotta build a bunch of, sort of trap doors into how you're building your roster.
It's fascinating.
It is.
Couldn't have done it for Harry Giles, huh?
So that's what I was thinking. I was like, man, could have done all this for
Harry, huh? Poor Skal. Man, like Skal Labissiere.
That was the same thing going through my head, man. I was like, man, we could have got Harry. But I mean, we got Skal. Skal, like we said, Skal is good. Not that Harry isn't, but Skal is good people. You bring him into your, like you talked about, James, you bring him into your program. Good guy, you know what you're getting. He's going to come in, he's going to work, he's going to do whatever it is that's going to be asked, whether it's getting this guy ready for the NBA, like above your opportunity to get into the NBA.
Yeah, and I hope that happens more. Yeah. Like the G League becomes, and you and James, we've talked about this before, a true development league.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel like a true development league right now, even though you can point to a handful of success stories. Obviously, Siakam, I think, is one of the big ones. Garrett Temple was a G League guy. Actually preparing guys, actually giving guys an opportunity to develop, get better, and move up to the NBA would be the best thing that could happen to this league. Because right now it feels like you got a better shot at overtime elite.
Seriously.
Yeah. Well, and I also think that the problem that you have is, in order to create a true minor league system, you have to be very, very honest with these players about who they should be looking to be. And, you got a bunch of guys who get drafted every year who have this idea in their head because they've been preached since they were a little kid that they're just incredible scorers and they are the king of everything, right? And everyone bows down to them. They get shoes thrown at them, and they play for the best teams, and they win all the time. And there isn't a lot of people who are showing reality to these kids and who aren't being totally honest with them about who they can be at the next level. And until the NBA has a true moment where you understand that there might be one or two players on a G League roster who have potential to become a Siakam, who have potential to become a rotational NBA player that could start or something like that. There might be one or two that even have the potential on each roster. The rest of the guys have to have like this coming to Jesus moment where they realize that they have to fit a role if they're going to make it. And unless you can get the kids to buy in, they're not going to. They're just not going to. I mean, that's sort of the downfall of the league. Everyone comes in thinking that they're the next Michael Jordan or the next Kobe Bryant. And the reality is no one is the next of either one of those guys. And you need to figure out how to be the next, Bruce Bowen. That's what you need to figure out for a lot of these guys.
Sam Mitchell, there's a great clip of Sam Mitchell talking to these kids. They probably 16, 17 years old at one of these camps. And Sam was just keeping it real. He was like, look, I'm gonna be real with you. and it was almost like it was real talk, that they had to have. But it was maybe like a scared straight type deal a little bit. He's like, I'm telling you right now, I'm a head coach. You think I'm gonna put my career in the hands of a 19-year-old? No, that's not gonna happen. Then on top of that, say you go to, I don't know, Washington. You taking Bradley Beal shots? Like what? So number one, you think you're some type of scorer. You're not getting those shots. You're not going to get more than 5 shots for you to like have mistakes and me to say, get him out of here before I get fired. So what you going to do to stay on the court? You know what I mean? Because we got, I think Wall was there at the time. He's like, we got Wall and Bill. They're shooting 25 shots a game. What you think you're going to shoot 25 like you do right here in high school? No, you're probably going to get about 5 or 6. What you going to do with those 5 or 6 if you're lucky? And it was like, the kids were looking like, oh my God.
It is scared straight.
Didn't think about it this way. Like, yeah, like that's how it is. And to James's point, that's how they got to hear it sometimes.
I think if we go to like Monty McNair's upbringing in the NBA too, it really does point to this idea. So Houston, to me, has always been, or they were for years, one of the best at creating NBA talent. And again, if you're going to have a roster filled with Chris Paul and James Harden and, Russell Westbrook, and name that NBA player who's making $30+ million a year. Well, you still have to fill out a 15-man roster. So how are you going to find those other guys that play at the end of the bench? And I think that they did an excellent job as a group of scouting talent and creating the role players to go around these guys. And it's something that I think that they're trying to do here in Sacramento. And it's, you can find great success this way. Again, a player like Daniel House played an important role for Houston Rocket teams. Tariq Black, like these guys, you find Montrezl Harrell. Like these are the types of players that you can find and create and develop and, then have them go up and actually find success. But it's why you look at a guy like Keon Ellis, because Keon Ellis he was like a Bruce Bowen type player in college. And there's no reason to think that wouldn't translate. You already know that he knows the role. Now go do your role at the next level and show me that you can do it. And maybe you make it to the bigs and you'll get that shot. But when you get up there with the Kings, like you better be willing to shoot the ball and you better play defense. And those are the only 2 things we're asking you to do. Every once in a while you get out on the break and run, that's fine. But what we don't need you to do is start getting all crafty with your handles and creating and thinking that you're something you're not. This is who we need you to be. And this is how we're going to get you to the parent club, or maybe it's not. It just depends on at a certain point, does the level of talent in the player like reach a point where you have to move them up, or does it not? And it's really hard, but you have to be honest with these players that are coming through.
We'll come back. We'll talk more with James Ham. I want to get his thoughts on the week 1 wins for the 49ers and the Raiders. But there's more Kings basketball to announce, including Redeem Team 2.0 featuring De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, now we talking.
It's coming up here with D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Sorry, I didn't look at the clock.
That's all right. It's all right. It's the last break of the day. We're fine.
Yeah. Long 48 hours.
Yeah, I bet. I bet.
It just doesn't get easier as you get older.
It's
to run ragged.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
But
as long as you had a good time, that's what matters.
Yeah.
At least you got to see one show while you were out there.
Oh no, we had a good time. We went out to dinner and went out to a piano bar at the New York. That was fun.
Where'd you guys stay?
The Wynn.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, we did a last minute deal. And
were you? Could you see the Sphere from your window?
No, it was around the corner, but we did see it on the way in, and even this morning as I was heading towards the airport, I knew Kyle was up driving in, and we drove by the Sphere, and they had it set as a moon, and it was pretty sweet. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
It's interesting.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's us driving by the moon.
Our room was looking, because the Wynn, I think, was right next. I think the Wynn is right across from the Venetian, and we just happened to be on the side of the building where we looked out the window, and there was the Sphere. And the funny thing is you say it's around the corner. It's not particularly close. Like, it looks like, oh, it's just right around the corner, but it's like a mile.
Well, that's
like around.
That's like the story of the Strip, right? Like, people think like, oh,
Yep.
MGM is right next to the
100%.
Wynn.
No, it's not.
That is so far away.
Yeah, it's not even
wild.
Especially when like you're walking everywhere. Like, if you're driving, maybe it's not far, but like people don't get cars out there more times than not. So you're walking like, oh yeah, I'm staying at the MGM. Come see me. Where you at? I'm at.
Yeah, the Venetian was the Venetian and the Wynn. They're on like one side of the Strip,
right?
And then like the Luxor, like by the stadium, it's on the Mandalay Bay. It's on the complete other side.
Such a long
Everything we did was on this side, but we're staying over here. Great place to stay. Pain in the ass.
Yeah, I'd also tell you, I learned my lesson this time. For years, I've always Ubered there. Uber is not the way to go in Vegas anymore because they make it so difficult for the Uber drivers. If you walk outside of any of the major casinos, there's a taxi line waiting, and you don't have to wait for an Uber, and you don't have to worry about your Uber score getting damaged because you can't get to the driver on time, or that he gets stuck in some sort of weird traffic, which happened to us. Even this morning, our Uber driver said 2 minutes when we were leaving the elevator. We went outside and we waited like 18, and he was still 0.8 of a mile away, stuck in construction or something. We canceled. Like, I couldn't wait anymore, and we got in a cab and went.
Yeah. I don't remember last time I caught an Uber. It's been a long, long time. I used to drive for Uber.
Vegas, I did it.
In LA. I was always looking for a trip from Westwood to the Valley or something. That was like a $40 trip for me. Like, oh yeah, can you take me to the ice cream shop down the street? Yeah, please. You don't walk down there. That's only $4. What you want me to do?
I love Uber. I like taking Uber all over the country. And it's cool. You get in a car and you're hanging out with somebody, but I don't know.
Jordan Meeks, come on, man.
Jordan, funny, man.
Come on, Jordan. He said it right there in the comment.
Girls on the Strip.
HBO just directly to the point.
They have one for Vegas. I think the one for Hawaii too.
I love that the person who disses Ramsey the most is actually Katrina. Yeah, we're coming back, James. This, according to Sham Charania, by the way, still looks like a delay may be coming for Aaron Rodgers' debut on Monday Night Football. That Lightning is still going pretty strong. This in from Sham Charania. Dame, as in Dame Lillard, will not report to training camp if he's traded to a team other than Miami. At this point, ... The only two training camps that Dame Lillard would report to, in theory, are Portland and Miami. Interesting. I think that dude's starting training camp in Portland.
And if I was Portland, Portland and Dame, like, don't report. I know you hate this, but we're looking for a trade. We're like, what are you doing here? What you gonna play?
On Portland,
35 minutes. What you gonna do?
It's like, Dame, you're a Blazer for life. We'll hang your jersey up here. You're fine.
What you gonna do? You gonna play 35 minutes for the Portland Trailblazers? No,
I don't know.
Let's just facilitate this thing. You go home. We'll figure it out.
Why wouldn't he play for the if he would report to camp? Why wouldn't he play 35 minutes? Why wouldn't he play the first 20, 30? Why wouldn't he just play with the Portland Trailblazers?
Delaying the inevitable.
Secure and Devine do it in the chat. What's the odds he just doesn't get traded? He's just with Portland.
I think it's really high.
Like, I'm not talking about like beginning of the season. You're like, he's just not going anywhere now.
I think it's really high.
That would be a mess.
Would it
that
be,
would
though?
be yeah, it'd be a mess. Because number one, you're not going to be any good. Number two, you got their franchise guard that is he even going to start at this point, or you got $37 million off the bench and
did you ask if Dame's going to start?
No, when I say franchise, I'm thinking Scoop.
Oh, you're talking about your new franchise.
Yeah,
not the old franchise. Okay, all right.
And you got $30 million in Anthony Simons.
Well,
on the bench or starting or whatever.
Oh,
Shade and Sharp, what you doing with him?
I don't know. I'm not the general manager.
It's time to move on with life.
To me, this feels like the police officer on South Park who just sits there. Shams is this guy just going, nothing to see here. Move along, please. While everything's burning. Like that's what he's the police officer in this scenario.
I don't know what voice that is, but that's very funny.
That was funny.
That's very funny to me.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, look, you're under contract. They've made you a very wealthy man. I know it's the game, but at the same time, like, be reasonable. Like, be reasonable. Like, all of them. Yeah, I'd say that to any player. Just be reasonable. Like,
I'd say
understand
that's Miami too. Like, if you want to get this done, you've got 4 years of this player left on. You want to do it, like, be reasonable.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
But
everybody's playing their own little game.
Yeah,
Miami's playing theirs. Portland's
really
playing
what it
theirs.
comes down to.
Dame is playing his. None of them are playing it well.
No.
They're all playing this game very poorly.
They all stink.
They're all awful and should not play this game anymore. But here we are. Here we are.
But you know what we do have? We have clarity on the third and fourth string center on the Sacramento Kings.
Well, and really,
so winning
that's
teams
all that
do.
matters.
So winning teams do.
No questions over here.
Nonsense.
Well, I mean, it does speak volumes though about like getting out in front of it, trying to avoid what's happening, and trying to avoid situations like this doesn't have to be messy. It doesn't have to be like unkind to a young player like Neemias Queta. Like, you're setting the standard about what is about to happen. You're telling him, you're being honest, and you're also telling him that what was happening 2 weeks ago is no longer the case, and that's this league, so you got to live with the consequences. Yeah, we got poor Kelly Oubre out there just waiting in the wings, hoping to sign with Miami if they trade for Damian Lillard. If not, where does Kelly Oubre go? Dude averaged 20 points a game last year.
It's crazy.
It's wild.
So I want to talk about. I know Leezy is super like uncomfortable because it's his Miami Heat and all that, but he says Dame. This is Leezy and YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Dame ain't doing nothing. Harden, KD, Kyrie, Anthony Davis, Carmelo ain't done before. Yes, Leezy, but there's one gigantic exception. Harden, KD, Kyrie, Anthony Davis, and Carmelo all had leverage. Dame Lillard has none.
You got all the leverage.
Dame Lillard?
I wouldn't say all leverage.
Dame has none.
He's got his leverage.
No, he has none. What's his leverage?
Him not playing.
I don't even think it matters at this point. Who's that matter to?
It matters to Miami.
It matters to Miami.
It matters to Portland.
I don't think it matters to Portland. Bro, if you're not going to play, don't play. Like, whatever. Like, you're already telling us we have to trade you. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have leverage. KD's thing was dumb. KD didn't even count this. Harden quit on multiple teams, but he had extension eligible years that he could use. Anthony Davis, 1.5 years left on his deal. Carmelo Anthony, 1 year left on his deal. Like, you got 4 years left on your contract. What threat are you using? Well, here's the first one. I won't report to training camp if I'm traded to any other team than Miami. That's the first threat he's been able to use.
Yeah, I get Leezy's point there, but like, look, I wouldn't teach my kids that if 4 of your friends went one by one into the CVS down the street and stole candy and got away with it, that then it's okay for you to go down the street and steal candy.
Well, where were you?
Like,
when I was 10?
I'm just saying that's like, just because like other people did it doesn't mean it was right then either. And, so for me, like there are like ways to do this and there are ways to not do it. And I know the league is like teetering on the brink here of when are they going to fine or suspend or whatever. But like this is a league that they've created. It's a star driven league and guys have this type of power. And until you take away that power, then it's going to keep happening. And so I don't know. I hope the best for all of them. That something reasonable gets worked out, but like to force your way to one specific team is just bad play in my mind. It's unfair.
James, this is where we always go, different forks in the road, because they do nothing different than what these teams do when it's in their best interest. Like there's contracts signed both ways, and when the team is done with them or they find something better, they move that guy out of the same city where he's, established roots, and he was supposed to be in with the community, and he's got a house.
They put Blake Griffin's jersey in the rafters on a video to recruit him to free agency and traded him 6 months later.
Yeah, this is what happened. So it's this particular player, those players in the past, using their situations to their advantage, the same way the teams do it. And I wish things would be different on both sides, but they're not. And those guys just play the game how that's been played on them, or they've seen it played on others.
Our man Roddy brings up a great point. Dame has been loyal for so long, he has no idea how to play this trade game. He's just out there. It's like he got some. He went to IKEA with Kenny and is trying to put the furniture together without the instructions, and it's not going well. How you like my new table, sir? You bought a couch. That doesn't look the way that you hoped it looked.
I'm waiting for his disc take. Like go ahead, like cut a track. Send a diss track out there aimed at the Portland Trailblazers. There you go. Just don't mention them by name.
I was gonna say there's no turning back after that.
Because you know who, then you know what. Yeah. So you know who.
There's no turning back.
We'll leave that between me and you.
But leaking it out there that you're going to nowhere else, but there's only one place that you're going. It feels like a bridge that you can't come back from.
And maybe this is semantics, but we do this all the time. We'll do it again. We don't know if Dame said this.
That was a. Oh, right. Yeah. Right.
He could have told that to teams.
Yeah.
And teams.
He could have told that to teams.
He could have told that to Portland. And
right.
Portland
I was going to
put
say
it out there.
Yeah. I was going to say he didn't tell that to teams because that's going to get him and Aaron in trouble.
He could have told that to Portland, and Portland put it out there.
Speaking of leaks, what did you think of the clutch centric tweet that went out this morning following we'll get to the Jordy Fernandez part in a minute, but following a weekend where USA basketball failed to medal in FIBA World Cup. First, LeBron tweets a picture of himself in the USA uniform, and then the report from Sean Sharani that LeBron James would like to return to U.S. basketball and lead a group involving Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Draymond Green.
I don't know why I laughed there.
And then it was also included that Devin Booker, Anthony Davis, and De'Aaron Fox.
Tatum was on that.
And Tatum as well have all shown interest in being a part of USA basketball. First time we've heard De'Aaron's name tied to USA basketball in a long time. What'd you make of that?
I think it's really cool that De'Aaron Fox is now at the cool kids table.
That's facts.
He's not over at the kids table with like the one adult at the kids table to get stuck over there. No, I think that this is cool. Like that's what if you're Fox, you would like to be thought of in this way again. And like the way things worked out last time, I really don't blame him. And I know he took a beating from, sort of the inner workings of Team USA. Team USA is like, they really hold grudges. It feels like it's very strange, very, you're either all in or you're not, either you're Team America or, but it's okay for like these 6 superstars to say they don't want to go to the World Cup and then just go ahead and steal a roster spot for the main Olympics. Not to be, like rude to the group of players that went. But most of the players that went to the World Cup did not play well enough to deserve an invite to the next. And that's just the reality. And some of them are very, very good players and probably deserve a shot to be part of the program long term, but others aren't. The others didn't show up, and that's tough. But you didn't medal, and that's not okay either. You just got beat by Team Canada, who hadn't made it to the Olympics in how many years, and good on Jordy, but
exceptional coaching is how they did it.
Yeah, but the problem is that you've got to be able to step in, and you talk about exceptional coaching. There are very few coaches that I've that have ever been in the league that I have more respect for than Steve Kerr and Eric Spoelstra, who are on that Team USA staff. I didn't like the way a lot of things happened in that tournament. And if you saw Rudy Gay's tweets earlier in the weekend, I thought Rudy Gay nailed it. We need to go back to a tryout. We need to have a true tryout where people are earning their spot on the Team USA, where you come into camp and you hope you make it. And there are 5 guys at each position, and they might take 1 or 2, and you got to put it all out there if you want to be part of that team. And I just don't think that that's, this was like an invite thing. It was like an exclusive party that somehow, Bobby Portis got an invite to, and Austin Reeves, and not to be disrespectful to Austin Reeves, but what have you done that allowed you to go get an invite onto Team USA? Because you play for the Lakers doesn't mean that you should get an invitation to go play in the World Cup and represent the US. Kevin Huerter had much better stats than Austin Reeves. And I'm just choosing, we can go down the list of all these players and say, okay, how did someone else's invitation get lost in the mail?
Because it wasn't sent.
There's that.
No.
Or it could have been, and it could have just been declined. I think that, especially for a FIBA, that happens a lot. It's not going to happen next year, but it happens for these tournaments.
And also, look, I keep harping on that other situation with Steve Kerr. I don't know how you feel like Austin Reeves is a better option than Brandon Ingram. And you could talk about, even if you want to say, well, Austin Reeves knows what to do on the defensive end. I saw 3 games where they just abused him on defense. They
barbecue chicken,
and they abused him on the defensive end. So now what is it really? I agree with you, James. I didn't think that coaching staff, and I know you were talking about the selection of it all. I didn't think they just had a good tournament in general with getting everybody on the same page and getting that team locked in together. They had the issues with Brandon Ingram. There was other playing time situations as well. I like both of those. Well, Steve Kerr's the head coach, so I'll leave Spoelstra out of it. But I like all the people that were on the coaching staff. I didn't think that was their finest moment at all. So we'll see what happens in the Olympics.
You lost to Germany because in the 4th quarter, they just kept, setting screens until they got Austin Reeves in isolation, and then they burned him. That's they went at him every single play. That's not, everyone could see it. Why didn't you change the lineup? If they would have, let's say they would have just taken him out and put in someone else, well, then you still had Tyrese Halliburton on the court. There were other situations that were going to happen. There were other players that could have very well been in the same exact situation, but Dennis Schroeder running to the rim at Austin Reeves was that's what happened. We can't hide from it. And again, I don't want to be disrespectful towards Austin Reeves, but representing Team USA means you're one of the best of the best of the best. The dude averaged 12 points a game last year. So I'm not trying to just single one guy out, but again, Kessler, Walker Kessler. Okay, great shot blocker, but had he earned a spot on the Olympic team? This isn't a Christian Laettner situation where the guy just led his NCAA team to back-to-back, Final Four appearances and was one of the most known players in the college game that you brought along with you. And even then it didn't feel right. This is
they just didn't take Shaq.
Yeah. It's a very
already.
it was a very weird, like, roster construction of, like, who are you friends with? And I'm like, I don't get it. I don't
I
get
think
it
a
at
lot
all.
of it with them is who'll say yes, who would be like happy to do it. I think a lot of that, like you talk about USA basketball being weird, that's a part of it. Maybe the Lakers stuff is a part of it. I don't know. I don't think so, but
I think it does have something to do with it. But on the flip side, once again, RIP.
Are we going to do that forever?
Forever.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I just love when more people join the show. Oh, Kenny lost his friend Flipside. That's so sad. He pays tribute to him every time. It's very sweet.
Flipside was my friend.
It was all our friend. Tell it went south for the 49ers and you got rid of it.
That went south. They won 12 games in a row.
Flipside was gone by then.
Yeah, what was going on?
No. That's what the streets say.
I think part of it, you talked about it, Damien, is people who will say yes, and people who want to be there. And we campaigned for De'Aaron Fox to be there and all this other stuff. Well, on the occasions right now, they don't even really want to be there. So, like, and I'm sure there's other, like James Harden is right. Like, why would you go ask these guys? They don't want to be here.
But there's probably, yo, I'm having something at the house this weekend. Who gonna be there?
True.
You know what I mean? It's like, hey, you want to join USA basketball? You want to be on the FIBA World Cup team? Yeah. Who gonna be there? Austin Reeves, Tyrese Halliburton. I'm good, bro. Like LeBron there? Nah. Steph coming through? Nah. KD? Nah.
You know,
Maybe
though,
next time. I get the next one.
But Fox was interested. We've heard that. Fox was interested. And so if he was truly, I mean, I'll chase it down eventually. But if he truly was interested in going and being part of this, he probably would have said yes so he could get back in good graces and be part of the Olympic experience. But the opportunity wasn't there. And it wasn't there because like 4 years ago or 5 years ago, they wouldn't commit to him and asked him to get on a plane to Australia for 2 weeks with no promise of either even making the team. He had no promise. They got to a Friday night matchup against the Spanish national team down in Southern California, and he was the third point guard behind Derek White. And you're looking at Popovich like, what in the world are we doing here? Why are we getting preferential treatment for one of your guys over a budding young star in the league? And that's what happened. And so, hey, look, I don't blame Fox for walking away. He had other things going on. Again, he had Chris Gaston's wedding. He had a whole bunch of things going on that summer. And, I think life worked out pretty well for De'Aaron Fox afterwards.
You want more D-Lo and KC? You have got options. You can flip over to 1025 where we're giving tickets away to multiple different things, beginning right now, actually. You want more sports talk? You want more coverage of the 49ers and the Raiders and the Sacramento Kings? Cool. We've got you covered there, too. We'll run it back next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos gigantes.
We did it, James. James, go to bed.
I already took a nap.
Oh, okay.
He's ready to go then.
Good for you. Wild night ahead at the Ham House.
Oh, man. I don't know. I got like 2 hours sleep last night. Maybe 3. Eesh. It was a bad, bad night. That's all right. It's a good time.
Good stuff. All right, guys, you know the deal. We got to shut down and flip over. Pause. We'll see you.
Well, real quick, what's funny is I'm watching the Saints-Titans game. I think that's exactly what happened with Derek Carr. They started on like the 10 every time.
The ball down the field, yeah.
You called it.
Yeah, Derek Carr threw for 300 yards, scored 16 points.
Yeah, he probably had like 3 plays already of like 40 yards or more. It never resulted.
Throwing a couple of holding penalties, and you're on it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm out. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hammer. All right, man. All right, we'll shut down. We will see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate you. Hit the thumbs up and all that stuff before you go. And flip over to KSFM.